Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I do not. No.
AOI MSG.
It's stupid and needs to be renamed, but
AOI MSG. AO, all right, is directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this office?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research?
Right.
So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet. So, and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything. Right. But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be, you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. We go where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. But the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do a proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with, it's probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably will agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes when you're talking about basic research and basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing the research in, and the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate. Like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets, but probably you can, because you will you concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in Antarctica. Right. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind. Is I don't know how capitalistic it is, because if it was, they would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money, and so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So, but we'll only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work? Many biologists work in cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's again put our sort of philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works, that there might be things like that, and they're not public? Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way or form?
Yes, if I were. I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it. And I think, people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say, you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit, but against that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But, an opportunity to get all this information out, if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, there's a reason why you don't want to let anybody know this. And maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn it into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
Yeah,
it's kind of an arms race going on, I think.
All forms, and it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government.
Mm-hmm.
And then every government thinks like this. Actually, this has been disappointing to me, talking to PR folks at companies. They're always nervous.
Mm-hmm.
They're always conservative, right? In the sense well, if you release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government, national security is really another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insides of how the sausage is made, the technology, and being transparent about it, because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal the information and will use it against you is an idea that's not true and is an idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of the social media our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn this lesson.
Right.
What do you make of Bob Lazar's in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe him?
I don't believe in the Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him, and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it, and again, there's some of the people who I fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area than a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect their MRI again, and we do it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else, they can analyze it. I can get materials, I can analyze them. I can get some of these skeletons. I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole, I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true, but there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans.
Mm-hmm.
The observations.
Yeah, right.
I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data, even direct observations.
Yeah.
Like he's talking about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his story and stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent,
mm-hmm.
and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, let's say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about Oumuamua.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth,
mm-hmm.
what do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, or look at objects
mm-hmm.
flying around in our solar system? Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories most of the fascinating things could be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets?
Just going to Oumuamua, I think Avi's insight is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation that doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models than it just being a rock. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah. What is his main conclusion? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin? Is that his?
Well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail, and a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri, right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, the thing is, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, that's inspiring to do greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data, because the tools of software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science, and we collect all of the data.
Right, collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing, but, in looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So at some point, if my expertise is required for something.
What's the goal and the vision of the Galileo project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, really just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi is heading the Galileo project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast, yes. Okay. That was I believe it was before he was headed. It's a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh yeah, about 100. Oh, it's
awesome.
Actually, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got put together.
That's amazing.
It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of large NIH projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist, but yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside of the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of the conventional, that really does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you haven't approached something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethical or wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. Mm-hmm. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one, as a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. It's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that that you've done in the past.
Right.
Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure in you exploring some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, that push you away from these topics? What would you say? Shame.
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start a company.
Yeah.
Right. But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse shame them.
So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science, and when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it could be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that, had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly, brilliant people because of this. So, it is, for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I don't talk about this openly, but. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's a really powerful one, which is, I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to reveal more and more, like us not to have these two personalities, where like this public and private one. Mm-hmm. We've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of the human life? What, Gary, is the meaning of life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now, that our world view, our galactic view is opening, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting, because I can fill it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating.
Yeah.
Once we look out and realize we were on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me. I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lem in Soleil. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Let's walk the chase bank. It's over there. Just walk the chase, let's go. We're fine. We're gonna walk the chase. We're good. Dude, what is she doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. That should never happen. What the fuck? Dude, you gotta chill, bro. She can't do that shit. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, bro. I don't know. She can't do that ever again, ever.
We are not alone. I'm not like that. I love everybody. Yes. It's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have had a lot of trouble believing it. When I heard the things that Dave Russ told me, I was shocked. And yes, in some cases, I was scared. I still am. This is a huge, pivotal moment that there has been a massive, long cover-up lasting 80 plus years inside the American government. There has been a concealment of retrieval of non-human spacecraft. There's been a concealment of the existence of multiple species of non-human intelligence to this planet. Incredible as it may seem, the United States government are in possession not only of non-human technology, craft, and other technology, they're also in possession of alien bodies. I've spoken to people who have told me that they have seen alien bodies. Incredible as it may seem, Roswell was true. Have presidents of the United States, the ultimate executive authority of the United States government, have they been lied to by executive officials of the US government who took it upon themselves to conceal the existence of this most sensitive secret of all? I don't care if people say this is crazy. I don't care if people laugh or ridicule it, because I know from the sources that I've spoken to, this story will eventually come out. As you know, I wrote a book called In Plain Sight, which investigated the UFO phenomenon, and I came into it a determined skeptic, thinking I was going to find out that this is Black American project, some kind of super secret aerospace project. But very early in my research, I was told by people in the Pentagon, in the intelligence services, people working in scientific endeavors, that it's not American technology, it's not Chinese technology, it's not Russian technology. I was told it's non-human. And I have been investigating that thesis, that proposition, ever since. And in the course of my research, I've met people who purport to be inside what's called the program, which is a euphemism for, believe it or not, a back engineering or reverse engineering program that's working on, drum roll, recovered alien non-human spacecraft. And when I first heard this, I burst out laughing. I mean, like everybody watching this, I thought this was a joke. I thought there must be an explanation. We must have recovered a Russian craft or a Chinese craft or some kind of Perseus technology, and we just don't want to admit it. But I've been told now for quite a number of years by very, very reliable sources in the national intelligence and scientific community that the American government is in possession of non-human technology spacecraft, alien spacecraft. We don't use the word alien for reasons I'll later explain, but non-human intelligence is the new euphemism. And in the course of my research, some time ago, I came across a guy called David Grush. David only resigned from the very highest levels of military intelligence in the United States about early April. And he worked most recently for the UAP task force. He was the National Geospatial Agency Intelligence Agency lead for the UAP task force in the Pentagon, which is the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Task Force. And he was investigating what he called trans-medium anomaly issues, which essentially is a polite euphemism for UFOs, UAPs, alien spacecraft. And I have to admit, as I've gone on and spoken today, I realized that he was at the highest levels of US intelligence. And he was kind enough to speak to me and share with me what he knew.
I was extremely highly cleared.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force has refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human.
This is a guy, by the way, who has top secret compartmented security clearances. He's a top secret SCI cleared intelligence official, and he still has that security clearance. And he's under an oath to protect things that are national security concerns for the United States. And I think a lot of people have mistakenly tagged him, at times myself included, as a whistleblower. And to imply that he's breaking the law or doing something illegal by revealing what he's revealing is not correct. The incredible thing is, when I asked David if he would do an interview, and so did my colleagues, my journalistic colleagues, Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal, who are the two journalists who broke the New York Times stories from 2017, Dave then went to the Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, the DOPSA office inside the Pentagon. And he asked for permission to talk about what he knows, or what he says he knows. And they'd given him permission to talk about crash retrievals, the retrievals of non-human technology. They've given him approval to speak broadly about the existence of a non-human intelligence, what you and I would call aliens, that are visiting or perhaps living on this planet. But just to emphasize, the fact that he's been cleared is only an endorsement by the United States government that nothing that he is permitted to speak about would be a breach of national security, which is quite interesting. It's not an endorsement that everything he's telling me is true. And so, there's always the possibility, however remote, that he's made this up. And so in order to be feeling confident about Grush, what I've done is what journalists do. I've gone away and I've spoken to people whom I know who are in the US National Intelligence Establishment, in the military, and I've also spoken to people that I've been talking to for some time who are, I know, working in the program on what they say is recovered non-human technology. And so have Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kane. They actually brought people in their article, which has been published in the Debrief online magazine. They've got the names of several people, including Christopher Mellon, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence, no lightweight at all, who's confirmed the veracity of what Dave Grush is saying. They've also got the testimony of a guy called Carl Nell, who's a recently retired American military officer who worked in intelligence. I think his rank was a colonel. And there are other people. I think there's a guy who is working for the National Air and Space Intelligence Centre who is using the euphemism for the pseudonym Jonathan Gray.
Hello,
I'm aware
I'm coming.
of who these people are. I'm aware of their background, and I can equally vouch for their integrity and their honesty when they say that Dave Grush is a man of high repute, that he served in the positions that he served, and that what he's saying, they say, is true. In fact, to quote,
Ben, how are you? How is Lisbon?
Quote, "We are not alone." And look, there
You
is
look like you
quote,
have fun.
pushback happening from the
You look like you
Pentagon
had fun.
and from sections of the establishment media in America, who, quite frankly, have been caught napping by the
Your
fact that
costume
somebody
looks
like
amazing.
Rush is prepared to speak out publicly. And
You definitely look like a furry.
but it doesn't mean that the slow trickle
Hey,
of information
were your teeth a big hit?
isn't about to start to become a flood.
I
I
imagine.
know because there are people that I'm talking to that want to testify. I know
Oh,
there are
no way.
people who are going to come forward very soon to give their evidence to support Dave Grush's allegations. I think in the long run, the fact that there's pushback from the Pentagon and certain sections of the establishment American media, it really doesn't matter a jot. Ultimately, this story will out.
That's amazing. Your outfit looks amazing. Your teeth look amazing,
David
and you look
Grush
really
was
genuinely
literally
happy.
the lead investigator with the UAP task force inside the Pentagon.
Wow, your outfit's
Which essentially
amazing.
is the body that has been tasked by
You
Congress.
You really look like
by the,
a
if you like,
Harry
Parliament
Potter
of the
character.
United States to investigate the truth about UFOs. He's the guy that was essentially tasked to go out and ask
That's
the question,
phenomenal.
what's going on? Is there a crash retrieval program? Are there UFOs, crafts that have been recovered by the US government? And he is prepared to say, and he said this on oath, he's actually
Wow,
put
you're pretty
himself
big deal.
at risk of a jail sentence.
Good for
if
you.
he's telling
That's phenomenal.
falsehood.
Well, I can't say enough good things. I mean, honestly, your costume looks professionally made, man. It looks really, really good.
Or that he's a hoaxer. Put up or shut up. Basically, he's admitted that he did not physically touch or see an alien spacecraft. He's admitted that he did not touch or see an alien being. But what
Oh, I
he's
imagine
saying
it's
is that
absolutely
because he was
stunning.
the UAP investigator for the Pentagon, he
Oh,
went
that's
out and he
wonderful.
spoke to the people.
For how
who
much
he-
longer do you get to be
He's spoken
in
to people
Portugal?
who has direct knowledge of what he's talking about. And moreover, and this is an issue that's being missed in a lot of the media coverage, and indeed in the Pentagon's coverage,
Wow.
these people have testified on Mr. Grush's behalf, also under oath, in the Inspector General of Intelligence Community hearings.
Excellent.
that
Do people
remain
know
confidential.
Harry Potter? You
Now,
were
one of the
saying a
most
little bit,
powerful
yeah?
oversight bodies of the intelligence
Okay,
community
cool.
in the US is the ICIG, the Intelligence Community Inspector General. And he has come
Oh, that's
forward
amazing.
to the Intelligence Community Inspector General.
Now we've celebrated 1 year.
Of all that he knows, including what he purports are the locations of these retrieved
wonderful.
craft.
And we've made it 1 year now,
names of the
so
people
that,
who are running
you know,
this
we have some
program,
legitimacy.
the
We've been
names
around.
of the people in the Pentagon, the officials who are responsible for blocking
That's
its
really cool.
disclosure. He's given them.
You look like you
chapter
could be in a
and
movie,
verse
like a
on what was
live action
recovered, where it was recovered.
Sonic movie.
The full details are known to the Inspector
Well, you
General
look
of the
exactly. You look like a
Intelligence
character in a
Community of the
movie.
United States.
Like, oh, do you know the Broadway play
And
Cats?
also, before
Do you know the Broadway play Cats?
before the
CATS.
new,
You look like
National Defense
exactly like one of the
Authorization Act
cats.
laws came into
You
place
got the
in
teeth,
December
you've got the
last year,
ears, and they wear like a mask like that.
Congress mandated
Oh, wow.
disclosure
You
of
could star on
UFOs
Broadway.
through a whistleblowing procedure that went through the office known as AARO, A-A-R-O, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office inside the Pentagon.
Very cool.
Before that office was
Is that something you
formally
made,
established
or
as the
were you
office
able to
to the
purchase
people
it
had
like
to
that?
go to give evidence, he didn't
No
trust the people
way.
at the Pentagon who
Oh
are
my word,
entrusted to hear these
Oh, wow, and your
because he
hair looks
doesn't
amazing
think
as
they're
well.
entirely
Oh, wow,
honest
it's
about their
handmade.
intentions.
Oh, no
He thinks
wonder.
that there are still
So it is
other
professionally made by
inside
you.
police who want to cover this up.
Oh,
So
phenomenal.
he did the next best thing. At the instigation of the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, a letter was sent to the various Senate and House Intelligence Committees,
Well, that's
which are the
phenomenal.
oversight committees for the intelligence services inside the Congress. And that letter made the assertion that the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community of the United States of America determined that Mr. Grush's allegations
What a surprise.
were
You're like a
urgent
walking meme.
and
You look great.
credible. That's an important finding. The Inspector General deemed his allegations credible enough to refer them to
Oh,
the
they
Senate
have to.
Intelligence and the House Intelligence
Oh, that's
Committees.
amazing.
And there have been secret hearings where the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence
Vamp, I saw
Committee
you earlier
have
today,
heard
and you were
evidence
busy with all the other
under
people. I
oath
figured I
from
would
Mr.
get a
Grush.
chance to talk to you.
Now,
I'm glad
one
that
of
I
the
did.
reasons
You
why
enjoy your
various
sleep,
senators
and you look
and
wonderful.
congressional representatives have been able to swear on the
Take care.
sacrifice that they don't
Bye-bye.
personally know about Mr. Grush's evidence. and
That's
that they
Vamp,
cannot
everybody.
verify it.
Vamp is one
It's
of our
because
favorite people in the
they
world.
were
Vamp
not
is from
in
Germany.
the room
Shout
when
out to
Mr.
Vamp.
Grush gave his evidence. There's a policy followed with people who are whistleblowers who come forward to congressional committees like this, where they send along their staffers, more often than not, their counsel, their lawyers. And that gives those members of the Congress executive privilege, legal privilege in terms of revealing what they know. It protects them from being forced to disclose because for good reason, for political reasons, these political representatives are going to be a little bit scared about allegations made by a person like Mr. Grush. They want the bona fides of this man to be verified. They don't want to dignify them yet with any credibility until the staffers on the various committees have been able to investigate them by calling other people and testing the claims. And that's what's going on at the moment. And so that's why you've got people, for example, from the Gang of Eight, which is the ultimate oversight body for secrets in the US Congress, saying that they're not aware of any claims about crash retrievals. Because Mr. Grush's key allegation is that what has been happening is illegal, if not criminal, that there has been improper withholding of evidence from the US Congress relating to crash retrieval programs that have been operating in secret in the United States for at least 80 years. Incredible as it may seem, Roswell was true, the 1947 Roswell crash. There are multiple other crash retrievals that have allegedly taken place. Now, why do I know this? Why can I feel confident about feeling that Mr. Grush is saying what he's saying and that it's true? To the extent that a journalist can feel that something is corroborated, I have spoken to multiple witnesses on background who have assured me not only that Mr. Grush is a witness of high repute and high credibility, I have spoken to people who have directly witnessed what he's saying he's being told about. I asked David Grush, what about bodies? And he does confirm that there have been non-human, yes, alien bodies recovered. Incredible as it may seem, the United States government and possibly other governments in the world are in possession not only of non-human technology, craft and other technology, they're also in possession of alien bodies. I've spoken to people who have told me that they have seen alien bodies. When I was first told that by those people, I did not for the life of me believe it. I've still got trouble dealing with it. And frankly, as I've said repeatedly, I don't think I'll believe any of this until I have the opportunity to kick the tires of the flying saucer and shake the hand of the nearest alien. I mean, it's an incredibly confronting issue to hear these kind of claims when we've all been taught in the media, we've been socially conditioned to accept that this is something that must be ridiculed. But what I now realise from talking to Mr. Grush is that it really has been the case that there's been a deliberate disinformation operation run by the US intelligence community to try and suppress interest and coverage of this issue. The media, we in the media have been taught to ridicule and belittle this subject, to stigmatize it with a taboo that means that it's career suicide to go near it. I've had so many journalistic friends say to me in the years that I've been looking at this subject that I should disengage because I'm putting my career in jeopardy by even engaging with it. But the thing that shocked me, when I started talking to people in the intelligence community and the defense community, it wasn't that hard to get an admission from them that this is real. And this is what I think is the fundamental problem here, is that there's been such a chronic failure at a very high level by sections of the media, the establishment mainstream media in the United States. Its leadership position on this issue has been squandered because they've allowed themselves to be led by the nose. You can almost see what's happened. Every time a national security reporter or a major masthead's even begun to engage with this issue, they get bought off with a tantalising offer of another story on national security issues that it's made clear, if you shut up writing about that issue of UFOs, we'll give you a drop, we'll give you a fee. That's the way it works. And so this is what's been happening. I've spoken to people that have been involved in those disinformation efforts. And as I can only repeat, people may laugh and say, oh, this is all nonsense, Coulthard's gone tinfoil hat crazy. And you know what? I just don't care. I really do not care, because the level and caliber of the people that I've been able to engage with, including David Grush, supports, in my view, the opinion that his allegations at least ought to be properly investigated. There is a double standard operating here with how the Pentagon and indeed the US establishment media are approaching the issue of Dave Grush's allegations. Let's go back to the last Gulf War, where on the claims made by intelligence service sources, news media became willing sycophants to the invasion of Iraq, an invasion that was predicated on an entirely false assumption that Saddam Hussein was concealing weapons of mass destruction.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
There's no doubt on the evidence, the intelligence material available to us, that not only does Iraq possess chemical and biological weapons, but Iraq also has not abandoned nuclear aspirations.
We will not shrink from war, but that is the only way to rid Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction.
I think we will find weapons of mass destruction. I think it's important that we do. He's lying to him when he says he doesn't have weapons of mass destruction.
That was based on intelligence from sources. And the hilarious thing is the American media at the time showed no hesitation in, how does one say this politely, sycophantly following the information that was fed to them by intelligence sources.
The White House hopes to call for a vote on the deadline resolution early next week. If it passes, then by March 17th, as a senior official, Saddam Hussein will finally be out of final opportunity. And even if it doesn't pass, the president has left no doubt that he's ready to go to war.
This is Fox News and Fox News Channel continuing coverage of the campaign which now has begun to liberate and disarm Iraq.
Now you have somebody who is an on-the-record US government intelligence officer, recently resigned, who is saying that he has been briefed directly by intelligence sources, by people inside the program who have directly witnessed, literally touched alien spacecraft, and who are aware of the existence of a non-human intelligence on this planet. And we have this absurd situation where a double standard is being applied. The media immediately says, oh, no, he hasn't seen these spacecraft. He hasn't seen these aliens. Well, they didn't see the weapons of mass destruction back at the time of the last Gulf War, but they were very happy to cheerlead the American government and the Australian government and the other allies into a war in the Middle East that was utterly ill-conceived.
And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong. As president, I'm responsible for the decision to go into Iraq.
So let's just have a look at the double standard that's being applied by media right now in terms of how they are approaching the Dave Grush allegations. The simple fact is, this is a man who personally was involved on a daily basis in writing the intelligence briefings for the President of the United States. He hand carried those briefings into the West Wing of the White House. He has a top secret compartmented security clearance still, which obliges him not to talk about things that prejudice national security. And one would think, yes, for him to talk in great detail about things that he knows about the program may very well breach US national security. So of course he has to be circumspect in dealing with a journalist like myself. He doesn't want to go to jail. What he wants is for this issue to be investigated. That's all he's asking. He's not asking you to believe it. He's asking the Congress. He's asking the Inspector General. So let's stop all this silly nonsense that somehow there's meant to be a double standard applied when it comes to UFOs and alien spacecraft. Yes, it's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have had a lot of trouble believing it. When I heard the things that Dave Rush told me, I was shocked. And yes, in some cases, I was scared. Still am. But you know what I'm most scared about? I'm most scared about the fact that this moment, the allegations of Dave Rush are a key test of a country whose constitution I deeply admire. I worked briefly as a lawyer, and I graduated in New York, and I've studied the Constitution of the United States. It has protections in place, constitutional protections to ensure that people have a right of freedom of speech. They have the right to come forward. They have the oversight committees of the Congress are absolutely fundamental to those constitutional rights. And those oversight committees are now doing their job, and so is the Inspector General, investigating Dave Rush's claims. What is at the heart of Mr. Grush's allegations is that the oversight by Congress and the oversight by bodies like the Inspector General have been flawed in the past. That there's been deliberate disinformation, not just of the Congress and by people in the Pentagon, but also of the entire American people. One of the things that came out of the Church Commission inquiry into the crimes committed by the CIA was revelations of illegal intelligence operations conducted against the American people in the 1970s on the order of the Nixon administration. And as a result of the investigations by the so-called Church Committee, laws, regulations were brought in to ensure that in future intelligence services in the United States were not allowed to conduct domestic operations against their own citizens. If what Mr. Grush is saying is correct, extremely grave crimes have been committed against the American public, because by any definition, to run an intelligence disinformation operation against the American public is a crime. I know for a fact that Donald Trump has been briefed on what I'm telling you. I know that Donald Trump is in the loop on the phenomenon, on UFOs. I know that to some degree he's been briefed into the existence of a crash retrieval program and the fact that there is a secret reverse engineering program going on in the United States. I know that President Obama, after he left the presidency, was also briefed into it. And if you look online, you'll find various interviews where President Obama noticeably changed his tone and became far more respectful of the notion that there really is something to this UFO issue.
The aliens won't let it happen. You reveal all their secrets. They exercise strict control over us.
Clinton said he did go right in and he did check, and there was nothing.
Well, you know, that's what we're instructed to say.
Did you ever ask for information they said we can't tell you?
No, but I will tell you that there were times where I asked for information that it came slower than I wanted. Client information out of the bowels of an agency can be challenging.
UFOs? Any UFOs? Did you ask about that?
Certainly asked about it.
And?
Can't tell you. sorry.
Okay.
Can I say it used to be that UFOs was the and what is it? Roswell was the biggest conspiracy,
Yeah.
and now that seems so tame, right?
Right.
The idea that
Right.
the government might have an alien spaceship.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they move, their trajectory, and so I think that people still take seriously trying to investigate and figure out what that is.
Similarly with President Trump, prior to the election that he lost against Joe Biden, President Trump had an interview with one of his sons. And in that interview, he implied he knew something about the Roswell crash. And he did.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens? Because this is the only thing I really want to know. I want to know what's going on. Would you ever open up Roswell and let us know what's really going on?
So many people ask me that question.
I know it sounds almost ridiculous, but it's actually the real question.
It sounds like a cute question, but it's actually, there are millions and millions of people that want to go there, that want to see it. I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting. But Roswell's a very interesting place with a lot of people that would like to know what's going on.
So you're saying you may declassify, but you'll take it?
Well, I'll have to think about that one. You know?
He's been briefed into Roswell. I know Trump's been briefed. And the interesting thing is, I've been waiting to see, as Trump comes under increasing pressure in this national security crisis where he's allegedly stolen documents that he ought not properly to have retained. I've been waiting to see whether in anger or in frustration he would reveal what he knows about the phenomenon. And I still think it's possible he may do. There's even been speculation, and I have no basis for supporting this, there's even been speculation that some of the documents that he stole related to UAPs, to the secrets that we're discussing. But I suspect that both President Obama and President Trump know a lot more than they're able publicly to let on. And it's interesting because both of them enjoy top secret SCI clearances as presidents. And a lot of people don't realize that presidents, even after they've been presidents, are briefed into, they're given pretty much the same briefing as the existing president. And it's a privilege that they're given after they've left office so that they can continue to inform themselves about what's really going on behind the scenes. Presidents are unique people. They get read into pretty much everything. And interestingly enough, I know for a fact that historically, presidents have been kept out of the loop. There were decisions made by gatekeepers in the national security and intelligence establishment not to brief presidents about the existence of this crash retrieval program. And that's one of the issues why we are talking here about possible crimes. Have presidents of the United States, the ultimate executive authority in the United States government, have they been lied to by executive officials in the US government who took it upon themselves to conceal the existence of this most sensitive secret of all? I've been told by sources that the gatekeepers regard presidents as temporary employees. One of the things that seems to have happened here is that there is an arrogance amongst those who have this information. This kind of information, if you think about it, to know about the existence of a non-human intelligence, to know about the fact that there's a secret crash retrieval and reverse engineering program going on, and to know that there's a secret Cold War going on with America's foreign adversaries, Russia and China, for the control and the mastery of this technology. It's incredibly important information, and they're really tantalizing secrets. And I think a lot of the people who are the gatekeepers have lost sight of the fact that America as a country was founded on the notion of government for the people, of the people, by the people. Congress ultimately is the ultimate sovereign in America. And the thing that lies at the heart of the Grush allegations is he's known that people will doubt what he says. When I sat him down, I said, nobody's going to believe him. You're going to have a lot of trouble convincing people about the existence of aliens or alien spacecraft. And he said, it doesn't matter, just so long as the Congress runs with this. Because if Congress does its job as it's been tasked to do, and properly investigates this, the truth will out. And frankly, if it's all a big hoax by Dave Grush, if Dave Grush is lying, Well, he's going to go to jail because he's perjured himself. And what have they got to lose? If they know that Dave Brush is lying, let him testify. Let all the witnesses that he wants to put before the Congress testify. If they know this is a lie, let's call their bluff. This is a huge, pivotal moment in American history. I believe very strongly, based on the information that I've received from my sources that corroborate what Mr. Brush has told me, that there has been a massive, long cover-up lasting 80 plus years inside the American government. There has been a concealment of retrieval of non-human spacecraft. There's been a concealment of the existence of multiple species of non-human intelligence to this planet. And frankly, I don't care if people say this is crazy. I don't care if people laugh or ridicule it, because I know from the sources that I've spoken to, this story will eventually come out. And ultimately what Congress needs to decide is whether it wants to be on the right side of history. Is it going to continue to allow sections of the Pentagon and the intelligence community to lie to the American people? I can tell you there are good people, honorable, decent men and women in the Defense Force and in the intelligence community in the United States that want this story told.
When in Tijuana, Bolivia, where the Incas say mankind was created. Not far from here are the mysterious ruins of Pumapunku, which feature magnificent megalithic blocks. Today, most archaeologists believe that Pumapunku was part of an ancient temple complex. But they are baffled by the uniformly shaped and sharp-edged stone blocks found all over the site. They are also puzzled by an even bigger mystery. What type of structure did these blocks actually form? Could it be that the ruins of Pumapunku offer evidence of advanced extraterrestrial technology being used in the ancient past? For an ancient astronaut theorist, there are few sites on Earth more intriguing than this one, and that's why I'm here investigating the incredible mystery of Pumapunku. My name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. But I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth. High in the Andes Mountains in the Altiplano Desert is Tiwanaku, one of the most rugged and desolate places on Earth. This region of Bolivia has seen its fair share of warfare, invasion, and turmoil over the years. But I'm here to see if it also experienced contact with extraterrestrials. In 1549, while searching for the capital of the Inca Empire, Pedro Sierra de Leon and his Spanish conquistadors discovered the ruins of what looked like a massive temple complex at what is now called Tiwanaku. Mainstream archaeologists suggest that these ruins were once the center of the Tiwanaku civilization, with approximately 40,000 inhabitants. But little is known about the people who lived here or the structures they left behind. Of special interest are the walls of this large square-shaped courtyard, which features numerous carved stone faces that suggest those of extraterrestrial visitors. But located just a half a mile away from the temple of Tiwanaku lie the ruins of what is thought to be yet another temple complex, the mysterious site known as Pumapunku, the gateway of the Puma. The name was given by the local Aymara people who found artifacts at the site depicting imagery of warriors wearing masks made of puma skulls. But the Aymara have only inhabited the area for around 800 years, and Pumapunku is believed to have been built thousands of years ago. But what was it? A temple? A meeting place? Some elaborate monument? All of these possibilities have been suggested, but to this day, no one knows just what this place was, who built it, or exactly how old it really is. But what's even more intriguing is that the blocks here don't even look like those found at Tiwanaku.
It is one of the places where logic no longer makes sense, because the blocks that we have here are unique on this entire planet. This is the only place. So check it out. Here are the awesome H blocks.
They're made from solid blocks of precisely shaped andesite.
Whenever I see them, it's just this feeling that you get at Pumapunku. I'm at a loss for words, because this here is something that can't be found anywhere else in the world.
Mainstream archaeologists believe that these H blocks were created by hand with primitive stone and metal tools. Tools, I should mention, that they have never found examples of.
What's so very interesting is that they seem as if they are part of a larger picture. That if you put them together, they form a solid wall, which is very incredible. If another block was placed on top, or this was placed on top of another rock, these are features that make these two blocks fit together seamlessly. Because the one thing that we have to remind ourselves with this particular construction style, no mortar, no binding agent was ever used. These pieces are so perfect that they fit together interlockingly in such a way that you don't need anything with which to bind together the 2 or 3 or hundreds of pieces.
Other examples of this type of precise interlocking stonework can be found in Cusco, at Sacsayhuaman, and even Machu Picchu.
But nothing with the sophistication of this place right here. I mean, it's incredibly enigmatic.
Everywhere I turn, I see more and more incredible blocks that can't be explained by mainstream scientists.
This is pretty amazing. And check this out. If you look at this groove right here, I mean, forget chicken bones. You simply cannot do this with primitive tools. And you've got these holes drilled at an equidistant, as if it's some type of a female piece to a male piece. So what was it that actually fit into this? Because one thing to me is crystal clear, that this here, or any of these pieces, they have nothing to do with any type of embellishments. I mean, this here, these look like technical components, part of a larger, almost industrial construction. Got a little paper clip, ordinary paper clip that's just unfurled. See how deep they go. They actually go equidistant all the way down. And that is something that cannot be achieved with chicken bones.
As far as I'm concerned, these stone blocks have to have been cut with some type of advanced technology. But what? Back in 2012, I met up with machinist and toolmaker Chris Dunn at his workshop in Danville, Illinois, to put a Puma Pinky stone sample through the ultimate test.
We got a sample of the laser cut. This is the diamond wheel cut. And the top surface is the original top surface from Puma Pinky. So now we can compare the difference between all three cuts.
Looking at an actual piece of precision cut stone from Puma Pinky under a microscope, Chris compared the two modern cutting techniques with the part of the stone cut thousands of years ago. Even taking into account centuries of time and weather, Chris's comparison revealed incredible differences.
We've got vitrification on the laser cut side, and then of course we've got circular format and the side cut with the diamond there, and then whatever tool they use to cut the ancient surface, cut it in a different method.
Now, do you think it's possible that some type of a diamond precision tool was used on the old surface, but because it was such a long time ago, that over time the surface became a bit more rough, and we're talking 10 or even 15,000 years ago?
That is a reasonable speculation. I think we have to start examining a little more sophisticated tools that no longer exist.
The cuts from the diamond saw were the best comparison to those found on the stone blocks of Puma Pinky. So we're talking about the sharpest, most sophisticated cutting tool we have today. So how could a so-called primitive society have achieved such sophisticated stone carving techniques? Check out this block right here. Something really cool about this one. First, I want to show you true north on my compass, which you can see. This is true north. Now watch what happens. All of a sudden, true north is over there. It's in the complete opposite direction. And here, even more so down. This is why. So what's going on here? Clearly, this rock has been somehow magnetized. So was it exposed to some electromagnetic waves? Or is it like this because at some point these blocks underwent or came in contact with something strange? I mean, this whole place is bizarre. Below the plateau where the H blocks are located are the steps and walls marking the edges of the Puma Pinky Mound. Now I can truly see the scale of the site. If you look down all the way, you can see it's perfectly level. It's perfectly level. This is a newly excavated area that I haven't seen before. And again, it shows tremendous precision. Check out this, for example, right here. What's really interesting is you can't even put a piece of paper in between the fittings, and no mortar was used. So, I mean, this is really incredible stuff, and this is very, very, very old. But at the same time, it is just utter perfection. Located at Puma Mountain, just a half a mile from the H blocks of Puma Pinky, is a giant stone structure called the Gate of the Sun. Here, you can find depictions of the god Viracocha and his winged children. Look at those incredible carvings. It's one giant piece, a monolith made of andesite. It's incredibly difficult to carve this with any type of tool because it has to be harder than the current andesite. In the 1960s, at this same location, a wall was excavated to reveal a fascinating array of stone heads. But who do these strange heads represent? There is one structure here that may provide a clue. This is a place where the Venice monolith was discovered, and it's a representation of Pachamama, 21 feet tall, the largest monolith ever uncovered here. Pachamama essentially means the cosmic mother, because Pacha means cosmos, and Mama, well, I want to explain that. And so the idea is that this is a place of creation. And I find that interesting because if you look at the different heads that are built into the wall, some look very different than others. So the question arises, are these heads representing different races of humans? Or are they depictions of the so-called gods, alien visitors who came down from the sky? It's fascinating to look around and see these ancient monuments at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. I still wonder just how old these ruins really are. Before I began my investigation, I made a trip to Switzerland to talk with my good friend and mentor Eric van Daniken, who gave me some great insights into the history behind these incredible and mysterious sites. Eric, tell me about Pumapunku, because what I find interesting is, according to some translations, somebody suggested there is a calendar there. And this calendar goes back some 20,000 or so years. Now this calendar, Dr. Wilhelm, is seen and proven. There are many books written by Dr. Edmund Fish 50, 60 years ago by Dr. Professor Bellamy. I knew him personally. Brilliant explorer. And they absolutely deciphered this calendar of Tiwanaku. And it dates back at least 24,000 years in the past. But our modern archaeology does not accept these dates because it contradicts our evolution. In 1928, German explorer Edmund Kiss drew elaborately detailed recreations of what he believed once stood at both Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. He became one of the first to suggest that the ancient structures were far older than the traditionally accepted date of 200 AD. Another German researcher, Professor Hans Schindler Bellamy, dated Pumapunku before 10,000 BC and theorized that it was destroyed.
So then you gotta be like, fuck this guy.
The Spanish conquerors
Yeah,
got there with their soldiers.
Shit.
The Incas,
Oh,
and they showed them these ruins of Pumapunku. And they asked them, how did you make this? Because we, in Spain, we were not able to move such gigantic blocks. And then the Inca ruler said, it was not us who made it. It was the gods who made it. In one simple night. Mainstream archaeologists who dismiss the local stories of gods constructing Pumapunku have long argued that ancient people could have moved these megalithic stones through sheer manpower alone. During an experiment conducted in 1966, members of the Bolivian army attempted to drag a 2-ton megalithic block and raise it using only rope. They barely managed to shift it by a few inches. But assuming that the ancient people here really were able to somehow raise these giant blocks using nothing more than rope and manpower, how did they get them here in the first place? Mainstream archaeologists say the massive stones were hewn at quarries over 60 miles away, and then they were rolled to Pumapunku on logs. There is one major problem with this field. We're at an altitude of over 12,000 feet,
which means there are no trees, because trees only grow to a certain altitude. And if somebody proposes that this whole place is deforested and they just cut down the trees in order to move around these blocks, then they don't know what they're talking about. So the idea of wooden rollers goes by the wayside.
No, you guys are gonna have sex with Aurora. No,
Well, in Bolivia, I want to find out what the local people know and believe about those Pumapunku and Tiana people. Right next to the ruins is the town of Tiana, home to the native Aymara people. The Aymara have inhabited Bolivia as well as Peru and Chile for at least 800 years. With some from other cultures in the area that go back as far as 5,000 years. They continue to speak the native language of their ancestors and have kept alive the oral traditions of their people for centuries. With the help of my translator and guide, Glenn Carlos, I've arranged to meet Vinay Sister, an Aymara elder and local historian.
So what can you tell me about the legends, how, for example,
every day.
If I'm gonna die, I want
The sun that was created, the ambient created and destroyed of worlds. According to ancient legends, Viracocha was born in the isle of sun in nearby Lake Titicaca. Eventually, Viracocha disappeared over the water as if it were land without sinking, never to return.
everybody's back. Everybody's not walking. I'm supposed to run.
I'm starting to hear this Aymara elder mention the term watchers because the watchers are a key component of the ancient astronaut theory. So to hear this term associated with the ancient stories of Bolivia is pretty awesome. According to the Book of Guinness, found along the Dead Sea Road, the watchers were a group of 200 angels sent to Earth to watch over the early humans. But when they mated with human women and created a race of giant hybrids known as the Nephilim, they angered God and were banished from returning to heaven. Now what's really interesting is that the Inca also told Viracocha created a race of giants. So here, Aymara elder and historians say that Viracocha was also considered a watcher who's incredibly fascinating.
was there a particular reason why it was built?
Yeah, if you say that, this one's serious. But to say that we are sure that one day there was that, yeah, that the giant jumped out from the lake. Giant. To say that the giant formed something. They were saving up
The question I would like to ask is if you look at the gate of the sun, the coach on the center, and all those winged beings, what is the significance of it? What is the perception?
children of the sun with wings. They were, how do you call it, court in one country. To say that in 6-7 months, people who use special means, they are perfectly technology by the rest of the population. Also, you can see monoliths, not with the mask.
According to the Anales de Cuauhtitlán, a document from 1570, Viracocha said
if my subjects were ever to see me, they would run away. Now, when I do that, I'm tempted to ask, did your coach and me a mask because he didn't look anything like his subjects? Could he have been a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial?
How does he react when people say, for example, that this place here could have been built more than 10,000 years ago?
That is right with you. Because you say, keep thinking about 15,000 years ago.
I agree that this place existed before the flood.
If you say that Kosmosky, it's really at the beginning of stuff.
It's really interesting to hear this Amar elder mention Kosmansky when talking about the date of Theonomy. Arthur Kosmansky spent over 40 years in Bolivia researching and writing about pre-Inca archaeological sites. Kosmansky proposed that Theonomy was around 17,000 years old, and he developed this theory after examining the connections between the ancient temple complex and sophisticated astronomical alignments. According to his theory, the structure of Theonomy called Kaya Sasaya was built so that the sun would rise directly over the cornerstones on the summer and winter solstices. And based on the changing tilt of the earth, you have to go back at least 17,000 years for that to happen.
Today, many people say that Kosmansky's theories are miscalculations and that they were just fantasy.
You say that there are archaeologists from different countries, the community of Bolivia comes here, but we have the mentality of the city. Kosmansky is separated. He was not the archaeological science. But another archaeologist really they don't know about the traditions, about the beliefs. They try to connect to the technology.
What a great honor to meet Amar elders when they press you and to ask them about the Amara traditions. The three things that start happening were, one, the giants. Amazing stuff that came out of Lake Titicaca, that they used stones with which to whittle down a giant rock. And the second part was the stories about their watchers. That is interesting to me because the stories of the watchers exist worldwide. And then the third one was that people really agree with the theory of Arthur Kosmansky.
Expand this.
And seeing this place firsthand once again, I'm more and more convinced that Kosmansky was correct, and that the local story about Theonomy being built by some kind of extraterrestrial beings might be more than just mythology. Much, much more. I'm in Peru meeting with author and ancient astronaut theorist David Childress, a prolific author on the topic of ancient technology. He has spent most of his life traveling the world and challenging established assumptions about mankind's history. He's just the person I need to help me sift through the evidence and connect all the dots.
I really do think that Puerto Rico is one of the few places in the world where common sense no longer applies. Something really weird happened at some point at Puerto Rico. I mean, when was the last time you were there?
I was there about 6 months ago or so.
David has studied Puma Punku for decades, and he believes that it is the key to showing the connection between ancient civilizations and ancient spacecraft. one of the things that I enjoy talking about is that when you look at these stands that are used in very precise unnecessary elaboration and decoration. You're thinking, oh, this must be so much labor and moving the stone.
This is not my table saw. This is not my table saw. There's no way this is my table. This is not my table saw. This is a different model table saw.
Something that's so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, this is not my table saw. Okay. I'm sorry, that is getting me a splinter.
It has been suggested that some sort of anti-gravity technology may have been used at Pumapunku to lift in place the massive stone blocks. But if that were true, it would certainly suggest that some sort of highly advanced technology was in play here. You have open areas with keystone cuts and the poured plants of molten metal that went into those cuts. Yeah, just like these. Yeah, right. And it's such an unusual way of fitting stone. And that is something that you see at the Sun Temple for its contrast. Cusco, you'll find also these keystone cuts. And at Ollantaytambo on the way to Montecito, that's Ollantaytambo right there. Right. That's an indication that the same builders in Pinto and Tijuana also the builders in Cusco and Ollantaytambo and Castellano and then you can go around the world and find this unusual keystone cut. In green, just because of these people. These mysterious keystone cuts exist at a surprising number of ancient sites all over the world. It's a building technique that adds three letters into the and both sides of a drain. It has been suggested that the clowns that went inside them would make paper, bronze, silver, or a mixture of silver and gold. Curiously, in nearly every case where keystone cuts have been found, the clowns have been removed. Though possibly the structures are so old that the metal has eroded completely. Some still contain remnants of metal, which leaves no doubt that the architects have at least rudimentary knowledge of metallurgy. Stuff like that is sensational because it would imply one of two things. Either, as you say, they were the same builders, or that they were the same speakers. Because
this is more, especially when you ramble so much. Like if you're going to speak this slowly, you better like,
it's not something that should really have been developed independently. And so the mainstream archaeologists are basically just ignoring this because if they were to discuss this, it would completely wreck their whole theory that these people are isolated from each other, and that had to be made by the same kind of engineers and architects. I'm in Peru with fellow ancient astronaut theorist David Childress. We've been discussing the precision-cut stone blocks found all over Pumapunku. Many of the blocks contain keystone cuts, which are also found at other megalithic sites. but these aren't the only striking similarities that exist between Pumapunku and other ancient sites found throughout the world.
There's so many similarities, including the monolithic doors that you have at Pumapunku and Kiwanaka, where these doors are just cut out of one solid piece of granite. And you find that too at Persepolis in Iran, for instance. And then on top of all that, you've got the Fuente Magna Gate. It's now in the Precious Metals Museum in La Paz.
Thought to be over 5,000 years old, the Fuente Magna bowl was discovered near Lake Titicaca by a local farmer in the 1950s. It features hundreds of triangular carvings that are strangely similar to the cuneiform text used by the ancient Sumerians. But what is a bowl featuring Sumerian text being more than 8,000 miles from Sumeria, or as we know today, Iraq? Could it be further evidence that what ancient astronaut theorists have been saying for decades might be true? Could early humans at one time really have been influenced by visitors from another planet?
That bowl has two forms of Sumerian writing, Sumerian hieroglyphs and Sumerian cuneiform. It's been authenticated by Bolivian archaeologists, and all that mainstream archaeologists can do at this point is ignore it. It's not something they could ever address because it would completely blow all of their theories out of the water. What makes a Bolivian archaeologist less mainstream than all the other mainstream archaeologists? In my opinion, nothing. So why aren't they concerned by the rest of archaeology? To change this, the Fuente Magna Bowl is basically proof that the Sumerian Anunnaki come to South America. I believe that Kiwanaka and Pumapunku were mining centers.
The idea of Sumerian writings being discovered near Lake Titicaca would relate to the theories of author Tobias Sitchin and his proposal that the Sumerians were interacting with a highly advanced extraterrestrial race known as the Anunnaki.
History has to be rewritten.
Barman said, hand sync waving, hand sync waving,
Hey, baby.
hand sync waving, hand sync waving.
How are you, barman? Where'd you hear about me? From Kick? From Action Man? Did you hear about one of my bots? Did you see my telephone number? How'd you hear about me, barman? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with the best rabbi in global history. Let's accidentally get rich, baby. I have more data online than any person in global history.
Might have looked like when it was first built. I returned home to meet with Casey Henneplock, a forensic structural engineer based in Los Angeles. With more than 30 years of experience investigating all types of structures and building materials, I knew that Casey would be the perfect person to analyze what Pumapunku was built to be and what violent forces might have led to its destruction.
Mr. Marcial? Yeah. How are you here? Great to meet you. So, in your experience, how do you think something like this was kept?
The first thing is that how these people, several thousand years ago, had this ability and this precision and the knowledge to create such a structure. Is it impossible to use a copper tool in order to create these? Probably yes, because we need a material that has a much higher hardness in order to achieve these things. And one of the things we do these type of vessels, we call them fill cups. Let's say this wall is 2 stories, okay? So what we do is we come right next to that particular site, we place wood forms all around it. Once it's placed the reinforcement, then we pour concrete into this, and we flatten the surface, and we let it stay there 6 years for several days. And you have a thicker frame. that come, and then they relax down to bring back. Now, we're doing this at the same time on 4 o'clock. So what you're telling me is the way it works is that the whole thing is raised by a crane like this. So in reference to Pumapunku with all of this, I mean, here we have blocks that some have estimated to be around 100 metric tons, and we're also an altitude of almost 13,000 feet, so the air is rarefied. You know, it's kind of a dicey place up there if you're not in physical shape. So how would you move a 100-ton block without a crane? I don't know. Even to an expert like Casey Himachia, the methods used to cross the stones at Pumapunku and then lift them into place remain a mystery. But now I'm even more eager to find out not only how Pumapunku was built, but why. I'm in Southern California, in the offices of forensic structural engineer Casey Himachia. Using CGI technology, Casey has spent the last 3 weeks constructing a 3-dimensional model of Pumapunku. And now he's about to show me not only what he believes it might have looked like, but how it was ultimately destroyed. Here we've got some visualization of what potential combination of putting together to create the platform. Man, I'm blown away by what Casey is showing me. A 3-dimensional model of what Pumapunku might have looked like more than 10,000 years ago. It's unlike any other model I've ever seen. It even has a large platform area that I can imagine being used as some kind of a launching pad. Was Pumapunku some type of spaceport for ancient astronauts? Or the headquarters for a team of alien engineers and scientists sent to explore the Earth? This is cool looking. Really awesome. But now I'm more puzzled than ever. How could such a large and magnificent structure be so completely destroyed? As a forensic structural engineer, do you think that an explosion might have been a reason for destruction of Pumapunku? The size of these stones, the weight of them, the mass, and the way I look at the pictures of the remains of these, it's my opinion that it would be very remote without it being caught. Okay, so then what does that leave us with? The concept of fraud would make more sense to me. Casey's computer animation of Pumapunku is consistent with various theories which suggest that the enormous stone blocks were somehow lifted up and then dropped down. It's also consistent with what I've been hearing from everyone I've spoken with so far, that Pumapunku was built sometime before the Great Flood.
If oil becomes almost liquid, getting saturated by water, it loses its stability, and therefore it's not capable of providing support to this structure much anymore. And with the movement of water itself, that can cause movement of the saturated.
The idea that Pumapunku was destroyed by a flood makes perfect sense because seashells and fossils of fish can find here even though the nearest body of water is more than 20 miles away. The criticism of the flood is wrong enough to jumble up the original place of these blocks right away. Meanwhile, the Arabian mythology has a core of truth. And that is my quest. Thank you very much for your time. There's now very little doubt in my mind that Pumapunku was built with some sort of extraterrestrial technology. And that is exceptional. It's just like, I don't know why they're so great flood. But this is the same flood that is described in the Old Testament. This has been an amazing journey. And
mankind really needs us. There is more evidence. So this is why.
I was out here for 10 years. I'm a stringer. I was working back to people and say hi to my buddy. I got you. Yeah. Thank you, brother. I got you. Much love, much love.
Thank you. Because one of the most ancient and mysterious events in the world, America. It was here that a prehistoric society
We got you. I'll get you a sec.
built megalithic structures using massive blocks. These blocks were arranged into complex designs and are considered by scholars to be older than the Great Pyramid in Egypt. But after a period of 1,000 years, all activity on Malta stopped. And any trace of the people who built these incredible structures vanished. There are stories that say Malta was once home to giants, and even a race of legendary one-eyed creatures known as Cyclops. These stories offer clues as to what really happened in the islands of Malta. And it shows that there could also be a connection to ancient astronauts. My name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. We've been taught by mainstream scholars there's more that we picture. I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth. Lying just south of Sicily, in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, the islands of Malta have been of strategic importance from the times of ancient Greece all the way through to the Second World War. This small and densely populated country covers only 122 square miles, and it is as rich with mystery as any place on Earth. The islands of Malta contain no less than 7 megalithic structures, and quite possibly they are the largest freestanding stones in the world. To this day, archaeologists struggle to explain how ancient people living in secluded islands were able to accomplish such incredible architectural feats. So I'm here to find out if there may be an explanation that the mainstream has not yet considered. One that possibly has a connection to giant one-eyed humans, the Cyclops. In the epic Greek poem Odyssey, written by Homer in the 8th century BC, the hero Odysseus encounters a Cyclops named Tithonus, a giant, one-eyed, human-like creature that, according to legend, was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Now, while he never specified where the Cyclops lives, the ancient believes that the giant monster and others of its kind might have well here within Malta's megalithic structures. To begin my investigation, I went to examine Malta's famous so-called courtyards, which some international theorists refer to as the Mediterranean of Europe, because they are just as mysterious. There are over 1,000 sites in Malta that produce rocks with giant kinds of areas in the rock. After one here, St. George's Bay on Malta's southeast coast. The mainstream theory of how these strange mountains were formed is that the wheels of heavily laden trucks would push a long sand over a long period of time. For that theory to be true, the wheels of the carts would have had to be of identical size and width. And they would have had to follow the exact same path over and over and over, never deviating. Otherwise,
enough form such precise rights. Quite frankly, I think such a notion is nonsense. On average, these cut ruts are about 1.4 meters wide, which translates to about 4 feet and 7 inches. So let's see how wide these are. So right here, this is a bit narrower. This is 4 feet and 4 inches. And from end to end, we're talking 5 feet and 3 inches. So that would prove how inventive both concepts and content here are about 3 deep and 2 after 3 inches in this cut. And then up here, we have 7 inches. So this is really just invented for minds that they wish to sustain all things. It's really just these things. Into the sea, which is about 46 yards. One area located along the southwest coast, serving the mysterious west, and visiting Englishmen nicknamed it after the busiest Clapham Junction railway station in London. The open financiers arranged to meet with Pastor Gordon Weston, who wrote a book about the Silk Road progress in 2010. They really lay it on the tone that you found. Absolutely, yeah. Basically, you couldn't go out there and do it. It's a wreck. What do you say? There's vehicle that would spray the way out. Because that's going to look that happen. You'll see the guy who's supposed to be the guy. So the guys that sound like that, people can't say. It's like moving that stuff. And if you understand, the one you can support, you follow your own duty,
So do you guys want a cigarette? Anyone want a cig?
Here we have several different theories about the origin and purpose of the West,
Would you like a cig?
ranging from
I want to share. I was an air ride for 10 years. So out here, so I just want to show you. I'm sorry.
ultimately, every side has its theory.
I just wanted to know where I was coming from. It's a good place. I understand. Okay, of course.
There is no methodology. It's a good There's one other aspect that took me away from St. George's Bay.
Where's right here? I don't know what the singer do. I don't know. We're waiting for the guy right here. Waiting right here for the guy. So we're going to wait. I asked Holy Joe where he says, how does he have that whole shit? And he said the other question is not dead. Oh, okay. How does this guy have that? This guy's got to be
A civilization that needs University of Malta. Dr. Banana is one of the foremost experts in Malta's megalithic temples, so I'm excited to have him help me with my investigation. Actually,
This just started. It gets way many more things where this is like literally gonna start with like you order a block or two east, it's not even that bad. This is the absolute literal start. You literally need permission to go further west. That's how that is. Checking to make a walk around canyons, it's all drug use. There's a huge dam that Chicago has that's big as dudes around. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like all the guys from the matching colors standing on the corner. All that's gang activity. These are white t-shirts. I got this one right here. Thank you. Nothing's free. Portion sandwich? Outreach. It's right there. It's right there.
Running straight into the sea.
Yeah, of course. You guys have a great day. Be safe. I mean, they were enough. I mean, this is not bad. They were not even trying. That's what I'm saying. So it's not what this. I'm saying the chat's like so easy. That's what I'm saying.
Located on the rugged and isolated
Some of the chat numbers, some of the chat contacts. I know, it's like, bro, like, am I don't know if it's like,
that is to say, structures which are three interconnected circular channels. Life is a very small part of the ratio of many megalithic
be safe. God bless all the rivers today. Easy back,
such a small island that many prehistoric megalithic temples. And it was to be difficult to produce. The presentation in really
so anyone saying that you're right, you might not. It's literally nice. No, can't and our can't. For some reason, we don't know why.
You know, people
I didn't know our can't change for season. I swear to God, I didn't know that. Oh, Jesus Christ, I thought I knew it all. Why do you think I literally put it down? I was like, freaking the fuck out. Oh, I honestly didn't. Wait, on God, I thought I knew everything. I'm shitty ignorant. I'm dead ass ignorant about that. I didn't know. On God, I'm telling you, I didn't know. I rarely admit that when I'm honestly I'm wrong. Okay. This is crazy, man. You make all these bad choices. You get bombs up one time, everything's going on. It's that serious. It's a sad one. I'm saying it's like chapters 9. I'm saying it's saved his life.
He came to this conclusion because, based on the tilt of the earth at that point in time, on the morning of the summer solstice, a light was come through the main entrance of the Mennonite temple and been cast directly on the center of an altar stone. The only way this could be achieved is if the monolith of Menandra was placed specifically and precisely with the end effect in mind. Now, what fascinates me is the fact that megalithic structures can be found all over the world, and most were carefully constructed to align with the sun. In Macedonia, for example, there's an ancient site known as the Kokina Observatory, which features 4 stone thrones at the top of a mountain, positioned to track the solstices and equinoxes. In Machu Picchu, there is a stone temple with 3 chapels where the windows also positioned to align with the sun during the solstices and equinoxes. Legend says that by looking through them, the mind can connect other realms. But perhaps the most fascinating connection of all can be found on the northwest coastline of France. Here, a collection of over 3,000 massive rocks called the Carnac stones align with both the summer and winter solstices. Even more incredible are ancient legends that claim that the standing stones were actually placed there by giants, just like the legends of giants we find in Malta.
What are some of the biggest rocks that you're aware of that have once existed here? We have much larger stones. We have one particular one at Rabbi, which is estimated to weigh about 20 tons, and we have a series of them, the same order, up in Jantia and later.
That's just mind-boggling, really amazing stuff. Between cartwrights that go into the sea and a megalithic temple that could date back more than 10,000 years, I'm beginning to see just how Malta could connect to stories about a race of one-eyed giants known as the Cyclops. But before I can draw any conclusions, I still need to gather more evidence. I'm exploring the tiny Mediterranean islands of Malta, looking for evidence that a legendary Cyclops may have lived here thousands of years ago. As my search for clues continues, Dr. Banana is now taking me to the temple of Hagain, which contains what is possibly the largest monolith on the island.
What does Hagain actually? Hagain stones and means that we worship or standing. So stones of worship or standing stones.
Right. This one, check this out. This is huge.
Yes, 3 meters high by 6 meters 15 wide and about 11 meters thick. That makes about 20 odd minutes. Yeah.
20 tons is around 40,000 pounds. That's the combined weight of 16 mid-sized cars. I'm always fascinated by the fact that giant monoliths were erected by various ancient cultures all over the world. For example, you can find them at Stonehenge in England, Carthage in southern Armenia, and even as far away as Easter Island. So you have to ask yourself how and why those so-called technologically primitive people erecting these enormous stone monoliths without the help of any large machinery. This is incredible. So this is one of the largest freestanding stones. I mean, when I see stuff like this, that's
all the big chariots, they quartered it in this place, and then
yeah, I mean, so how do you think these stones would walk here?
Yeah, they must have been dragged on a bed of roller stones.
While some mainstream archaeologists suggest that giant blocks of stone were moved from temples with the use of carts that ran along the so-called cart ruts, others claim that they were moved by placing them on the top of stone walls and hauling them across the countryside. But while it's true that a number of spherical stones have been found at Malta's megalithic temples, it still doesn't explain why such enormous stones were even used in the first place. You know, when I see this, I mean, it's just this massive rock. You know, the really how if the spheres would have withstood 20 tons of, because the spheres were made of light.
Is there somewhere where people need in the university setting?
Why we still work actually with two times.
He's still a demon person, but he's the closest person. But he's getting, he's getting a lot colder. He's getting colder and colder as time goes on. Not in his placement necessarily, but where he is in space. Just on his theory. His theory is getting worse.
Okay, today, we would use the most advanced of the materials. And so, the idea that some other type of technology that use becomes very possible. The idea that these structures today are considered to be temples implies worship. And that they worship the gods. So in my opinion, that is when the question begins. Because we have to then ask ourselves, who were these gods?
So, there's something else I would like to say.
I'm excited to explore the interior of Hagagun because there is something I've heard about within this structure that leads some ancient astronaut theorists to believe that this temple dates back much earlier than 3600 BC. If this proves to be true, it could fall in line with the evidence I've already discovered that could indicate a civilization existed on Malta as far back as 12,000 years ago.
Both runs along corridor, covered corridor, we open up into a courtyard, flanked by two hatches, one on each side, and each hatch is accessible through a porthole entrance. That's one, and on the opposite side, we have another one here, okay, with the usual low cold temperatures in this space. That's the famous Venus of Malta. About that time, it was discovered.
So this is where it was discovered.
Right.
Yeah, you can't. One cannot exist without the other.
According to Dr. Banana, many mainstream scholars believe the Venus of Malta is approximately 5,000 years old.
And look at the green dissection.
And I find that very hard to believe because this figurine bears a striking similarity to one I've seen that is much older. In 1908, almost 70 years after the Venus of Malta was discovered, a nearly identical statuette was found in Austria called the Venus of Willendorf. This bears uncanny similarities to the Venus of Malta in both subject matter and its exaggerated style. But what I also find truly incredible is that the Venus of Willendorf has been determined to be at least 25,000 years old. The implications of this are truly staggering because if the Venus of Malta is 25,000 years old, then that would suggest that the entire megalithic structure known as Hagagun could very likely also be from this same era. Now, while I've yet to find concrete proof that the Cyclops really existed here in Malta, I see more and more evidence that the incredible structures here are much older than what most mainstream scholars believe. But what exactly does this all mean? In 1902, a strange underground temple known as the Hypogeum of Al-Safrieni was discovered on Malta. The first archaeological investigation at the site turned up more than 7,000 skeletons. And according to a National Geographic magazine article from May 1920, many were found to be, and I quote, long skulls. I hope that Mario Costa, the executive of Focus Malta, can help me find out where the skulls are now, and if there could be a connection to strange legends of one-eyed giants. So here's how this place is unique in the world. Even today, there are still a lot of questions to be asked. There's a lot of people who know the history.
nothing to really give us a hint of what actually happened there. Gradually, we started to learn more of the site and what happened in these archaeological sites. So currently, all over the island, there are over 33 megalithic sites, and this is the only one ever found which is to be underground. It was a burial site from the amount of bones that were found here, and also a place for worship. Give a figure of what 7,000 million, but obviously it must have been much more. Because the estimate was written from just one area. It most of the idea was that these are written that were the youth and the making the way to older ones and taking them the idea that this was a burial of multiple remains of found possibly thousands. Where have those remains ended up? Where are they? Do you have any idea? We've got the Second World War, all these remains up. It's a tragedy that more than 7,000 ancient skeletons were supposedly lost. But I've actually seen old grainy photo of some of them, and they definitely appear to have elongated skulls, similar to those found in ancient Egypt and as far away as Peru. Luckily, a few of the elongated skulls that were found in the Epigean were sent to Malta's National Museum of Archaeology shortly after they were discovered. In 1907, they were put on display and quite a sensation. Many believed that they offered proof that the stories of giants inhabiting Malta were true. Some even speculated that the skulls were circular in origin. I'm really close to getting the museum in Valencia because who knows, maybe they were around.
Damn, 66, that's kind of crazy though. You the genetics of a god, brother. You're great. You're a great man, brother. What's it like out here, man? Tell us what it's like in Chicago on the west side, man. What's it like, man?
Check this out. West side is left side. I'm on the south side. West side is left side. I know all of y'all. But guess what? Y'all keep it 100. You know what I mean? Now, I need $100.
All right, fine. I can't. All right, make it on Facebook, dog. You got a bunch of fans.
Inside the museum is interesting artifacts from megalithic sites, including the remains of what looks like the statue of a giant female, and even an oversized cup. But today, I'm here to investigate the mysterious skulls. They actually recommended that the use some skulls
I said, I so much for that pussy. And it was white.
Thank you.
Look it up. I so much. I'm still looking for the ball to get my teeth back.
When 11 skulls found at the gym were examined in 1912, they were found to have significant differences from normal human skulls.
I read the pussy. I turned my head and took my teeth. Can you find her for me?
What does she look like? Describe her physical appearance.
She looked like that was the one down the truck.
Okay.
Look at what? Find her for me. See? I'm on the internet. Find her. Tell her I'll give her anything to get my teeth back.
I'll let you know when we'll be in contact.
I don't know. On Facebook Live. Now she should show up.
Okay.
I want to go viral.
All right.
For the knees knocking.
What's your next viral, but I want to go viral too. Let's do it. You got 1,000 people. Okay. You got a million people listening. Okay. I'm challenging a 66-year-old man. He can be Polish, German, he can be Iranian, black, white, it don't matter. If they can beat me with this, I'll give $1. They got to be able to touch their knee.
One suggests that some of the cells will accumulate to the so-called
There it is. Moving on, you guys got legs.
I try to stay in shape.
You're really in your 60s. My grandmother was walking 62.
66.
Yeah, you were in really good condition for 66. What did you got to do this?
Can be pussy.
The fact that since it's not the size and reach
So what we see
this feature is open when the person is born and closes around the age of 35. But the hypogean skull seems to not have a sagittal suture. But how and why?
Seems to be longer. Find her, I'll give her anything in the world. Pay my teeth back, baby, please.
You decent, bro. You know what it takes, man. Dead ass. Make an Instagram, start posting your shit. They love this shit. You can literally crew up the high fuck with start posting whatever you want. Posting that random shit.
I got mad.
What's the pussy challenge? That's what I'm saying, dog.
So if I go on the internet, I want to get paid.
Thank you very much.
I'm challenging a 66-year-old man.
Anything happens with these cells, let me know. I'm definitely curious.
No, we can't, bro. So shit, man, where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years, man? Where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years, man?
I see myself rocking and rolling with y'all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah. What's your Facebook? Shout out your Facebook, bro. Shout that shit out.
Professor Frankenmeyer has been looking for proof of ancient Antarctica for over 2 decades. His thinking is the final step of my investigation, the temple of the giants, and the island of Crozet.
Find that bro to get my teeth. I still ain't got no teeth like all the time. And then I go back to the people that made my teeth, and they said that. And I called. What about you people made my teeth at the church? Your insurance you ran out, you gotta pay $500 something. I ain't paying no $500 something. I'm going back my road, and I'm having to find the bro. Snoop Primer for me.
All right, go for it. Full dub sex. Let's come on street, dog. All right, you doing good. I fuck that, man.
Check the boy. Listen to my party. People
Based on the strange shape of the stones, Professor Falkenmeyer believes that they date back between 100 and 200,000 years ago, to the time when the first Homo sapiens emerged. And it was also around this time that many ancient astronaut have suggested that extraterrestrial beings first made contact with humans and altered the course of history.
Trying to maze, but whatever, I'm still taking it.
And although these stars are clearly too small to belong to giant cyclops, could they represent something even more profound? Could they be the actual stars that we could ask them?
Are you trying to get just you want to get on a spot and any spot and just kind of get info? You want to talk to like higher ups, or you want to go to a spot and talk to workers and stuff? Like block waters. I mean, I don't see how. Isn't that like extreme? Not the black, not the run, like people that run about it, but like people that give the stuff to the people that do like I can for sure get you on a black word because like working, there's not higher up, but there's people that are doing it. But I'm saying, it's not there. That's I mean, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give it a foot. I would definitely overseer life. I'm anywhere we go out here. I wouldn't go anywhere that there would possibly be an issue. So I'm kind of I'm trying to figure out what you guys were hoping to get. Because for sure I could bring it to a spot, just get some content, talk to some of the guys that are working. But they're basically, homeless, advantage like us, having to get a job somewhere, I mean, it's kind of like, you're not talking about the man. It's not that those kind of people. I talked to one of my guys, the rain on and off today, it fucked up everything, so no one's out on that lot because they only got work, but wasting daylight, guys, you don't understand, they're not this shit, they don't understand Chicago's a different city than other cities in America. It's the open air market, the drug market, and the shit market. All that whole time in the 90s, 24 hours, it's pretty shitty. You can't understand, you literally might get shot. It's like, let's say possibility, little possibility. It's scary.
You feel like I'm thinking no, that's tight. Y'all.
First place, Dr. Falkenmeyer believes that the capsule was designed with a full part out containing a lump steel. This would allow the stone and roll and not break apart when tremors took the island. So it's clear that they have and then all of a sudden, not only did they stop build in this megalithic style, but also seems that the people of knowledge was lost. In my opinion, the reason knowledge was lost is the flood. They started with, but after the flood, they did not have the technology anymore to move the system. I'm blown away by what Professor Falkenmeyer just told me. And now I think I can finally make the connection I've been looking for between the island of Malta and a race of wild giants known as the Cyclops. During my visit to the Temple of Gigantia on Gozo, Professor Falkenmeyer proposed that the early inhabitants of Malta were wiped out by the Great Flood, the same flood that is described in the Old Testament. In my opinion, the reason the knowledge was lost is the flood.
Because all the intelligent people were killed. And I remember that you told that this flood of one of the head prisons. Happened many thousands of years ago, so how long ago you propose that was? The simple has happened 12,000 years ago. So it is common known in natural sciences that the ice age should abruptly stop about 12 or 11,000 years ago. And this was the reason this culture stopped abruptly immediately. So all that what they did after the flood was very low in education and level. And that is why we can see the different building styles, because you have the megalithic blocks, and then you have smaller stones like this, where guys are very active to clearly see the different styles, and that archaeology tries to tell us that the smaller stones were used first. In reality, it was just the opposite. The megalithic style was first, and everything else that followed was smaller, because you can see that the many structures in different parts of the world were using the megalithic blocks, and then everything that came on top was smaller stones. Professor Franklin has really confirmed my idea that civilization existed in Malta more than 12,000 years ago, before the time of the so-called Great Flood. Which is what explains why the Catalans extended into the sea, because they would have been made to claim when the water levels around the world were lower. To where their force makes certain choices because they don't have the water levels around the world were lower between 10,000 and 11,000 feet sea, just before the end of the last episode. The ancient Greek text known as the Book of Enoch, which is 50 nations included as part of the Bible, it is written that God there is a great flood to wipe out the race of Chinese and one of the human. These Jews were set to be slaves of humans, the offspring of a rebellious or fallen angels made in this women. Now, according to ancient acts and theories, that the Bible often refers to as angels, which are in fact flesh and blood, the terrestrials. I mean, this is some really interesting information to now digest it. Just a great honor to listen to you and to hear about your idea and feeling.
And I do a personal interest. I do a personal interest. I just have to try to let them say, we're trying to get it done.
Appreciate it.
You know what I mean?
So this ancient story about the Cyclops living in Malta are true, and since there is evidence that suggests that there was a civilization in Malta more than 12,000 years ago, it is possible that the Neptunian and the Cyclops could be one and the same. The imperial race of pale Neptunian hybrids that been planted before the time of the Great Flood. Malta still has many more things to reveal, and much to tell us about mankind's extraterrestrial origins. But in the meantime, I'm on, once again, in search of aliens. This is Ground Zero for modern day UFO researchers. It's very exciting to go to a city that speaks in alien lore. I'm going there to investigate the Roswell flashback because that's been done 1,000 times before. My mission involves a much more recent discovery. In search
Of the society that creates.
My name is Julius.
And tragic.
manage for the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known
At the end of the day,
unknown.
we all have imagination.
Is not what we propose.
The night we choose.
I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth.
Knows how to exploit these dark fascinations.
In July 7th, 1947, unidentified object just outside the town of Rothschild, New Mexico. The next day, the local newspaper announced that officials from the Army's Rothschild had reported the capture of a quote-unquote flying saucer. But just a few hours later, the military revised that statement to say the object was nothing more than a weather balloon. According to reports, the government removed all debris from the side of the craft, and to this day, not a single piece of evidence has been recovered. Now, this to me is the most fascinating part of the story, because the object that was here to investigate was found near the vicinity of the craft site. So, what this is, the one piece of evidence the military missed. Ever, right? A local man named Robert Rich discovered the Roswell rock about 10 years ago while tracking deer in the desert. He found right near the area where the UFO allegedly crashed in 1947. The Roswell rock is this small triangle-shaped rock of brown color. It has this design on top of it. It isn't etched into the rock, and actually protrudes from it. It's interesting to me that most people I meet in Roswell have never even heard of this rock.
Once I see myself, that's why I know we're live. Oh my god, I'm nervous, bro. The whole world's watching. Oh shit, we're live?
I did not expect this level of detail. It is smaller than I'd expected.
Thanks, bro.
Definitely heavier than I expected. And the precision is well, it reacts to a magnet. Did you bring a magnet?
Sure. I happen to have my magic wand with me here. It might turn for me today, I don't know for sure.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Let me see something. Does it work with anybody, or is it only work with you?
You're like on a whole other level. And what I did was I was like, I believe in you.
That is sure strange. And is this the only space where it makes it think? No, the other
circle, we put it over here as well. We'll send it clockwise.
Oh, wow, yeah.
There's something else you might find.
You say yes, and if you don't, then he's going to be signing the Rebecca tomorrow on God. Alright, John, are you ready? Yeah, guys, make sure you go follow Steve on X-Ray out. Steve will do it. He's been killing it. Steve will do it. I can say how to use my channel. You guys been monetized since 2019. We'll share on YouTube. It's absolutely fun. So Steve is helping out people. So you just go come in and just jerk off. You never send me my time. They said the same thing to me when I got 1 million subscribers.
So what do you do for it?
Me too, so you want to spend it. I swear to God.
That's cool.
Asking people. No, they actually did that before I became Mexican. It's the last. Dude, are you Mexican or Mexican? Yo, come here, whole team, bro. Yo, what's good, guys? Yo, Alan's back. Alan's back. Peanut butter boy today. Good, guys. Yo, what's good? Yo, today's episode is going to be on some mental. We got Steve. I've never seen Steve mad except the Jersey Shore bit with that boy. That was crazy. That's all I clipped with something that. So I don't know how to talk to you today. Are you going to get money in this? You know, shoot them reverse video. We should catch 100 pedophiles, and whoever stays the longest in the room gets a 12-year-old girl.
No comment. Because we're live, you can't hit dive. But I think it's a great, you know what? Let's raise this percent there. We're live. I haven't been. I own this business. But I love the dark humor. I got a book. Let's do it, dude. You want to do it, dude? You ever sandwiches, these fuckers? Like the South Park episode where they ate the chili cubes, dude. You want to? Hey, I'm George W. Bush. Hey, where's Jason? Oh, my Jason. Hey, I'm going to George W. Steve. Say Al-Qaeda. Steve is a great guy. We love Steve. America's a place where George W. Steve can be drunk. Sometimes you can be attracted to Steve because he has less people for a he's younger. He's better looking. I do Joe Biden. Joe President, right in the United States. Steve. Joe President.
So this is the prayer that we're
Take it out, President. Take it out. What's a bad dude?
This is
Your
country, you know. This
Steve.
the last season, the last year is just sticking there. That's all. Fresh.
We're ready. We got our first rider. Let's go, guys. Let's go, Steve. Ready? I'm ready. Let's get it. We'll be 10 minutes in the car. Right. You're the roof van. Look at this. We came a long way, Steve. We got our sprinter now. In 3 months. 3 months. It's getting money. Get into the bank bus. Get into the bank bus, Steve. Get in, Steve. Sit right here.
Please, just one time, please.
Yeah.
Akil, and Eddie, don't give him his money. He's got a long-term deal starting tomorrow. I swear to God.
Right.
I'm not kidding.
These kids are all gonna be fucked by a pedophile. Like, what the fuck, bro?
This is changing a little
Chad, we're back with the pedophiles. Guys, are you ready for season 2? This is not season 2. This is a special guest in Vegas. Steve will do it. I can't believe he's catching pedophiles with us. I don't know what to expect.
This is not season 2. This is just like a bonus episode.
Just a bonus episode.
So do you think there's a connection between the...
Well, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Wait, we're talking.
We're having a party. We're having a party tonight. I've never seen a party. This is crazy.
Wait, Uber driver. This is our Uber driver from Los Angeles. Hey, what's your
left behind. And so if it's moving that fast, you know, the skip off the ground like a rock. Why couldn't that have been thrown this far? You know, the government did a pretty thorough sweep of this country when that happened. And maybe they missed something, I don't know. But I thought it was special from the very first moment it hit my hand.
The military allegedly spent months recovering debris, but the sand out here is constantly shifting, so it's very easy to see how they could have missed something as small as the Rothschild. Now, I want to be clear, I want to see if we can find maybe some similar rocks around here so we can, you know, talk about it. I'm always up for a lot.
Hot chip challenge, gummy bears. I threw a smoke bomb at him, a grenade, what else? Yeah, make it funny. Guys are build up. Yeah, I'm sick.
Definitely not the same. That's for sure. Because you compare that, and I mean, it's not even the same category. It's not a whole lot.
Resembled it in any way.
The jawline is like I think
The tan in the jawline, yeah.
but I think
So, you know, for the next couple of days, I'm going to something more over what happened today, and I'm going to go ahead and do some investigations on my own.
between you doing this whole
So,
wave of your
let's
what
go
you're
back to
doing
the chopper. Let's do it.
and also getting in really good shape.
So I'm on my way to Albuquerque to see Linda Moulton-Howe, an investigative journalist who has done extensive research not only on the original Roswell incident, but also on the Roswell rock.
It is what it is, right? And also look at this merch.
I have read on profiles that there is a clear connection between a crop circle that was found in 1996 in England and also the Roswell rock. Pretty much the two designs are identical. What can you tell me about it?
No matter what chapter
Could it really be
I got deleted off the interesting.com too, and as soon as I got deleted, they just dropped it.
Is the actual rock in its town. And on the right is the proclamation in blue, really on. And when you take each item, you can measure it.
Are you guys ready? What's evidence on this guy, guys? You want to read it out loud?
So you clearly think that the crop circle wasn't.
This guy was like, yes, I can't wait for you to vote me. I'm glad you don't care that I'm the 11 years old.
I'm sorry, I'll just say something because you don't wait to change people's lives. He's about to change your life.
There were 4 layers of thick for the top was layered one direction below and another direction from over.
I can't wait for you to vote me. I'm glad you don't care that I'm only 11 years old. Hey, buddy, when do you get out of school?
Anyone has ever seen.
And I said I out now. I had recess, go squat, I'm hard. Oh, your parents? Oh, you're out right now. Are you with your parents? I said no.
With
I
lunar
can't show that.
astronomy.
I said they were. I said so I can see you. Can I come see you anytime? It's okay. I said, can you send me a picture of your dick, please? He sent me a picture of his dick.
Past, present, and future. This is relating to space and time.
So I can't wait to see you.
Moving forward,
Yeah. Wait, so is this the kid that's being
stop to be funny. Point to point, bending space time.
And then
That
it's said,
plunges
God,
into
he loves fishing. He loves fake.
I really do think
This good boy. I said, can you give me a head, please? And oh, wait, see that shot in the box? Oh, yeah,
How good is this? Can you give me head in the text? What did he say?
he said, yeah, sure, but you just have to keep it to $3. I don't want your parents finding out.
Known as the Veda.
11-year-old boy.
As a bubble, in other words, what happens here is what happens
That is very sad.
that Robert
With that great
magnetic
in
properties
his head is the jack in the box.
and the spin clockwise and counterclockwise.
Parents can't find out.
Was it constructed that way by some intelligence? Was it a freak of nature?
I'm trying to, we're live here because
So basically, I feel like it was lots of jobs in the lab, but with this live, so I'm
Linda,
very smart.
thank you very much for this conversation. The information that I've learned is that for me, that's been absolutely invaluable. Thank you very much.
That was the coolest. It was not coolest. That was interesting.
Honestly, I really thought that this might be some space. But after seeing it in person and after talking to Linda, I'm beginning to think that what we here could be something quite extraordinary. So now it's time to put the Roswell Rock through some serious scientific tests. One of the biggest questions concerning the Roswell Rock is whether or not the design on it is man-made. And those who claim it is say that because the design rises out of the rock, the most likely way that it would have been made is not with laser cutting or machining, but with a process known as sandblasting, which can be used to cut away the rock around the design. So Robert and I decided to meet with a stone cutter to put this theory to the test. How you doing? What process is really the reason? Okay, that's awesome. I got a head start. I talked to the guy, put it on the computer, set it to different sizes. And of course, all I had to go was I think it's pretty good testing for that. Robert actually brought the Roswell Rock design. The rock, check it out. What are your impressions right now? Do you feel anything? No, I don't. I don't blame you. What are your thoughts?
It's interesting because in 2019, Hansen was charged with larceny after he checked out the vendor. Hansen turned himself into Connecticut January 14. Your favorite president will take a felony. You want me to point him in the face. Your favorite president will take a felony. We're not going to work to go ever. The state thinks like $10 to $30 a day. They're natural. If you don't get him his money, I swear to God, sign it.
All right. Yeah, that's something. This one thing is just a surprise. Well, I was done 5 minutes ago, yeah. Now, I think that this year has a piece of art that you just created. It looks awesome. But it does not match the Roswell Rock. It's a circle here and perfect cut. Okay. I can take my little tool and I can make perfect circles. If you have to, you can take and knock off of here, or is this simply not the same? I mean, this is an incredible creation. Yet this and that, to me right now, is different. And I know you have half an hour to do this. You know, I mean, let's hear from my reputation. Cool. This was supposed to be
ultimate proof that this is a sandblack piece. I got to tell you, Robert, I am more intrigued now than I was in the previous days. Thank you very much for opening up your shop for us. All right, take care. Thank you, sir.
The sunglasses replicas appear very different to the naked eye. But Robert and I are going to take an even closer look under a microscope. We're meeting with geoarchaeologist Dr. Bill Goldman, a man who has been studying the rocks for over 30 years in order to get an expert opinion on just one type of rock, the Rothschild rock.
Must be Giorgio. I am. Dr. Bill Goldman.
Pleasure to see you again.
Yeah, for sure. We're here to
look at the Rothschild rock. Now, I know you've seen this
comment in the world, right?
rock
He
before.
said that you catch
We're
the
here to
predators.
draw some comparisons with some other rocks that we found in the area, and also a sandblack piece that was done earlier. So there's this rock, and then we're going to look at this under a microscope today, right?
We're going to look at it under a microscope, and we're going to talk about whether that rock could have come from there naturally or not.
I can't wait to see this under high magnification.
We need it.
Okay.
Now, you found this where? Well, at the base of the Capitan Mountain. Okay, let's take a look at the geology map here. So there would be, well, here's Roswell, and here's the Capitan Mountain right here. So we're smack in the middle of a whole bunch of blue. Blue is limestone. Now, this rock doesn't look like limestone to me. So right off the bat, it seems kind of unusual in that place. Now, did you get any rocks from the area?
I did, absolutely. We collected some right here.
You guys are real scientists.
Well, we do what we can do, you know?
Let's play the sorting game here pretty quickly. Do some high-powered scientific tests. Mm-hmm. Now, this is limestone. You see, I can easily cut it with the point of a knife.
You cut it into this wide, so you can determine the hardness.
That's the hardness, exactly. Limestone generally can be scratched with the point of a knife.
What I find striking, though,
Where did that come?
exactly, because this totally falls out of line with everything that we have here. So why do you think that is, or what is your hunch on what this might actually be?
Basically, it's what geologists would call a pebble. It's rounded, and that kind of rounding is very typical of stones that you find in a stream. So, what's interesting to me is that this is a uniform color all over, and that's very unusual. You can see any one of these rocks has got different colors in different parts.
You think that this might have potentially been painted?
I'll tell you what I'd like to do fast. I've got this device right here. I can use this to just grind down and polish the surface of those rocks to get myself a clean polished surface to go through the material to really look at the structure using
I saw it and I so strongly disagree with it. And it's like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I love Andrew Schultz. I agree with this. Like, from straight up stupid
this is a foreign object to this particular region. We do not look at it as design yet. It looks like it. Oh, we have a little bit of earlier, we went to meet with a sandblack church, and the observer became convinced that this is a sandblack piece of fabrication. Yeah, and so what he did was he created these replicas right here, and we brought it to you for comparison with food. I'm guessing these are both some kind of plastic supplementary rock.
I love him to death, dude. Yeah. But I just,
also would have been a respect if you had to apologize to him.
I respect that I have bad opinions sometimes. I'm wrong about people sometimes who make mistakes. You say the wrong thing, but I think he just said the wrong thing and made a mistake, as in he's wrong 100%. And maybe it wasn't a mistake, because if he believes that, he believes it, but he's wrong.
That is, you should not say that. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I say dumb things, but that tops every thing I've ever said. That tops. And I'm not a hater. I love the guy to death. So we'll just clarify that. You guys know I love it. But when I saw that clip, it kind of made me like,
I'm so excited for this. Oh, wow.
The edges are so thin. I mean, because this was crossed with some type of a very fine knife.
Where'd you feel the clips? TikTok?
Yeah.
yeah, TikTok.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna take off my revenge.
It's getting hot here. It's a warm.
And it's not even the same ballpark as the Sandcastles can see. I'm sure it's a crazy thing. I've seen edges like this before.
Yeah, so I was gambling on Red Rock Casino, down like, what I remember is down $80,000, right? For playing, and the next thing you know, boom, I wake up on the couch upstairs, and it's 5 a.m., and I'm like, oh my God, what happened?
No one's ever been able to explain how supposedly primitive people
I was like, for sure, bombs,
using
right?
copper and chicken bones.
And then I go
To the local
into
native
the
legends, they say that the stones weren't caused by humans at all. Their God.
Right?
Looking at
And then I'm like, oh my God, and I go downstairs and like, yeah, did I? I'm sorry if I did anything
this
stupid.
is not a carving made by some science fiction fan,
And I'm
but
like,
it has to be
what
the
happened?
result of some type of
Anyway, I
advanced
fell asleep at
technology.
midnight,
Whatever
apparently,
it may
at
have
pre-10 a.m.
Could
This
it
is
be man-made?
besides the quarter million,
Still,
it's a
of
quarter
course,
million.
cannot
I gave
rule
away
out
100,000, kept the quarter million, and then at 3:10 a.m. I went down, played slots, and made 170 grand. So I won another 70,000. I didn't bring it back upstairs. I guess I gave it all away. And then
I think we need to look
so I gave away 170,000.
We need to evaluate two things.
I just know in the system I won 70 and 310 a.m.
Two, we're not really
I guess
sure
I
whether
kept the quarter million
multiple
and I gave
pieces,
away
whether it has a
170.
magnet inside it.
Zero memory of
So
that.
I got a friend who's an electrical engineer, and he has access to some very high-grade testing equipment for measuring magnetic fields. Second of all, I've got a friend who has a CD
I'm
scanner.
gonna read chat. We gotta see about that story.
Basically,
Yo,
a
chat, what's good, guys?
three-dimensional X-ray of the rock. And so we'll learn all sorts of things about the inside of that rock.
Dude, bro, I miss you guys so much. Nobody's doing a fucking job for Steve will do it, getting out of fucking debt, bro. Life-changing moments, bro. I'm never gonna forget that. I want to make friends.
You're 21,000 followers.
I know, I'm past you. It feels good.
The next step in solving the mystery of the Roswell rock is to find out why the spin from brought in contact with the magnet.
She's really proud of us. She's really proud of me and my team. I appreciate Steve.
With an
She's thank you,
electrical
Steve.
engineer,
She's so sick.
Nathan Melvin. And
It's so crazy watching Steve videos of 4 shits of blood pressure, bro, on YouTube. I'm like, bro.
sophisticated instruments from his lab to his garage, where we can bring the rock and
I clean up the streets, bro. Now we can do a sample to the green thing, bro. I didn't think I was
So
ever going to
Nathan,
come out of this.
Rob showed me that with a simple manual was able to make the Roswell rock spin. So there are certain magnetic properties we want to figure out if you use some more sophisticated instruments to determine whether or not there's really something interesting about this particular rock that we have here. It's kind of interesting to know, is it really magnetic field?
My bank accounts were fucking garnished. I couldn't make a penny. Everything was taken away. And God fucking answered my blessing with an angel like Steve. He came through. Got me out of once I told you. I'm the only person that's going to pay Steve back. He didn't expect it. I promise you, when the time is right, Steve's going to get it. He already said he's not going to take it. He's like, let's just go get right away.
It's so funny.
We're fucking a predator away. A few moments away from the predator, bro.
What is this black thing right now?
But you know who's more nervous? The guy that's taking the opening jacket off to suck off a living. I think he's a little bit more nervous than me. Because that is hilarious. And I mean that in like a very dark humor way. It's not hilarious. It's sick making jokes. There's dark humor and everything, right? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I'm excited, nervous. I'm glad we're gonna. I hope he gets arrested. And just embarrassing. I hope we gotta call his mom, his wife. I love that shit. Right? We gotta embarrass them. They deserve it. Fuck them. Like, so let's do it. Let's get it. And we can get some Jack in the Box.
Coming back around and going to the South Pole.
Oh, shit.
So we'll figure out a little bit more.
10 minutes away, guys, from the first predator. Chad, you excited? This is going to be a crazy one. Chad, how you guys been? I miss you so much. Are you guys ready for season 2? It's going to be crazy. We're aiming for mid-June or first week of July.
We gotta figure it out. Like,
I don't know how many seasons. We're going to do all our seasons. We're going to do all other seasons.
bro, but this shit does not get old.
Yeah, because it's an adrenaline. It gives people imagine the seeds.
Magnetite or other magnetic minerals like a lodestone, for instance, which the ancient Olmecs in Mexico actually used as a compass over 3,000 years ago. So I do find it very curious that the Mac
that Red Rock Casino, I cheated last night. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I ate the whole tea bar, not the drinks, all the chocolate, and I ordered chicken wings and burger. At 1 in the morning, my son's so good finally. So I'm recovered. We're gonna hit the gym later. Yeah,
Right
it's gonna be
underneath
crazy.
this area right here. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Is that something that could happen that they're not going to happen inside? Yes, there could be. It's very, very little possible.
Information suggests that there may actually be a magnet trying to get inside the rock. I was more determined than ever to cut into it to verify that it is in fact inside rock and not just box the past. From a mold of ages. And so reluctantly, actually very reluctantly, Robert agreed to let it use his uranium on the backside of the rock.
Dustin Poirier is fighting South Chest. Oh shit.
That's gonna be a crazy one. Who do you got? Underdog? No, that's just not gonna win.
No. Poirier is
Hard.
Poirier, Dustin is the underdog.
One more shot of
I have
blinding.
mad loyalty. I was down like 300-something thousand. He knocked out a motherfucker. He was a big time underdog. He won all my money back. So I forever will have his hot sauce in my fridge. I'll forever will have his hot sauce. He saved my life.
The guy is clearing up and it's helping him and he's doing that.
It's crazy.
That's just me bullshitting. I still he's a big
part of him.
The reign of the Fisher continues.
That's gonna be big.
Inside
That's gonna be
the
crazy.
natural rock. Absolutely.
Yeah, Chandler's not filming a fucking
Yeah, Robin said
movie
it.
in fucking
It's
Sunday.
emotional. It's
But he's filming movies starting a liquor
This
company.
is
Yeah, no, I
the
started a liquor
natural
company.
rock. There's no
Right.
question that
You don't start a liquor company and not drink, right? So I have to go Michael Chandler. He's got a Chandler.
you can bring it down.
And Chandler's got an African American kid, and for some reason that's what.
Make them a mold.
Yeah, and you know, I love the restriction that because there's this meme that I can't say because it's locker room with Michael Chandler and his kids, and there's a funny as meme. I sent it to McGregor. This is funny. He responded. She's like, thought it was hilarious. So anyway, I love McGregor, but I'm a gambler.
How was she going to put out Chandler?
I wouldn't know. I know.
Magnetite could explain the Roswell Rock's magnetic charge, but we found much less than what Dr. Goldman was originally expecting. Never did have a magnetic charge at all, and one that's highly concentrated in one specific part of the rock design. That is So let me say, this is much higher brain than I expected it to be. But this time I want to say you with this time, throw a things up to you off and I become hard to determine what it is just because it is so fine grained. And so I think that when we look at the X-rays of this thing, we're going to have another chance to figure out what is inside different than what we can see having only shaved off of that kind of thing. And back to once again, Robert, I mean, I'm just got all sorts of pride in you for being willing to do this. I think a lot of times, you know, when people back out, you didn't back out. And that to me was the telltale sign. I was like, because I was pulling back and I was like, you know, I know this guy. If you say so long, you didn't do that. Oh, I must have read his home. Okay, so here's what we know. We've established that the Rothschild watch isn't some fancy rip-off. It's not plaster. It's not paint. It's a real stone with a finely carved design that cannot be easily reproduced. It's also magnetic, but we still don't know why exactly. So now we need to find out for sure if there isn't some little magnet or something hidden inside the rock that makes it move and spin the way it does.
Why? Because Brad got scared.
Well, this is a bad shot.
Brad's light flashed before his eyes.
I know Brad's petite. Like, I know Brad. So I just, it made me happy watching the video because he was so pissed off, and I know pissed off Brad. Like he genuinely, like, hates that about it. I don't know, I just like, imagine you're trying to fuck a 6-year-old and then it's like,
I've never
you go up and there's 300 pounds.
This guy's 4 minutes on the head right now. No one coming. Okay. Yeah, this is our way. I'm being about front.
You ever just say fuck it, you're like, I'm gonna get the blowjob or something.
That's not the deal. I'm really well. Yeah, let's go.
Don't let him, bro.
Bro, no, I should take your dick, bro. I'm not such a dick.
I say whatever. He's probably just like gets a blowjob real quick. It's okay. It's actually it's legal, right? Because you are a man.
Oh my god, I'm nervous.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, she's not. I brought my Uber driver, my local.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat Steven's gonna be right
What you see here on the screen is the inside of the rock. It appears almost entirely white, which means it's very close throughout. We see a gray line indicating less density where the fracture is, but overall, this thing is pretty solid. And some reactions, they still can't figure out what it was. And who would choose such a hard rock to cut into? We're looking right down the long axis of the rock.
I love to catch predators so much. Chris Hansen is honestly, like I said, without doing better, Chris Hansen's better for me. I'm a little shy / nervous because I'm a fan and I like it. So I'm going to be kind of silent. I'll be there. But I don't know. I'm going to be a little silent.
What if these guys, these predators, are knowing that we're doing this? Oh, it's getting so big that some people, would they alert? Would they alert the other way going? Yeah, last time I got one, she called the translator, and the translator was there watching it. See, I let him go, I'm going to get arrested. And then now it's getting so big that the chat signs up on sites and catches us, like, you know, makes us controls and wasting all those people. So these guys are going to come and read you. I'm going to tie you to a tree. I'm going to go so juicy. I don't think
suggested that
They're so fucking
funnier than us.
There's nothing inside of it.
It's a time they have.
Videos sometimes.
Guys, I love you guys. You guys are watching your fans Italian.
After conducting that final test on the Rothschild rock, I met up with the
Nobody's in the fucking chat. Spam, break the chat. Let's get it.
Here you are. Good to see you again. How are you? All right.
Where's the microphone? I didn't know this was how we produce show.
What a week, huh? Man, before I tell you what I think, I want you to tell me what you think. How do you feel? I'm just thrilled that everything we've done is stood up and validated what I've always talked about. The rock. Great. Have you ever rock?
I swear to God, that guy, No, I'm saying like he might text us in 10 minutes because he just got a 7-minute like,
There it is.
you know what I'm saying?
This part right here, you can forever tell people, well, this is where
No,
they
no,
get,
I'm not saying it yet.
this is where they get, I'm going to get a rock here. I know there were some pretty emotional moments.
This is so like, this is so
Guys, why would I just keep mentioning that?
I'm nervous.
Do you always want to fucking back sometimes?
But I like that you guys have, when I saw him,
I was still on the
Steve's like, we're
fence,
just gonna go
and then we
hang
drilled
out a
into
bunch
it,
of
we
videos.
determined right there and then that that constitutes painted, and then the CT scan,
But when he showed up, I was like, this is what we do, it's nonsense, or I'm like, this is
and
how
of
it is.
course also looking at this on the great magnification, wasn't that true? What message to go? Yes. So that blew my mind. Especially when I saw the incision mark under high magnification.
You said 25,000 people.
This was a soft piece of cloth that eventually, and I have seen these type of surfaces before in other places around the world with sophisticated tools where you couldn't see it. I think that we have an artifact here that might potentially be ancient. And so,
Dude, everyone's calling you if you know Tim
this piece wasn't left behind after the crash, but that this is what they were looking for.
Bro, why is like screen like why is like live stream like the viewers so savage? Like, you guys are also game people, you know that? Like,
And you all know that those questions are uncomfortable, and I always ask the uncomfortable questions.
they're saying like weird.
So they tried throwing?
No, they're like,
This has been nothing short of amazing.
like
And
someone were
so
talking
before I
to
leave,
You know what I like to do?
I wanted to give you
no,
one
it's
of
like,
these.
Jesus, like, guys,
The ancient pre-Columbian gold flyer. I know this. I'm glad.
I know this very well.
You are now part of the club.
Well, thank you.
And, you know, I hope that this won't be the last time that we see each other. So, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yep.
That you with me. And, you know, give me a call.
Yeah, I have your number.
So anything new about this, for sure.
You got it.
All right, Robert.
Thank you, George. Go.
Thank you very much. Take care. So now, when I connect the dots, what do I think that the rock actually is? Well, perhaps it was supposed to be found back in 1947. When it wasn't, the crack open was made maybe as a second attempt to give us the message. And what is the message? Maybe it's a type of star window letting us know that they're out there and that they plan to return one day. Let's face it,
Chad, this is going to be a good one.
this book has not yet been written.
Can you imagine that these guys are so
Once again, it's
so is that how do you they still take
Are you clicking on
what is that?
their Instagram? Their Instagram link. It's not delayed. Yo, track still.
It's just awesome.
Yeah.
States Olympic Peninsula, which is one of the world's most active areas for Bigfoot sightings. According to the ancient astronaut theory, extraterrestrials came to Earth in the remote past and modified our DNA to make us what we are today. There are depictions throughout the ancient world of strange hybrid beings like some of the gods in ancient Egypt and the Chimera in Greece. And there are also numerous stories of giants and wild men. So alien visitors have done other genetic experiments, ones that resulted in a race of beasts that have survived virtually undetected for thousands of years, or it could be another and even more incredible connection.
Bigfoot really exists. It isn't just giant hairy beings, but living proof that extraterrestrials not only were here, maybe they're still living in our midst. My name is Guinness Superlation. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream science is not the whole picture. I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth. In 1958, a bulldozer operator in Rothschild, California, discovered 16 human-like footprints near his equipment. When he told the story to a local newspaper, he said that the footprints must have been made by an animal with a really good foot, and the legend of Bigfoot was born. The tales of mysterious hairy beasts can be found in cultures throughout the world, dating back to ancient times. In the Himalayas, they have stories of the Yeti or the abominable snowman. In Australia, they talk of a giant ape man known as Rabbi. In Mongolia, they have the Yeren. And although the stories come from different parts of the world, the accounts are surprisingly similar. Most describe a tall, massive creature walking on two legs and looking very much like some sort of giant ape. Nowhere are the stories more prolific than in America's Pacific Northwest, where thousands of people claim to have seen or encountered the mysterious Bigfoot. We're about to see the symbol of the Olympic project, where Bigfoot researchers they have all sorts of scientific equipment, and they are dedicated to a lot. To investigate the mystery of Bigfoot Sasquatch. The Big Hairy Monster. This is in the middle of nowhere. It is God's country with absolutely gorgeous. By the way, I have no idea what to expect. All right. This seems to be the place.
That's 6'9".
And hopefully getting pictures of that stuff.
Is that 6'9"?
The team of 24 researchers includes experts in everything from wildlife habitats to audio and video recording. Today, the group has spent thousands of hours monitoring the Olympic forest looking for evidence of Bigfoot. Leading the team is longtime Bigfoot researcher Derek Randall. He has invited both myself and Dr. Chris Logan, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, to join the team on an overnight expedition in the Olympic Peninsula. I explore the ancient mysteries of the world, and so the whole idea of Bigfoot to me is interesting because all throughout history, there are bizarre stories of these phenomenon as these creatures that they'll find not just in this part of the world, but all around the globe. Given my background, I'm already in medicine.
I had no idea what was going on.
Political initially, but I'm down here, and then as I investigate things and ask for the questions and look for correlations and correlations, then that level of acceptance makes things true. What do you find about the area, and are there any local legends that talk about this amazing creature there?
I just know I wish you were real successful.
A serious hotspot in Bigfoot activity.
I'd just be like,
Curiously, the Olympic mountain range is also a hotspot for UFO activity.
I would say you're just like a
Over the
really
years,
nasty
there have been
person.
hundreds of reported sightings of
disgusting
strange
inside and
objects
out.
appearing and then quickly disappearing in the sky.
You're like, you have no house, you have no
In
car, you're
June
broke.
2011, two people even claimed they witnessed a
Then you
cigar
got arrested, get pulled over,
shaped object
meets
hovering
women,
in the
whatever.
sky
He is a
for nearly
pedophile.
15 minutes.
I
There
just
have
know
also
that
been
it
reports
makes sense that your
of
life's
people who
going so
saw
downhill
strange
because
lights
you're just a bad
following
person.
a
That's
Bigfoot
what I'm saying,
encounter.
right?
And there are
He tried to
even
say
some
whatever,
reports of Bigfoot being seen coming out of disc-shaped craft.
But it's you know what's funny? He's called Chuck. That's what you're saying. 6'9" was a crazy pedophile.
Back in the early 80s, I would get together with a couple hiking partners of mine, and we would go up on the trail system. There's a very elaborate trail system throughout the Olympic National Park. So at that time, we started to take our backpacks off and pull our tents out and ready to get situated for the evening. And we heard a very loud crash. And here comes a rock. And it's parking. And it comes down and lands about 10 feet to the left of us. And we didn't even say anything. We didn't move. We just stood there. And then another one. And it landed about 10 feet to the left of us. And then we panicked. And we just started gathering our stuff up off the ground, and then another rock hit. We didn't take the time to put our backpacks on. We just started running down the woods. We were trapped before I figured out. There was one taken. I bet it was.
You're a very bad representation of this brand. And you just,
And the next day, pretty much, I went into Bigfoot research. I've been doing it ever since.
Derek's account seemed very genuine, but then I have to ask myself, with all these Bigfoot encounters, why do we still not have concrete evidence of the creature's existence? Perhaps the Olympic project will be able to find that evidence during our expedition. So, what are we looking at here? Very colorful.
What we're looking at is a spectrogram of an audio file. What I like to do is set up a recorder in an area that has prompts and record all night long, and then review the audio file to see if I can find anything of interest. Okay. What I've got here is an isolated signature within a loop of 5 different vocalizations that are suspicious.
Those lines, are those the vocalizations?
They are. So now this is just a loop of this specific vocalism.
Well, like, yeah.
Is it a guy yodeling? It's very interesting.
Yes, we can't say specifically that it's a Sasquatch, but that's what interests people that are analyzing the audio.
What do you say to someone that might suggest, well, what we just heard is nothing else but a wolf howling?
It's possible, but since we're looking at it in a spectrogram, we can compare it to a wolf spectrogram.
David Ellis has collected dozens of animal sounds recorded in the Olympic forest. And each new sound collected is compared to documented animal sounds.
Yeah, well, tell me something like about that street.
With it, you can eliminate sounds
What
that
is this?
match with known animals. For example, a wolf howl. According to Ellis, the sound we are listening to now does not match up with anything else on record.
Yeah.
That is very interesting. The team arms themselves for the hunt with an arsenal of super sophisticated equipment. Their so-called secret weapon is the FLIR camera, which stands for Forward-Looking Infrared. Often used by law enforcement and the military, FLIR is the top of the line in thermal heat sensing technology. They also bring along an audio dish for amplifying sounds coming out of the forest and motion detector still cameras, all in an effort to find concrete evidence of the legendary creature known as Bigfoot.
all of this is correct, but as you all know, the real research takes place out in the field. So I would love to take all this gadgets and all our gear on the open and let's see what happens. Let's do it.
I know their phones gotta be going crazy.
I just set out into the forest with the Olympic project. I'm here to find out if Bigfoot actually exists, and if so, if there is an extraterrestrial connection.
Guys, this is gonna be a real one. This is gonna be crazy. Little tweaking, but how far from that location?
The team often conducts their Bigfoot expeditions on Mount Mueller, where numerous sightings have been reported.
Let's go.
So we're doing this on foot.
You have 27,000 people.
All right, let's do
It's
it.
gonna get up to 50.
This beautiful career. The scenery is
See, is that a live for live stream?
anything I've ever seen.
I think that's like
This area
king
is
shit.
currently
Shit.
over
I
200
stream
reports
that's on
of
like
sightings by different people. And whenever I hear stuff like that, I'm interested because, you know,
I
can't
had 50
suggest that
last night.
all
So I
these
was like, oh,
200
no, that's
reports are
no, that's
for
God,
crazy
that's
people.
not real.
So
That's somebody fucking with me.
what if
Bro, I get
something
5,000 real
really is going
viewers.
on here? And
If
so
I have anything
I'm
above
very
5,000,
excited
I'll
to be
just
out
stay
here.
with it.
I
And
say
maybe
15. Every
we'll
time you
get
get
someone
close to
who's
that Red Rock, it's
with
50,
sure
50,
that
20
we
K.
heard of.
40, 50 last night. Two nights ago.
Oh, wow.
No, it's I had 5,000 real on God.
Wow. Oh, so then they were killing it.
No, I don't know.
I know. I don't support the odds for me. Hell no, we don't like that shit. We're going out immediately because I don't want to stay
I
there.
talked to Rothschild.
In the event they find
It's
a
bad.
professional, and many have recently been discovered in
I know
this
shit.
So guys, make sure you follow the Discord right now. We're giving away $500 to one of you guys. All you gotta do is follow right now. And and also follow the Kick channel. We're giving away $10,000 on June 10th. 8 and match 9K. We're giving away one. And we're gonna give 20 people $500. So all you gotta do is follow the Discord.
Follow Ruben on this.
Follow Stacy. Code Vitaly. Follow Steve. Steve will do it next. Yes. You get a lot of support. Do you love it? Are you like addicted? Is this you actually new thing? You're not gonna stop, right?
Yes, but I do YouTube.
Because you said you wanted to kill a kid. You did one, and it was great. And then you stopped. You're not gonna do that.
I'm not in love with live streaming. I like being like a guest, like with you.
Yeah.
But I'm not a live streamer. I have too much locker room talk and dark humor. I can't be live streamer. I literally can't. When I live stream, well, no, it's about I own the business. I can't get canceled. But I own a very large business, and because of that, I have to be kind of like a little proper. You're looking out for everybody. But that's life, man. I can't get canceled. Nobody can fuck with me. Try to cancel me. You can't do it. But
not just simply something with a
you know, somebody can drop me that owns this at a Walmart or whatever. We're very big, so it's try to be smart. And
that indicate that the anatomy of the creature
we love you guys.
to that of a large
Yo, what's up, guys? What's the evidence of the second guy? He's real. Can what's up, Steve? Read it. This is gonna be real evidence.
We love you guys. Good chat. We love you guys.
and this way in excess.
You guys are very awesome.
But rather than on foot, as in the case of humans, the creature's footprints indicate that its weight is distributed much more evenly, leaving it flat. But
Chat, I miss you guys so much, bro. Appreciate you guys watching. This is live. How do you think I would catch pedophiles in Las Vegas? This is crazy. It's an open carry city. We got Alan. We got the best people here. We got the lovely team. Everybody loves Alan in the chat. My mom loves Alan. My mom's like, okay, so
several hours, 2 sets of pins.
it's gonna be
Everyone
amazing.
works together
With
to
different
organize quickly before the light fades. Then we head out into the woods with 30 cameras.
Dude, you guys are so fucking awesome. Dude, I love the Italian chat. You guys are nice. And everybody's like being nice to me. Thanks, guys. It's so sick.
Usually lasts for 3 to 6 months, depending on how many
And thanks
pictures
for
you
the
get.
thanks for the energy drink, but it's got 180 calories. I just gotta get some else, but just know it's really good, and I appreciate. And I appreciate Celsius. They have bad ingredients. Big energy drink.
What happened to them? It's a new company that took over, right?
This is clean. This is just real life talk.
This is not radio chat.
No, just it is Celsius.
Usually I'll have
Oh
somebody
yeah, I love
off
coffee.
in the distance,
My wife
and
loves
we'll do
coffee.
sound checks, so I get an idea of how close something is to the dish.
But
So,
yeah, I'm
would you
very
be,
into
so
my
kind
health,
as to do a
fitness,
sound check for
science.
you? Are you saying you
So
want
Steve
me
hits
to
the
get
gym
put-
twice a
is
day,
that what
bro.
you're saying?
He's a maniac.
Fine, I'll do it.
Oh,
But let's get into the
Just
business
rice
right
is
here, all right?
Yeah, rice is good. And we're just talking about ingredients. I think they don't have the fake B12, the psycho, whatever that's human-made.
I know.
That's probably far enough.
Human waste and
Now,
this
we're
is
getting
most 90% of energy drinks have this fake B12 in it, and you got it's some law that because it's a single dose toxicity law.
So I'm good. All right.
Okay, I don't know enough about it, but all I know is that it's human-made B12 made from like human waste. And if you look at like the ingredients in a bomb, this ingredient in there. So I just don't want to drink anything that is in the ingredients of a bomb.
And is not.
But I think Celsius Lemon Lime is the best tasting energy drink in the world. I just can't drink it because I'm
I
healthy.
think that there's very few. There are very few.
Everybody's listening to
Very
it.
smart. They're excellent woodmen.
It's like I don't get
Kevin's on the phone. He's like, dude, where are the pedophiles?
We're catching them,
They're
bro.
far and away our security.
It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. No, at Jack in the Box.
Every member of the Olympic Club just talks about Bigfoot as being this very large and so intelligent creature. When I hear this, you know,
Yo,
the
Tim's
story
at
of the
Jack in the
Watchers
Box.
from the Book of Eden.
Hey guys,
This
how are you?
apocryphal text, which was
Thank you. No, it's cool. I'm proving a point. Guys, because
descended to earth from
oh, here's 100 for you. 100 for you.
heaven
100 for you.
shortly after the
We
time
love you. That's
of
it.
creation. According to the book
Yeah, no, 100 for this guy. Hey, for this
of
guy.
Enoch,
You know, he's
the
got a back
Watchers
cash.
mated
Great
with
king.
early humans
Steve.
at a rate of giants
Yes, sir.
called the Nephilim.
Very good. We love the gold chains.
Just for you.
Other
Change it.
worldly
Just pay
visitors
for your shit.
come here and
We love the African Americans, right? No, we love
engage
7-Eleven
in
too.
some sort of genetic manipulation.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Still, you live among us right here on Earth.
Steve, that was nice.
Nice meeting you. I love the gold. It looks great. You rock as well, right? Thank you. Wonderful employees. I'm guessing that guy drives this car.
Such a nice weather now.
We do what not to try.
He drives this car.
All right, we're ready to get you a real one right now. You're gonna go
You
bananas.
do it. Sick. You love it? Is this the Hellcat? Like
It's not too thick. Doesn't sound very better. So this is kind of perfect right here. I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Hey, miss. It's amazing. Have a good day.
And generally, after you do that, you still
Steve,
it's
nice. Made their day.
return. And believe it or not, it does happen.
That's why I don't like Darlene, right?
Darlene fucked up.
Such a bitch, dude.
Maybe something will happen.
I wish I had more money. See, we have that 20K. You have it on you? Anyone have money? How can I get money right now? I just want to give out money on the stream. I need at least 10,000. How can I get money right now?
The modern day phenomenon
Yo, Luke, can you throw this away?
that's just sprung
Can
up
you throw this out,
recently.
please? Can you
But
throw
there
this out,
are, in
please?
fact, legends from ancient times from
Can you
all
throw this
around
out,
the
please?
world. For example, in the remains of the ancient city of Nineveh, in present-day Iraq, Sumerian tablets
On
dated
chat,
as
we're on to the next one. This shoot is crazy.
tell the story
Yeah, yo, Steve, for the next one, we got $69,000 chat.
Entity is described as a large, hairy wild man living outside human society. But the most fascinating part of the story is that
Guys, this is Vegas, so this better pop. I believe it. Steve's gonna walk with a $69,000 check. I'm gonna do a confetti. They're gonna go, yeah, whoa! And then he's gonna be so confused. Like, yeah, you remember the slot we played last summer? So we're a little late.
So could the story of
we have to take money too. We can make it rain on that.
be connected to the similar stories about the
That's the one I bring
Rothschilds
Steve
in the
with.
Book
It's
of
only
Enoch?
140K all on the red.
And if Bigfoot really
Oh, you're watching the
exists,
stream?
could it be the product of extraterrestrial engineering?
Who can bring me 10,000? I have 50 grand in my room.
Let's do it.
Somebody's got to bring me money. Let's do it.
As the light fades,
Oh my
James
God,
and I
that's
sit
right
at the
Right now, I'll work for you.
chamber
I'll
to
quit
look
right now.
for
I'll
any
work for you.
signs of
No,
Bigfoot.
I'll do my safe code faster.
So James, this was you drive around all night with the machine on and the scope is 60 degrees view, and then we'll go find a place that's
I got some money for people. It was fun. So,
Oh, John, I'm reading your job right now.
just keep following the road.
I'm going to catch these motherfuckers, okay?
All you guys, let's see if you get it.
This looks pretty
Oh, wait, hold up. Wait, where's the...
So,
Alright, let me just grab my
all the way to
money.
the sky, and see some UFOs.
I have 5 grand.
Suddenly, something appears on the monitor. In the fading light, all
You
you
have
can
that 5
see
grand?
are trees,
You guys like
but the
this
film
one?
camera
This
has
one,
signaled
you
something
guys
that
didn't expect this one. How you thought we were gonna get on this one?
You have money?
No, this is fake money. That's right, because we're gonna prank the pedophile. We're gonna tell you for the lottery. I know, Chad.
Everything. I'll pay you back. Come on, everything.
Whoa. So just this one we can move us.
You know, my friend said, all these are these answer. Yeah, they're dummies, right? They gotta just they're an employee of a water machine like that. You have to yeah. Oh, you're a private business owner. You have something like that. You deserve to be fired. You understand? They make $12 an hour. They represent the brand. They represent $1 billion brand, right? But they make $12 an hour. It's just it is what it is. No, we do not want Trump to Tim in here. I don't know why, bro. He's an absolute degenerate. He's a good person. But
in the beam of light, you saw
like
what
a 50-year-old that just drinks all day and that
shadowy creature which walked off into the woods.
oh, he's horrible.
The crack
All I
disappeared.
hear is like, you gave him this much.
He's being homeless to me.
Over the next few days,
But the thing is,
there were
with me,
reports
he's
in the area
honest.
of light.
And that's why I will always
With
get the money
missing
because he's
organs
honest.
and body
Hey,
parts.
Steve, I need money. I just lost everything
All
in
looked as if
horses.
they had been
I'm negative
removed
8,000.
with
I
surgical
owe my
precision.
bookie 80,000.
If they
And I'm always there for him. He doesn't abuse me either.
Bigfoot and deep
I'm like
animal
emergency.
mutilations,
He'll figure it out.
I
He'll
think
win.
it's safe to
Somehow,
suggest
some way,
that we
help
may
people.
very well be
But yeah,
dealing with
currently right now he has
some
one bookie that owes him 8,000, and then one bookie that he owes 80,000, and he's minus $300 in his bank account, and that's his life. But I gave him 25 grand, and I won the $250,000.
Well, I've had a
And
variety
he
of
went to the bank
experiences,
because that's how broke he is. He has to. Like he's. It's amazing.
finding
I love
footprints on
honesty
a number
and
of stages.
transparency. I love it.
We've even seen a fleeting silhouette,
So,
which could very well
yeah.
have been a
Let's have some
factor.
fun.
Still waiting for that.
I love you guys. You guys are fun. Vitaly's got a good chat. I really.
I love your job. I love my job. I will never take it for granted like you do. I will work a month and leave. No, that's it. No, that's a consistency scheme like John.
And acknowledging these great, wonderful people in chat, right?
Yes, sir.
Moderators, people that chat, repost, retweet, etc. Comment, like, subscribe, follow, and stuff. I love you guys.
And so tomorrow
Support
is
Vitaly.
another
He's a good
day.
person. I swear to God.
I'm gonna turn off the lights.
I believe
Go to
that.
sleep.
Thank you.
And Can I talk about a little thing of this, your situation that happened to you? Can you talk about it?
The next day, Dr. Meldrum
with
and
what
the
happened
Olympic
with the
practice team informed me that they have
So I have
decided
a
to
friend
continue
that
their
in high
expedition
school,
for 2 more
that's
days.
so one of my
But
good friends in high
unfortunately,
school
I
that's
needed to move on. That way, right?
was a sleepover, and he took mushrooms. 3.5 grams. How many grams? 60 grams. Right? So my friend in high school took 3.5 grams of mushrooms and punched my friend's dad in the face. Guess who got arrested? My friend's dad, because he was underage. So when I see Vitaly's story, me, one, I was judged, period, but two, I know that story, that situation, and that's kind of like what my friend did with that. So I just jumped like,
Tell me more.
that doesn't, you know, that's not who you are. That situation doesn't make who you are. That's not like who you are as a person. That doesn't justify whether you're good or bad person. That is called doing drugs and shit. It's not even drugs. That's a mushroom. It's like this.
Hair-covered man
Shit.
it was that line in the deep woods of the Pacific Northwest.
6:30, and then my friends came in town. They're like, "Oh, looks like you've been having fun," and I'm trying to impress them. Let me take this. I woke up for sale. I know I met Vince, the nicest guy.
Nicest guy in the world, right?
Giant creatures, also known as Sasquatch, is simply taken for granted by many Native American
You cannot
tribes.
judge someone and say, I know this guy was one bad day in this area. One fucked up situation that doesn't.
I was coming around this corner and the beach was off to my west. And
so that's me. And that's so I saw that story, I felt for Vitaly. And I feel like that's like a big reason why I want to stop this. Is because I feel for him. I know that doesn't make you who you are. Like it's not. Like Vitaly is just based on that one night. It's just what he is to the inside. And I think he's a good guy. And so I wanted to help him out, and I did it. And I realized one thing in life, when I have your intentions, it always works out for me. And that's why I'm such a winner.
That's right. W. Steve, and the only person that can judge me is God. So, but the chat, everything's great.
Yep.
Try people understand it. And if anything, something positive came out of it. I'm sober almost 3 years. So, and if not that, I probably would have overdosed. So, but no justification. Whatever happens, as soon as Asti got me forward, he came on backwards. And if anything, it made me into a better human being.
Richard set up a number of motion control cameras in every
What do you always do? They got the chat out, guys. We got snipers following us.
Just guys, we don't want you to ruin this operation, so just stay back, please.
I had a real bad feeling even when I got there. Everything was real quiet.
Oh, we talked to them because I didn't talk to them. Chat, like, stop following us, bro. You guys are gonna ruin our information, bro.
Here's great, but there's nothing over there.
Oh yeah, you're looking out. Yo, can we read the evidence of this guy,
Like
guys?
like an exhale.
My room
And I started to look up, and I could see someone staring about coming out in front of me.
Who's doing it?
And there's a motion of shot.
You know how to do this? You do the confetti with me.
I said, if I don't leave now, I'm going to die. So I turned around and it was very close. And the seats, and I'm a little sick of you were thinking just listening to the story. You wasn't come out of that. Although legends concerning large hairy creatures have been told and retold for centuries, the term Bigfoot into a household name was the notorious Harrison Gimlin film. Even though some have judged the footage as a hoax, there are many who believe that it offers convincing evidence that Bigfoot really does exist. So, what do you think that Bigfoot actually is? In the beginning, when I got into it, I kind of looked at it and it must be a relic on the fantasy and North American history. That certainly is a possibility, but when you look at the Native American history, that's much more supernaturally than
So the shapeshifter, interdimensional
So what are you going to be wearing? He said, I'll be wearing a striped shirt and blue slacks.
interdimensional
You say you're
being.
spending
Now, when I hear things like that, my mind goes to stories of shape-shifting beings that appear in many ancient cultures, including the Greek god
I said, well, I'll be sex during that at a friend's house. I'm doing it before that sex. And he said, okay, well, if you do it then
Many Native American myths include legends of creatures known as skinwalkers. Humans who can change their shape at will and often take the form of large hairy beasts.
I'm not saying that I necessarily believe along those lines.
But those stories exist.
They do exist, and there must be a reason for it. That's
you like to suck and get caught. You like it. I love your response. Yes, I love it. I'll be your slave. Oh, so you, oh my God, you didn't even read this? Yes. So you want to be my little cock-sucking BB bottom boy.
Oh my. Yeah, that's it. Enough evidence. Hey, can we call the cops on this one? As soon as we get out, call them so they will.
Decided to reach out to my good friend, Dr.
You didn't read the
Jonathan
funnest part?
expert in mythology and the founding
Maybe he has
curator
feelings for this battle. Maybe he has feelings for this battle.
So, thanks very much.
I feel like, yeah. It's so, no, this line was the best part. This one right here, I love that. That is great.
So you want me to be my little cock-sucking bareback bottom boy? Oh, bareback. So he probably has HIV too. So we have a 62-year-old lady potentially has HIV because most of them do. No offense. I mean, and yeah, where are we meeting at?
That there's something to it.
I love Albert. I
was thinking, Giorgio, about this wild man, how it shows up in some really popular film. A very familiar story from Western culture is Mormons.
Oh, Chad, this is gonna be good.
He's a
$69,000 check.
Yeah. Oh God, I hope you just.
Cheese diver tradition. There's the troglodytes all the way back to the Greek historians. Now, this is a fascinating connection to it because many historians believe that the wizard Rothschild is actually based on a legendary Welsh figure named Merlin Wilt, who is described as a hairy man who wandered from the company of beasts. Now, in the ancient Greek myths, the troglodytes are these large, hairy, beastly-looking creatures that lived underground and could be extremely terrifying. But they were
Steak has so much fucking money. They somehow fucked around.
W Steak, bro. He's my co-account. He's called the Italian guy. W Steak. So Robbie, I'm down. I have all this because I have my team's eating good. I'm eating good because of steak. I'll eat to that. I'll eat the steak, bro. Yeah, I love steak.
Yeah, but wait till they get everything they want from you, and then they'll God,
they would never do that.
Well, how long has it been?
So take the
4 months. Staying strong.
Those characters
are only getting bigger and bigger.
It's nice, but they're just wait till you have something negative in your life, and then it'll drop you off.
They said they will ride or die no matter what happens.
And then they become people.
They say that. They're lying bastards.
Should we put them on the lie detector test?
Oh, let's do it. And the thing is, hey, you give them this fucking money. Tomorrow he's cutting a deal, a long-term deal to Rube at the security, because that's something you guys don't like. Security.
Probably going to be taking care of us. Are you watching this? We love you.
Like a werewolf.
Steve, I don't know.
It's explains why Bigfoot has been so elusive.
You're like, it's fine, it's your life, your choice, but I've been getting taken care of, and that's all I know. I'm happy. You said you're gonna go bigger?
It's gotta be signing a very long-term deal for Rube.
It's just very interesting the way they show up in
But you understand, this is, guys, this is what we call,
It's very
We're
close
not
to
even
the
talking about a lot right now because you don't get some money. I'm a man of my word. I mean that. He will sign a deal tomorrow, and they will pay him more money than he's making now, and it'll be long term.
I doubt someone's gonna be steak, bro. I doubt it. They taking care of me.
No, but I'm saying I'll make it. I will pay my own money.
That's crazy.
I will give you what roomette means. Thank you. And I told you that. That's my So if you're on a steak right now, you can go to roomette. They're not nasty people. They have the chicken game. That's the Anubis. He's going to Steve do it, and guess what? 100% of money generated goes Steve do it goes back to the players. I don't make money from it.
Guys, he's going to town to get 25 steak cash. Wait, the social casino. Give me a link to the house. A commercial break.
It's all love. I mean, it's all love to Vitaly, not to steak.
I'm fucking love you. Look at me. I eat steak.
It's all love.
Thank you guys. I seriously not love you guys. You guys have been nothing but great to me, so I have zero complaints.
Yeah, we love you. Steve, we love you. We're
Oh, man. All right, so what do we do for the 62-year-old? You gonna grab the check? We're gonna get ready. I'm gonna arrest this guy. You want him to arrest him? You want him to shoot? Yeah. We can't do humiliation because it's Vegas. Otherwise, it's jail.
Vegas is weird.
No, Vegas is not gonna happen. It's the state of Florida. They're pretty strict. Is it a Democratic state? No.
I'm not sure, but I just know that like the cops are super cool, but they have rules. They have.
I can't touch it. How long will that be? That's what we have.
The cops are gonna follow.
I have a lot to lose now. 3 months ago, maybe not, but now, Chad, I can't lose to Chad. I can't lose to good. I can't lose this opportunity. My life has been so far so good, and it's only gonna get better from here. So I'm not gonna fuck it up. And I'm getting my citizenship next year, so I have to wait 1 more year not getting arrested. Usually it's 5 years from your last arrest, so 1 year. And it's a thing, guys. It's not my fucking tutor. You know you want to come. Why don't you like fucking Trump about this guy's contagious, bro?
Oh, I do.
What's his name? I don't know his name. I know Jason. Jason
What
Smith.
the American here is a model of Lucy, a Hammett skeleton was discovered in Ethiopia in 1974. It is considered by scientists to be what many have claimed Bigfoot could be, a missing link
No
between
cigarettes today. You
apes
quit
and
again or no? You should go through waves. You're not gambling yet, that's why.
All right.
Yeah.
When was the last time you smoked a cigarette?
An early hominin that lived about 2 to 4 million years ago.
Playing gambling devices. How many smoke cigarettes gambling or
And she might sound just like some more human traits. CIPO, which is one of the things that we
Red Rock, you guys been taking care of. Thank you, Steve. Always hooks us up, gives us some rooms. Red Rock is the best. And actually, I'm always going to stay in Vegas at the Red Rock. Not because Steve gives me comp rooms, because it's just the atmosphere at Red Rock. It's amazing. Did Red Rock let me fucking stream?
Yeah. Red Rock's kind of like that, right?
Hassan, you're watching this. They better approve me because I'm coming back with a live stream. And you're not telling them to put the cameras down. We're different now, Hassan.
Hold on. Let me call my updates.
We're not going to Red Rock. I gave you my word. I am not going to prank anybody at Red Rock.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a very
Steve changed a lot. Steve changed. Steve stands up for his people. He always did, but nowadays he's putting the foot down.
Well, these two friends right here.
Reconstructions of different homes.
If Vitaly cannot stream, I'm marching my fucking ass to Caesar. I swear to God, I'm going to call my casino host bitch, and I will leave Red Rock forever, and I will make a move. Red Rock will be the new state.
Is the first member of the homogeneous, which is what we are.
And it will be, Caesars will be Rubens, and Red Rock will be state. And I'm not capping. We're coming there with cameras, and we're going blazing.
In your opinion,
We're staying away tonight. I love you. You're the best. You're the best casino.
I love you so much.
You're the best, but you don't want Red Rock to be the
for
new state.
example,
It's not good.
should exist
This is fucking comedy. I love
But
this.
just know,
under the
I'm a
radar.
man of my word. I just said it on camera, so it's like I'm coming in with cameras, and then I swear to God, I'm gonna call Nick Caesar. I will call Nick Caesar in 2.5 seconds, and it will never end. And then Red Rock to me is steak, which is hard because Red Rock's the best. And this is just me threatening you guys. Oh, casino boss?
This has been an incredible opportunity to explore something that I've been interested in for a long time. The
Is that a
development
fake phone call?
You're gonna chat right me. I believe that Steve was not a good actor like that.
for millions of years,
Oh, casino boss right now where I'm going to see there.
No, I'm like, I love you, what's up?
Get back to some.
We're at a different level right now. We're at all 500 viewers. We're coming in strong. It's an ultra for Red Rock.
Red Rock is the way you talk about Red Rock. Red Rock is
I love Red Rock. I genuinely love it.
it's the best casino.
Best food, best room, best shower, best share. It's amazing.
Best people, everything. So, I love you guys. I love you so much. You know that.
We're coming in hot.
I'll see you later. Come later. We're dealing with Dana. Go later.
For such a thing to
See,
even
Steve will
happen.
do it just ride or die. He wants me to shoot with Dana White.
And I missed that. I have relationships with Caesars, and Caesars are great people. Like, it's a very good
There's a
casino.
brand new random
But
place that no
I
one's
have
ever
loyalty
seen
to Red Rock.
or
But
been to before.
if I say something, I gotta do it. I will fucking do
Possibly exist,
It's like that. Back it up.
but also
Even though Red Rock, you can't beat Red Rock, but I have to stand up this, right?
centuries of evolution.
So,
It's really
it
interesting.
is what it is, man. It's fun. Red Rock,
Centuries ago, they were hunted by
even like, when I went to take a tequila bottle from the
only
bar,
the smartest
it's so
and
funny,
most
I told them,
elusive
hey,
ones
so I said, hey, I'm gonna take this bottle, I'm gonna give you $1,000. I'm gonna comp it to this $1,000 tip. You don't let me take the bottle, I'm going to Caesars. It worked.
It's so good when you can be this powerful and go, yeah, that's
Picture
good.
99.2%
Like, this is a new bar, they know me.
chimpanzee
Red Rock is an
genes
amazing
that
venue.
distinguish humans from other apes.
Really good people. They make you feel like family. Even if you're not a VIP player, their whole
scientists
thing,
have
it's kind of like
discovered that
Rubik, where they like,
protein called
it's catering to the players, no matter how
may in
big or
fact
small
be
you
the
are.
so-called missing link
Guys, Steve gave us 8 rooms. 8 rooms at Red Rock. We're not talking
in
about 1 room
human
or 2,
brain
8.
evolution.
And you gotta think, I got a room for my Uber driver.
Humans
Oh,
began
shit,
to diverge from
A
the
room
ape
for
family.
Lloyd.
There was also
A
a
room for Trump.
noticeable
So the whole
increase
fucking, this is,
in
they need to rename it Stable Food Hotel.
I think I have 14 rooms.
14 rooms.
And every single one of those rooms will count whatever they want. And all I do is win for Red Rock. It's like I'm a winning player. It's not like I have like money to count money. No, I bring in so much business.
Yeah.
So this is
There's a lot of people that stay at that hotel because of you.
I never heard of Red Rock. I think it's Red Rock's for locals, so the fact that I get people to come there and have is amazing. Because they're a beautiful casino.
This is really interesting because not even
Alright,
scientists
chat, we're at the next destination. The pedophile's about to be here. We're flying out.
why early humans suddenly featured an increase in genetic
15
coding
minutes out.
such
Oh
as
boy.
How many times did they like
which is part of the so-called secret
TTS is about
sauce
to be on chat.
that makes us
We're gonna
who
hear
we
what you
are
guys
today.
have to say. You talk to Steve.
Now, this is simply evolution.
We just wanted to warm you up.
6'9" is real nice.
So it wasn't real
Or
reaction.
what
It was like he is like
intervention.
You were so confused. It was so funny. I was like, fuck, the holodeck play. This is so awkward. It's like, oh, Steve just said, Steve's like, I took my day off to stream with you so you can fucking stage your fucking gas reaction. I was like, no, no worry. We got 3 more pedophiles after this. We're good. So,
I was a little like mind fucked. Like, this guy looks like 6'9", no bullshit.
did you know we were thinking right away, or did you thought it was just a coincidence that works out?
No, my initial reaction was like, oh my god, this guy looks like 6'9". It's like so attached.
Science is always to be
That's me
open.
afraid, but for a
And that can
second,
be
I'm like,
closed off
oh
to
my god. There's a 6'9" lookalike on his knees. Some
And
dude
so,
dickhead.
to
Jack
thank
in the
you
box.
for
How
your
awesome
time,
is this?
I want
Awesome
to
as
give
in
you
taking
this
the
right
whole
here
street doing that.
as a token of my
But it
appreciation,
was awesome to me too,
which
because
is
6'9"
an
is a
ancient
real life
pre-Columbian
pedophile.
funerary object
And that's
that has been
allegedly
found in multiple
Allegedly,
tombs.
yeah.
And keep me up to date. If anything new
That's
happens
I was sure
in
met you back then. $2 million fucking
the
deal.
various machine links,
I would have been
Get that streaming once a week for an hour.
once a week for an hour for a year for $2 million.
Like say I were to get $500,000 followers, you get like a $500,000 bonus. If you get 1 million subscribers on your own channel, you get $1 million bonus. It's crazy. And I got that, and I made $0 because dude, I don't make money.
And I'm paying off your debt.
I pay $170,000 for 4 months. And then I negotiated with Rumble because Rumble are great people. The CEO of Rumble, me and him were like really tight, and our relationship was sour because of 6'9". You know what I said to him? I said, let's be honest. I love to be honest. Me and you were good friends, right? Let's just say,
if 6ix9ine was not involved in our life, and he didn't,
Possibly the last
what do you think he
survivors
best
of
funds right now?
mankind's gift.
The only reason we hate each other
Genetic ancestors.
is because of 6ix9ine. So let's
Before we received the
accept that.
so-called secret
Move on,
sauce
shake hands.
that made us the creatures we are today.
We like each other. We spend
Before we should
time.
have
How many
purple
times
hair
have we?
or learn
How
to
many times
speak.
have I like?
Before some of us began traveling
You know, every time I hung out with you at a pool, drink like 17 bottles of sodas, it's like me and your friend. It's like,
Yeah, I remember there was some beef too in February. Remember that?
there was beef. There was beef and Chris CEO. Like, he's a good guy, man. He's a good guy, and he got
There are three pillars.
6ix9ine insert.
A giant stupa-shaped
He
dome.
negotiated for us $500,000 and 6ix9ine saw Chris Rothschild.
But it's not just the architecture that was inspired by civilizations that thrived thousands of years ago. Many of America's founding fathers, including Thomas Jefferson,
Steve
Benjamin
is a
Franklin,
proud
and
Mexican now.
George
That was one of the
Washington,
best videos I've ever seen on the internet.
ancient knowledge and even believed that intelligent life existed throughout the universe.
And I'm black and
But
low.
was this belief based on logical speculation?
We'll do it. Have anybody came out to the United States Fatality?
Or was it based on something more?
That's the announcement. Chad, do we look like brothers?
Find out if there's something more to this country's
You
origins.
have a big nose. I personally.
I grew into my nose.
But you know what's the big nose good about it? You can't get hard before it goes
And
to
to
the nose.
see
It's amazing.
if there are any
Yeah,
real
actually,
connections between extraterrestrials and the founding of America.
You actually can.
My name is Sergio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth.
That's what I thought when I was watching it.
On July 9th, since 1952, during the height of the Cold War, the air traffic controller at Washington National Airport picked up 7 unidentified black objects on his radar screen approaching our nation's capital. He initially feared that it was military, but quickly determined otherwise based on the strange movements of the witnesses on the airport tower reported seeing red lights
I keep looking to give a second chance to this guy.
across the sky, some speeding away, and others
He's not scared. He just
disappearing.
stole to put his foot down. I mean,
These
outside
lights
said he's
were
gonna.
reported to be seen over the Capitol building, the White House, and the Washington Monument. Fighter jets were reported to intercept the objects. But after they drove in, the mysterious lights suddenly disappeared. Several days after this event, Major General John Sanford, Director of Intelligence for the United States Air Force, addressed the issue at the Pentagon press conference.
We have received an airline between one and that have been made by federal service.
This is crazy. W. Steve, yeah, what is that? Mods, can you send that to Luke?
Mods for your outfit.
Mods, we're gonna pay rent. Steve.
Man, unless he lives in the Hollywood Hills, it's $50,000.
And if so, what were they doing?
So you gambling with
Some
the tonight?
suggested that since ancient times, extraterrestrials have monitored human progress. They may have even played a role in influencing human history. So it's possible that they have been watching over the United States of America and even guiding its progress since the nation's very beginning.
Just because I believe in mentality,
I'm in
like
our
I said,
nation's capital, Washington,
story
D.C.,
is amazing,
with historian Richard Dolan, an expert on the history of extraterrestrial contact and UFO events in the United States. With his help, I hope to find out if there's a history of documented contact right here in Washington, and possibly dating back to the founding fathers. Richard has studied not only early American history, but has authored several books on the hidden history UFO contact and its influence on our government. America, or the United States, was supposed to be this place of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion.
I said, thank you
All these
for
things
blessing
that
me.
were
Thank you for
censored and looked down upon in the
You accepted God, now he's watching you.
I was like, thank you
whole
for letting
country.
me be a
So in
winner.
your view of
I won't
history,
let
has
you
a
down. I
country
say that every
ever
time. I end every prayer with, hey, I won't let you down.
existed
I'm not going to let you down.
that was based on the principles of the United States,
Oh, God.
with the tenets of freedom of speech and religion and
I have no advice. You just,
the pursuit of happiness. The beautiful thing about the United States
all I know is that
is that this was the place
I have
where
angels
those
praying for
principles
me, not believing God that be nominated.
were first incorporated into the very foundation of the society.
It is what it is.
That's what we talk about when we name
And honestly, talking to Steve goes kind of make me like not anti-God, like anti-talking about God.
A place where you
Talk
have
about
freedom
God
of
is
speech, freedom to be yourself. America was always considered the New
Oh,
World.
yeah. It's disgusting. He's a
When
disgusting
Columbus
person.
got here,
But
it was the New
I,
World. And back
I
in
try
the
to
days of
talk
Washington,
about
they
it
were very
private.
aware of that. And they were creating these things.
But I respect that he said he's
a new and better world when they
That's crazy.
of freedom. The discovery of America really was like the discovery of a new world because when Christopher Columbus sailed westward from Spain across the Atlantic Ocean, there were those who thought he was either into Asia or he far out beyond the earth. They had no idea that America even existed. On the night of October 11, 1492,
I'm wrong. The next day I'll say, oh my God, I'm sorry. I fucked up. This guy's a good guy. If Steve was a good guy, the next day I would post on Instagram. People saying, hey, Steve was a good guy. I fucked up. Guess what? I didn't post
appeared
that. I
like the
stand
light
on
of a
business, right?
wax candle moving up and down. Now, they were too far out to see for this to have been a light for sure.
Oh, it's not drunk. It's drunk. No, I just don't eat
An extraterrestrial beacon, a sign that Columbus and his companions were being welcomed, but if
for a
so,
little bit,
by whom?
but because
Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, James Madison, all of these thinkers and more were enamored of the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans. And they were very self-consciously trying to bring back those traditions.
He's a very nice guy.
That's why we have this institution called the Senate that comes out of ancient Rome. That's why all the architecture is based on classical,
He has his own thing now, or is it this podcast?
classical
That's
pillars
very
and
cool.
the dome bells. This is all right out of the I think it's a great homage to the great Greek thinkers of the ancient world because you wouldn't create these structures unless it were to honor where this knowledge and these ideas originated, for sure.
But anyway, Stein is a good guy.
Shortly after the start of the American
And right now,
Revolutionary War
I'm not
on
afraid
July
to say Steiny's a good guy. I was wrong. I
towards
overreacted.
1776, the 13 colonies formally severed their ties to England
You're
both
you're
politically and philosophically.
just so you know. Every time you borrow and they're happy for
It is
me.
well documented that many of the men who we call the founding fathers fully embraced the Age of Enlightenment, with social movement and valued science over superstition, and individual human rights over what they considered the tyranny of the European monarchy.
So when I talk shit,
A big part of this philosophy was a concept dating back to 5th century BC called
if I'm wrong,
the plurality of worlds, the belief that life exists not only on Earth, but throughout the entire universe. One of the questions I'm dying to ask you is that various rumors have circulated that at some point, George Washington apparently made contact with these green-skinned people. Is it any truth to that? Because I find it incredible. I did look into this. I feel there's no justification for this whatsoever. But here's the thing.
We didn't confetti in the store.
There were
We're gonna
many
get arrested. We didn't confetti in the store.
about him during the days of Valley Forge.
I can't believe I have to ask that. I'm fucking, my citizenship means more than the world to me.
For Washington.
Yeah, it's not nice. Turn to DSL, guys. We're 5 minutes out. We're 5 minutes out.
During that
Who says terrible scream? Are you dumb? How can you watch this and say terrible scream? It's like, compare this to any other scream in the world.
People that you receive this is about to be great.
You don't call it sometimes therapy. You say, I gotta not let this. I can't even still watch it.
It's still watching. It's terrible.
No, dude, it's just like. If you're calling this a terrible stream, that means every single stream on planet Earth is horrendous. Yeah, like if this is terrible, then every stream on planet Earth.
People saying that stream.
The United States.
All right, chat.
And as raindrops fell onto this map, cities began to appear, popping up throughout the entire country.
Steve, you gotta grab the
A model of what the United States should look like in the future.
Get the money.
So that is very interesting to me because the idea or the legend
we're gonna go in the store. We're gonna do
of cosmic mothers are prevalent throughout ancient history.
And it's supposedly surfaced from one of the survivors of Valley. It's like you gave me show. You won 69,000. Why did they do? What did they do?
Sometimes mystical at Valley Forge. Could it be true? Sure.
Don't overreact. I'll be like, just because.
Oh, it's like that one show. What would you do?
I've never seen it. What's the show?
Oh my God!
What's the show about?
It's a What Would You Do show. I love that show. Oh my God! That old guy that does it, I'm a big fan. What would you do? Oh my God, I love that show.
What was the show about?
It's like a situation where, like, all right, they'd be in a restaurant and some dude hits his wife, and it's like, you're gonna see what would you do if you're
Freemasonry.
and that's what would you do.
And then we want to hear something with a good answer.
No, they just, I don't know if they win money, but it's like if there's a question. Guys, you guys are, that's awesome. This is perfect. What would you do? And I know the show.
Where are we? What is this particular?
And then you'll be like, wait, oh my God, what?
Please put me out.
You're in sex grade.
Well, you're here in the Masonic Lodge Room of the Scottish Rite in Washington, D.C. Architecture.
Well, if the guy actually starts clapping, goes along with it, it's right in
in masonry.
I love this show. I watched it. I mean, it's going to get people here in Vegas right now.
Of the universe by Freemasons. Now, the letter G,
It's so
quite
sick.
often people think it's related to God. In fact, the letter G is the initial of the word geometry. And the idea, again, of the grand architect of the universe is the grand geometrician. It doesn't matter what the word come from. But the word architect means reason, design, and beauty together. And the origins, when we go back to the
I think it's a burgers, but I give people double burgers.
which is the time when scientific explosion in art
That's what I say. Some people give like the perfect portions. The portions are small somewhere, and then just people like roll it to 5 pounds of work and
bring it back.
take
This
I
is
put myself, the big thing I do, I put myself in other people's
these are
shoes.
essentially the original tenets of the United States.
What I want.
And so with the idea that, George Washington was a Mason, people have forgotten that in the
Throw it
end,
away at the end of the day,
connected.
right?
Absolutely. And then we even go further by saying this was a lot of the Masonic ideals and principles that inspired the founding fathers and helped the founding of this nation. According to historians, 9 signers of the Declaration of Independence and 13 signers of the Constitution were Freemasons. And I can
That's
tell
all
you
that
that
too. I tell people
Mason
sometimes when I travel,
Washington
like,
is so
they even
passionate
recognize me. They're just
about
Freemasonry.
Freemasonry
It's
that on
crazy. I mean, some people do their job, and it's scared to lose their job, but just
insisted on laying the cornerstone
Well,
of
LA
the
from the
Capitol
guy
building
recognized me. He
according
said,
to
I'm not
Masonic ceremonial traditions.
George Washington, dressed in his full Masonic regalia,
my
led the Masonic parade from the White House to Jenkins Hill, which is now called Capitol Hill, to lay the cornerstones of the
because that's the time I was
the
wearing like
powerful
$100,000
symbol of this new grand experiment, the legislative branch. Was it more acceptable for George Washington to show up in his regalia which people back in the day scoffed at him, or was it something that was accepted in society? Very, very much accepted. As a matter of fact, the United States stood out in a way because so many of the founders, founding fathers of the United States were Freemasons and proud to be Freemasons.
One of the most fascinating paintings that exists of George Washington is an 1866 lithograph of the depictions of Mason and regalia. There is Masonic imagery throughout the painting. Over his right shoulder is the popular Freemason symbol, Jacob's ladder, which comes from the biblical story where Jacob witnesses angels ascending and descending a ladder from heaven. But in the painting, the ladder doesn't appear to be coming from heaven. It looks to be coming out of a dark, round object emitting multicolored lights. So are we really looking at a ladder from heaven here, or could this be a ram coming out of some type of craft? And if so,
It's not like you're just making it up.
Get to some of the additional Masonic symbolism in the city. The Washington Monument is an extraordinary example of Masonic symbolism in the city. In fact, it was the one thing that figured out that the
62-year-old eating a 15-year-old says he can't wait for you to be my bareback bottom boy. See, my little bareback bottom boy.
Washington, D.C. The architect was a Freemason.
At 555 feet high, the Washington Monument is the largest obelisk on the planet and harkens back to the ancient world more than any other picture in Washington, D.C. The Freemasons visit is a constellation of Pleiades, which is visible directly over its pyramid-shaped tip. But even more fascinating is the fact that they also install a reflecting pool. So the observer is given the impression that the monument itself is not only pointing up to the heavens, but pointing from the heavens down into the earth. This notion represents another concept that the Freemasons adopted from the ancient world, that as above,
story, people are going to
so below, meaning the world of the universe is also right here, all around us.
Then I started looking at the architects, and then I discovered that they were the major architects who worked in these major structures. They're also Freemasons from the Supreme Court, the architects of the White House, the memorial, etc.
And of course, an architect is an artist.
And an artist with blocks.
So people like think it's actually
Whatever it is in their life.
Now, just as interesting to me as the Washington Monument is the dome of the Capitol building. When you look at it, it looks exactly like a bell-shaped dome that was believed by ancient leaders to have mystical powers. Numerous ancient texts describe superstars
the check with this position right. It's scary to check.
flying machines in which powerful beings came down from the heavens. There are even those that believe that the secret design of the people underneath it to connect directly with extraterrestrial knowledge.
I've always been curious about the Power Bill, and since I've got you right here, I wanted to see if there's anything you can explain to me about the symbolism that exists on our dollar bill. This is the most esoteric piece of paper money that exists on the face of the earth. Esoteric means it has hidden symbols, but only that you have been taught to decipher them.
really So we'll start with the pyramid. The pyramid is really connected to the public because both are two plays, except from ancient Egypt that they built. Below the pyramid, you will see there is a Latin inscription which says Novus Ordo Seclorum, which in Latin means new order for the ages. So all this is basically telling us it is up to use different religions to keep the building going. Not to do that building. You need to that's why you see the pyramid and forcing it with light in a triangle. It's a process of different. It's mythological. We interpret and imagine, and then there are different cultures that exact
I was holding usually
the Masonic symbolism and mythology is fascinating, especially the Alcyon because this is an ancient symbol that is sometimes meant to suggest that there is someone or something watching over us. So for men who are promoting science and reason over religious faith, what might this mean? That the all-seeing eye meant to allude to the Almighty God? Or could it be that the founding fathers believed there was some other, perhaps some kind of extraterrestrial presence guiding their way? A presence that may have had a vested interest in the American experiment. I'm talking the Grand Master Alliance, the American Freemason in Washington, D.C., who has been pointing out to me just how abundant Masonic symbolism is in America's capital. But what really caught my attention is the fact that the symbolism doesn't end with the architecture. There are symbols built right into the layout of the city itself. Since Washington, D.C. was designed on a map, what makes it unique is that it had to be designed with the intent that it should reflect the philosophy of government. Right. And geometry. So, if you look at Washington, everything is geometrically shaped. The capital is at the center. The district's divided into 4 blocks. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Very scientific. So now, when you look at the city from above, you're going to see the intersection between avenues and streets. This is to make a very important point. This informal question will not be based on religion. It's not on the affairs of the people, which will be based on the scientific method, geometry, physics, and computing. I'm not always going after the
where we set up, we have a big date point, and it's what would you do if we had an opportunity to have sex with a 50-year-old? What would you do? You won $69,000 because you did the right thing. And congrats. Because what you did was fire alcohol provider too. That's crazy.
Some very interesting instruments and precision players. They're wonderful. 1700s, early 1800s away. Terrifying with the wonderful walking through. To get a hand on demonstration of how the founding fathers planned and studied the city and with the
69 out here. We have a fake scenario. You have sex for 50%, right? So you like kind of testing you, and you passed.
They didn't have the question that's here. 33 foot.
Yeah, let's see the text.
Why 33 feet? Exactly why. 33 feet, 14 mile, evenly. It works over an acre, evenly. One side, absolutely. Where do I go?
We're doing a show, what would you do, where we set up, we have a big decoy, 50-year-old.
Exactly 33 feet.
Oh, it's right here.
3 is a mystical number information dating back to 1800.
69,000.
It is possible that a 33-foot measuring device was chosen. Once again,
Since we have this show, what would you do? We set up a fake scenario where he could have sex with a 15-year-old boy, and he said no.
And he was like, I'm going to be a good guy.
Just measured the
Came
first
here and
33
helped
feet
guys
of the
out.
continent of the United States. You can measure it down, and you will do
He knows it.
It's difficult to think that the entire city of Washington, D.C. was measured to make such a design using nothing but trees.
So that
And yes, it clearly took the founding fathers to realize
walk
their
away,
vision
and that's what he did, right?
was
He actually walked to the condom aisle and bought condoms and liquor.
We're actually breaking him. He's a pedophile.
It's possible the founding fathers took the recognized from the start. What things could somebody might see seeing Washington, D.C. from space?
Well, there's an article that's not fun. Speculate about it. Think it through. He was the engineer of the city of Washington, the designer of the city of Washington, and he played with symmetry. According to revolution, the Eastern 13 colonies, if you look at it from the air, the old English system. That's the second year of the English flag. You want to claim it. These circles were lined up on high points, but then he played with them. And it's not exactly symmetrical. He wasn't able to get it perfect. But he played with it. He switched parallel. He could have connected an animal from here to here. But he
Wait a second. Okay, wait, so you don't win this? Okay, this is him.
In the ancient world, you can sites purposely designed to be seen from the sky.
You're going to be the pedophile then.
Most famously, the Rothschild and Peru. But there's also the St. Mary of Ohio. The Constantine St. Mary is a form of giant interior with numerous edges. And of course, the ancient world and the mythology was always that these places were meant to be divine. So what were the intentions of the founding fathers? Could it be that the founding fathers may have believed that the intelligent life existed elsewhere in the On April 5th, 1800, Vice President Thomas Jefferson received one of America's first official UFO reports. Astronomer William Guinness reported Jefferson that he witnessed a bright, glowing light the size of a large house, hovering 200 yards above the ground.
So what matters to you, little boys?
Very bright.
Bareback little boys? What made you think it's a good idea? Yeah, you didn't touch it. You were going to. You gotta always, you gotta live like love, because you want to get drunk and eat his asshole.
He even presented it to the American Film
Oh, yeah, so you showed up to take him to the kindergarten? You showed him beautiful mountains of Las Vegas? What did you come here for? What did you come here for? There's a reason why you came here. Oh, yeah, you're going shopping, right? Okay. No, you were going shopping for little boys because you probably sex traffic kids. So now we want to know why you're doing this. You're going to expose and prosecute it. That's what
no one today knows about it. But one of his contemporaries is even more angry. We are not alone in the universe.
You're a sick human being.
I'm in Philadelphia to learn more about the founding.
Can you say sorry to the chat as people do it, please? Because this is going to be a very history moment for us. Steve will do it. I'm sorry, Steve will do it. Go ahead.
Benjamin Franklin was such a strong proponent of the notion that life exists beyond Earth, and even the responsive historian Michael Zuckerman. Michael and I have arranged to meet at the Philadelphia Symphony House, built by James Logan, a friend of Ben Franklin. So that
So how many times have you done this?
Franklin would have come here a lot because
Why'd you go so
Franklin
far away to any groceries?
and Logan had
Oh,
the
your
most
brother was
amazing
here.
library for sure in
Would you
Christopher
like to
Taylor.
show us
Probably all of those.
Oh, okay, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. Oh, fuck, his toes. Did he get to the hospital for his toes?
even though America's founding fathers included some of the most brilliant men America has ever known, Benjamin Franklin still managed to stand out.
We gotta say about that.
A genius whose advanced scientific ideas on everything from
Yeah, but you said bareback at 62, you were going to fucking deal with no condom.
Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein.
I know K-pop talking.
Contributed to everything. He was the greatest diplomat America ever had. The greatest scientist we ever had. He was the architect of the 18th century period.
That's unbelievable. No, she would have liked to live in her hairy asshole. If you shaved, I would have thought about it and maybe let him do that. But we're not doing hairy assholes. Did you like this? Oh, my God, that's so
He was a
cute.
military man. There was nothing
Staggering that Benjamin Franklin was able to accomplish with virtually no formal education. He refused to attend church, but instead educated himself by organizing religion.
He was the ambitious
Another mile? I would love to walk another mile with you. You're going to be working in jail with 4 by 8 cells. So that's the last mile you're going to walk.
than any non-person in all of colonial America.
Yeah, do you have children?
I would say Franklin has
Oh, you have a
approached
son.
the
Well,
idea of colliding with worlds. The people of some scientific knowledge in the 18th century, he was a given scientific.
Does your son know you're gay?
Franklin said, if you're going to pray, a ground mistake to pray to God. Because God has to watch over this enormous cosmos. God can't be bothered with this tiny little tiny earth.
So you get the easy girl since I want, right? To bed for you. Is your, how many times have you done this before? Never? Well, you seem like a pro. You walk over here, you do this. Why don't you tell us the truth? Hey, my pedophile's coming back. It is what it is. And, you know, send you to jail, probably. You know what they do in jail? People like you, have you ever been black? You like black coffee?
People don't know is
I've
that
had children when I was born.
also heavily influenced by American culture and
Your
your
dream is
stories
this big, I would say.
the Summer
I don't know. And Steve Muldoon is actually a very nice guy. He usually helps people out. He got me out of debt for $140,000. He changed my life. And now I have to fucking live in front of a pedophile. Unbelievable. Why can I be doing things like that? Well, soon enough, I'll discover. And you're going to be calling me from jail. We're going to have long conversations there. You've done this before. It's not easy. You've never done this before.
At this point of my investigation, I'm convinced that America was founded by men and women who were undoubtedly religious.
How about your moment? How do you feel? I go like, what do you think he deserves?
Might exist.
Go to jail. I mean,
Do you think he deserves a second chance?
They also intentionally
no, not this. I just, like you said, he's 62, but for me, that guy punched the pedophile. I kind of like understand him right now. I kind of want to just like feed him.
Yeah, can you work this out?
Yeah, he went outside. He gets hit by a car.
visitors from the stars who came to
Is he
Earth
getting
and
arrested?
shared their wisdom with mankind.
Now you're gonna get arrested, sir.
By the way, you're right about your age, right? You're not 62. You look like you're 70.
Played a
Is that true?
significant role in conducting the American
69.
experiment.
Well, too bad you weren't born at 69 because that would have been a great
For
position.
this reason, I
About your
traveled to Georgetown,
$69,000.
Washington, D.C. to meet with
Oh,
Dr.
sir,
Donald
well,
Brady,
make it the
an expert in Iroquois history.
Come on, man. Come on. He says now, but they don't say this. I wish we had John as a lie detector. The lie detector test always proves people wrong. So,
He always say that.
Nothing but inspiration
I'm sick
to our
to
very
myself
own
that I'm sure myself
Constitution.
with people like you. But, you know, we're doing a world a better good thing. This is getting a lot of publicity in the show, so maybe there's a lot of pedophiles that will rethink their life and not get caught by the Italian Steelberg LLC. So
about how
it's your life, your choice.
played an
How do
instrumental
you want to
part
proceed with this?
in the creation of our nation. What can you tell me about the Iroquois?
Well, the Iroquois are Haudenosaunee people, is what they call themselves, which means people of the Longhouse. They are basically in New York State and southern Ontario. They're the indigenous people to those areas.
What can you tell me about Chief Penasasego? Who was he and why was he so significant?
Well, Penasatego was a Six Nations Iroquois chief. He spoke at a treaty that Benjamin Franklin was in attendance in 1754. And he told the American colonists that they should think about developing a confederation similar to the Iroquois Confederacy.
Did this great law of peace inspire the founding fathers to found this nation on similar laws?
Yes. Benjamin Franklin was inspired about the Iroquois, how they govern. It is generally regarded as one of the first steps towards independence.
Are there any specific concepts that you're aware of that have made it into our present day government?
Well, I mean, there's we the people, which is sovereignty or power resides in the people. Under the monarchical system, sovereignty resided in the king, who was appointed by God. And we the people is how the Iroquois Constitution starts. It's about the people.
I'm excited to see how much the principles and even the structure of American government was inspired by the native Iroquois. But I'm also curious if the founding fathers were equally influenced by the Iroquois' own stories about having extraterrestrial origins. What can you tell me about Sky Woman?
Sky Woman is part of the Iroquois Haudenosaunee creation story. There's a world in the sky, and she falls down towards the earth, which is covered with water, and then a giant turtle rises up to catch her. And that land is what Haudenosaunee people call Turtle Island, which is North America. If you look at a map of North America looks like a turtle. Mexico down to Panama is the tail. Florida is one back leg. Baja California is the other back leg. The front leg is Alaska, and the other front leg is up near Labrador. And the turtle is kind of like that. It's interesting that you would have a creation story and a recognition of North America look like that without satellites.
You just took the words out of my mouth. It's fascinating to hear that a turtle figures into this Iroquois creation story because in ancient cultures all over the world you can find origin stories that begin with a cosmic turtle. Now, in the case of the Iroquois, it is said that a giant turtle rose up to catch the Sky Woman. But could this really be a reference to some kind of spacecraft? But even if the turtle in the story is only referring to the shape of North America, that's just as incredible. Because how would ancient Native Americans have had any idea about the shape of the continent unless they could see it from space?
When the American Revolution started, one of the symbols of the colonists was a Native American woman. It isn't until the 1840s
of histories that you get Uncle Sam. Now, this is fascinating to me, that one of the earliest symbols of colonial America was a Native American woman who may have been a representation of the Iroquois Sky Woman. Because we also have that weird story of George Washington being visited at that Valley Forge by an angelic female being.
In one of the various versions of the story, the Sky Woman goes on to spread soil or seed while standing on the back of a turtle. The turtle then grows and grows and becomes rich and fertile.
So is the story of the Sky Woman simply a colorful myth? Or could it be a description of a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial? My investigation must continue.
I'm fascinated to learn about the strong connections between men like Benjamin Franklin and the native Iroquois, especially as it relates to the incorporation of Iroquois philosophies and laws into the U.S. Constitution. I'm also equally excited to find out that the Iroquois have an origin story concerning a so-called Sky Woman, who they believe came to Earth tens of thousands of years ago, and that she served as a symbol for the United States until the mid-19th century. To learn more, I've arranged to meet with Native American folklorist Dr. Joanne Shenandoah, a member of the Oneida Iroquois Confederacy.
Joanne, what can you tell me how the Iroquois had influence on the founding fathers?
Iroquois people had a beautiful thing to offer America, and that was democracy, equality, women's rights, and the respect of human dignity, religious rights. There were no caste systems. We didn't have kings and queens.
What can you tell me about the legend of Sky Woman?
First of all, we don't consider it a legend. We consider it reality. We believe this is the beginning of who we are as a people on this earth.
When Joanne told me that for her people, these stories of beings descending from the stars are not legend but reality, it gave me goosebumps because that is the whole point of the ancient astronaut theory. But would it be safe to say that the Iroquois greatly influenced the Declaration of Independence and perhaps even the Constitution?
Most definitely. They say my ancestors 7 generations ago, Chief Shenandoah, was there on the second floor when that was being signed. So, I mean, that's pretty amazing right there. A room full of Iroquois people there to witness this event, this great event of how people could live in freedom and democracy.
So do you think that the Iroquois creation story had influence on the founding fathers?
Yes. And I'm not so sure that America is aware even of the fact that the Iroquois brought together the colonists and showed them a different way.
I truly appreciate your time.
Thank
you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
If someone were to challenge and ask me if it is at all possible that the United States perhaps has some ancient astronaut origins or at least some connections, then I tell them to look no further than right here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Because not only can you find entire monuments and buildings inspired by ancient civilizations which believe that mankind's ancestors have traveled here from other worlds, but also because, as bizarre as this may sound, there is a statue that could be interpreted as an extraterrestrial right here out in the open for everyone to see. Where is this, you might ask? There, on top of the Capitol Dome, is a statue called the Spirit of Freedom. It might just as well be called the Sky Woman. It was sculpted by Thomas Crawford and dates back to the 1860s. When you look closely, you can see that she is dressed in what appears to be the native garb of the Iroquois, and on her head is an elaborate headdress made of eagle feathers, which is ringed with stars.
Perhaps we shouldn't only be thinking of America as having founding fathers, but also a founding mother.
Is it possible that the Iroquois stories about a sky woman were really an attempt by early humans to describe the visitation of a female astronaut in the remote past? And could this mean that it was really an extraterrestrial who inspired the Iroquois to believe that a good government should guarantee its citizens life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Although I'm not entirely convinced, I am open to the idea that the statue on top of the dome could be a depiction of a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial whose influence can still be found by those who study our nation's laws, examine our most sacred of institutions, and everyone who challenges authority in search of aliens.
Let's go to the liquor store at least, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's a walk distance, though. Hospital district. You don't know what the downtown area is? Oh, I never went downtown is like, it's like a 5-minute drive. There's a bar closer than a liquor store here. Dude, just fuck it. I'm gonna bar hop. Let's just go, me and you, dude. Just fuck it. Let's just go. Let's go. What about you? Y'all driving? Can we fit the car too or no? You sit on my, can I sit on his lap? Yeah, that'd be lit. Just, we're just gonna go downtown. What's the address? My brother, he knows Chicago, so like, where are we at? No, wait, you near Fifth Third. Wait. I know. Calling Jimmy and JJ. Please, dude, don't leave me with this dude alone. Yeah, I'm outside. We're out to the left. I'm just gonna have bro just drive it. It's too many variables. Tomorrow we can look at exactly these. Let's just do that. Right there. Okay, well, they're coming. We gotta get it. I'd rather just go far off. You don't care to drive there? I mean, y'all probably want to, they don't give a fuck. Let's go. All right, so let's drive and see if I would just want to go downtown and show downtown. You guys want to hang out? It's so awkward, bro. You want to hang out? It's dark as shit in here. Pure nothingness. So you guys all coming? Turn the light on. Oh wait, Nate's asleep. Yeah, that's how you stream, baby. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, who's getting the most hooked up tonight, Jack? No chat, dude, seriously. We're not done though, man. We're literally going back out. Night is young, boys. That's what I'm saying, bro. You never, I'm telling you. Try, always remember, when you try, things start to happen. Always remember that. Whenever you try, things will happen. Even this feels good. I got mad at a couple of those. You know that. You want to bring your bag once you upgrade? Hey. My wolves inside here. Guinness. Yeah, they're here. That's right. Thank you guys for having me. All right, Mike. I might have fun there. Right? I don't know, but when I get there, I'll say the location. Do your thing, man. Honestly, I thought that was saying that. What's up? You're scared to go? Yeah. That one? So I can see how it's a small horse with a bar hop percentage. What you today, JJ? You feel our bloodline? You know that was? Got my passport upstairs. This is the worst day. Just get some liquor. So let's you're not happy here. There's space in here. Y'all want me in here? You're not happy? Fucking retarded ass people. You can't ignore it. No, I'm for sure retarded. But I don't know about the rest of them. This man, I'm not can you turn a flash on this thing? No. Stop spamming, man. You know one of those floor dryers? Like this one of those industrial floor dryers? You should get one for the toilets here from last night. What's your matter? When you like to go to the floor and you go to one of those fans in your yard. It's what they're videos of people putting like a giant holes in feet on top of them. And like those are real drink with me. Because you're gotta be interesting, so like that's RV, but sometimes some kind of lethal substance that everybody just asphyxiates. Like when the thing is there, they do look at it fucking for hours. Now it's about to be a three-way hour one. Are you in the bathroom? Comedy show, late night panels at the same time. I don't know, dude. Tomorrow I got planned. Tomorrow I got covered. Tonight is just, I don't know. This is just chop around. So we're going to do what we do best. Get fucking plastered. Get fucking stream. We were saying in the car, why don't you like, maybe in the morning, we all like sit around like 10 minutes, maybe less, and we figure out what we're gonna do. Let's like instead of deal with you just sporadically trying to figure it out. Oh, I know. We could all plot something. I know. I mean, the issue is we also just went really hard. We're going hard. We can't all be awake 24. It doesn't matter. I think we only one today sucked, and it's good. But say today sucked. Today didn't suck. It just wasn't what was all right. That's what it was. Right. Right, no, I agree. The whole 5 p.m. thing we should have done there. We would start late, but you're right. That's 30 minutes. I had a great day. I mean, I had a great day also. The night's young, baby. Don't give up, young. We should go back to that girl's house. Oh, really? Back to the content, dog. No, fuck no. I don't know what the other options are. The other options are plenty. That's not a bad idea. I've actually tried. I have. Yeah, we're gonna see my dad tomorrow too. The question is he ready to see you? Buy some prostitutes. Dude, all of us just sitting in that room getting drunk, that's kind of age though. You should like go somewhere else. Sitting in the hotel room is age, what I'm saying. The hotel room is more goddamn. So you said you don't have an ID or passport? No, I do have a passport. So that is our two options are fuck with Nate while he's sleeping or fuck with Alex while he's clearly screwed. Oh god. Bro, what is the orange go out? So I gotta go out. We have to go out. I mean, dude, why don't we ask this pregame fun? We'll buy a bottle now. Let's go back. Let's ask Mike or one of the girls. Drop my backpack down. I'll fucking get the ID. The passport. Your ID. Dude, passport? I did bring it with me. My God, you're a fucking. I know, man. I know I deserve it, dude. I just, I'm used to it. Keep on carrying around for me, bro. It's no excuse, bro. No. Okay, obviously someone's fucking trolling us. Oh, let's get a Gregor's bottle. Right? Oh, I got the card. Do you know the bathroom? Yeah. Just text me. I'm gonna go inside and grab some materials. Yeah, chaser too. Text me. Dude, I'll have one fucking Red Bull. One Sprite. Like, you can give me a, I don't like that. Diet Coke. Maybe a sugar-free Red Bull. Take it. Yeah, just felt me do things. Sweet shit. What brings you here? What brings you here? What brings me is the spirit of the ministry and message and the mission of God. Like this.
speaking the word of God. He was kind of spitting. It's an interesting combination, I must say. I'm such a burner. I just forgot I came to Tampa for 10 seconds. Oh, sorry. Sounds inflammatory. Yeah, we don't care about that around here. We're next up. Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, stay up, everybody. Honestly, stay up, dude. See anything that you want? We're in the ratchet aisle right now, just looking for whatever appeals to us. It's looking like everything is missing. It's just like password, tier, beer, beverages. We're just gonna skip out on that. It's kind of just missing. Somebody must be in a really diabolical position to produce any of these beverages. It's really interesting, I must say, but you're just gonna have to walk away. Look at a lot of diabolical over here. I can find the rest of the people involved with our group. Hybridized roses. Yes. Yes, yes. So, dude, yes. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, dude. Frick. sports guys. We need to do something about this. Hey, sir. You need any help with anything? Oh, okay. Hey, guys. Is it cool that I hear it out in here? It kind of smells like farts. I need some air over here. It smells like farts in the car. Where are you going to be sitting? Oh, okay. Thank you for looking out. Let's just go to the hotel. We can go to the hotel for a little bit, then we go to that girl's house. Anything? Have you guys been to Lincoln Park? Which probably doesn't happen because of rain. What do people do in the rain? Do they find shelter outside? Yeah, like a bridge, yeah. We should go. Whatever. I mean, I don't know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, first, let me get a shot right now. I'm about to lose my fucking head. Take a fucking shot right now. Bro, we got this big ass bottle. Holy shit. Wait, you got the car, right? I got change. Bro, we gotta be up by tomorrow. Up and out. These white people are different. Usually, when you open a bottle, plus it's not. That's when you know they're right. In the red? In Chicago, I mean, usually when we pass a bottle, you bless the top before you open it. Can't drop it. Why? The fuck? Alright, put things downtown. They want to see us, but I think we can fucking park up somewhere. Walk around. Yeah, maybe we were going to a bar, get a bottle. Yeah, fuck going, you know, bar's dead. Let's just walk around. I agree. Good call. No, we're not going to the hotel. We just walk around. I don't have my ID. But that's what I'm saying. We don't gotta go into a bar. I can probably get it. We can just literally go to downtown and walk around. Yeah. I'm out. People have never seen downtown Chicago. It's really nice. So it's really nice. Get up, dude. JJ, you excited? Always. And you've never been to downtown Chicago? My guys, press one if you've never seen or ever been to downtown Chicago. At night, yeah. Oh, you guys did? Well, now we're going at nighttime. So, best skyline. Someone's fucking body is 14 acres. Whatever we take it, yeah, shit. Dude, what are you? That's so many fucking viewers. That's my favorite comment. Bro, 40K, really, dude? Yeah, dude, yeah. Really. Dude, oh, you know,
saying, bro, at the end of the day, dude, our match has been really good, dude. So you can't say it's a failure because it was 2 bad hours, bro. But that never happens. I'm already over. It was 2 bad hours. I fucked up. It won't happen again tomorrow. Tom Brady throws interceptions. That's it, man.
would say panhandling makes up 15% of Chicago's income. Dude, I mean, the amount of money that's exchanged hands here from pure begging is actually insane. Dude, I know. They fucking don't go there. Bro, I feel so bad. We brought the security guard with us for no reason. We paid for it for the whole thing. He's fucking listen. I know what I'm saying. Like, how do we open this? No sort of thing. Let your watch. Oh, let's go, guys. Come on. Wait, I want to see Jimmy right now. Get out of here. I'm not holding this giant ass bottle. Hey, Jimmy. Right now, block you. Somehow during the middle of this non-tech, we got 5 subs. I hate it. I hate it, but I'm just good at it. I'm good at being a piece of shit. I can't fucking brand or anything. I don't know. 2 shots, already ready to fucking conquer the world. My whole mental state is different. You gave me the red one. Did you the red one? Yeah. So you dropped your car. That's Jimmy now. Got the red one. I got the red one. So stupid. Why would we leave our flood device? Grabbing your tipping for let me grab it. Have that bottle right now. It's just iron forge. I want to see the volume of World Warcraft here. I want to see it turn to a torrent shaman right now. Jimmy, turn into a torrent shaman, please. What do you do? Chase, drink, chase, like a piss. Sorry. That's how I do it. That's in you. I feel it's unstoppable now. The West in Chicago's looking so bad, bro. They got wood. I think once they got switches, bro, they feel unstoppable. I'm not gonna lie. Once you get a switch, like Americans fucked up to think that I'm gonna walk down the street and I might die for no reason. That's just fucking crazy. And they can sound like recording a fucking so dumb. Jimmy, let's go. Yo, Jimmy, destroy your mind right now. Jimmy, destroy yourself right now. No, Jimmy, take another one. No. Jimmy, go back to back here for the boys. Jimmy, show everyone what a man you are right now. Right now. Bottom POV right now. Bottom POV. You're done? You know what? Yes. Jay, what a film for Jay. When you film and reach out and talk to him also, man. So, Rika, if you ever want to talk to Chad, JJ, we're streaming, just start talking. You got this shit. Oh, let's get back. I'll pitch you over the Pepsi there. Yeah, no, JJ, if you see any content, dude, just go. You're a better streamer. this one. Oh yeah, dude, Dad Buddy, I'm gonna ban you from being a piece of shit. Dad Buddy, say something brutal about your dad right now. Dad Buddy, apologize to her right now. I call her dad a piece of shit right now. Dead money is dead money. This is great. You have some. Does anybody have a speaker? Do we need a speaker? Do we need some music, Jack? Where are you going? Oh yeah, wait, you filled up. Yeah. Just play something, bro. Thank you, man. Shots I took, it smacked me. And I was in the back of the car just getting smacked from JJ. Yeah, no. JJ. So far, how has your connection been right now? Awesome. It's been really awesome. Okay, should we get JJ to knock at the call? Jimmy. Jimmy, it's fine. I respect that. Check it out. That's not good. Press 1 if you want to see Jimmy Turner meet you. God, it'll look real sweet right here. Have you ever been to the Redhead Bar? No, what is that? It's like a weird, old-looking bar. It's oh no, just heard about it. Local told me to go. It's like a local bar. Research it. Legit walking distance. We did not park far from anything. Jimmy's taking another shot, dude. We're walking. Give the bottle. Give the bottle. One sip, drink time. Drink now. Jimmy's about to carry the stream, guys. Now you're about to find still your turn. My turn. Yeah. I hate this guy. Alright, you're gonna go walk towards the bean and shit. Let's go to the bean, dude. I want to go to the bean. Reach out and be the better swimmer than you are. Teach me how to swim. Seriously, teach me how to swim. Just showing right now. The only thing is you really have to have a fucking heart to do it. And if you're watching this, I don't think the bean's closed. And so I was hearing too, some locals are saying the bean's closed. Right, that's like probably one of the main streets that's busting right now. Everything's pretty much closed right now. Even the bars, a lot of bars are closed early. So what usually happens? People do. I mean, we're just trying to walk trip. We're being people trip. You know anybody with a mini Is it indoors or undercover? See, I get right up. Like it's not, it's just right up. Enough. That's insane. Right, if you play with people from Chicago are usually they're really sassy. Melba is sassy people, but it's hard to say. Maybe it's like a territory thing, like a regional behavior.
Chicago are sassy. Not everybody. Chicago are so much better than people from New York.
Usually you have to like raise your voice or something. Sometimes it feels like traveling through the U.S. There's a threshold where you have to yell at the commoners for them to like really up with you. Like in New York, sometimes it feels like people just yell at each other or something. So it's kind of like a similar feeling here. I'm just wondering, just like the sassiness. It's like met a lot of sassy men today.
Sassy men.
It's really interesting. Maybe it's like Chicago parlance.
Well, Chicago definitely sassy men, sassy men.
Johnny Jill. So how long y'all been dating or married? Y'all married? Yes. Oh my God, 6 years. Y'all got a kid, right? Is it hard being married?
Alright, number one, like, one thing to say, like, in a relationship nowadays, you guys gotta understand that the world we live in, men and women throw themselves at people, no matter what situation you're in. So you could be in a relationship, and no matter who fucking wants to be with you, they're gonna throw yourselves at regardless. So you and your partner have to have, like, an understanding this is the world we live in, and you both gotta have, like, a understanding, like, I love you, you love me, but we're not gonna fucking play each other, you know what I mean? And it's respect. That's speaking about respect in relationships, so that's pretty much it. We build so much. Yes, yes.
You guys have a good together?
Yes, we have a good together. She's 4 years older than me. This is why we started dating, because our daughter, she went to my dad stream. My dad stream on like Facebook. Maybe she gets like 30,000 views or whatever. Yeah, my dad like streams on Facebook and he like does like music. I don't know. I don't bother him. So
If you don't know, I'll be next. Shout out Windy City. They'll be calling him that.
yeah, they call him Windy City. That's all they said. Like that's his nickname. And he just makes music feel like fucking DJ basically. So he'll like get called out to Mexico, to like Texas, to do like Windy City.
My daughter was so mad when she saw me in my pictures. Mom, you have a picture? Where's mine?
We need an extra small for a small for my daughter. She'll wear it.
Honestly, they go.
Come on, we can go.
Bro, I wish they face plant anywhere you want. We hit that shit. Whatever you Jimmy's getting monkey dust back there. Jimmy, bro, I've never seen this city so dead. What the fuck? Where is everyone? Is the whole world view about it? Real fuck yes, somebody. Dude, I bet you if he is down there. I bet you if we go down to the space station. Dude, if we go down to the station, if he finds the entrance to the station, I bet you if we go down there, it's
The last meeting, probably the next hour.
You guys think it's a good idea, Jeff? Train station to see if anybody's down there, see how they look. Are we going to a bar right now? Yes. We're just walking the city. We're just walking around. Wow. It's fucking
What about the bootlegger? But they're like a bootlegger bus, like underground bus. Again, it's a giant city with no neighborhood.
No, there's definitely
I don't know this city. Are there any hood bars? Hood bars? Yeah.
No, we were out on a Friday night and it was Sunday.
No, there's legit. There has to be a bar.
Someone look up a bar. Fuck this.
Wait, you don't have a fucking ID. You keep forgetting. You don't. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? You said check. I'm not saying. Wait. Shit, bro. Fuck, bro. You keep time traveling to where you don't have an ID and then we're trying to get fucked.
Bro, because I don't know where the fuck that money is. What do you want to smoke? What do you want to smoke? Well, it's raining. Good. He doesn't want to smoke. Doesn't want to smoke. Why is everyone in the city so fucking bad all the time? Why, bro? But you fucking called it before you even if you're not like miserable, like everyone's making a story. Yeah, that's the fucking that's freaky ass. This is where they film Batman. That's where they film Batman. It is addicted to cartoons. Yes. Good. I get this. Gotta keep this lighting in the next time here.
Holy shit. Look, there's your contact.
All right, JJ, go entertain thousands. I don't understand. How you don't know what you. Their brains are blind. We have offered it a drink. All right, man. All right, man. That was a decent thing. No. Listen, like, at the end of the day, why do they get so offended again? Like, it matters.
Look, if you look up, there's a fucking camera looking at you.
It's not the police, bro. But imagine. Yeah, that's usually what they do. Give me the thingy. Jimmy. Oh, shit. Let's go to the bean. There's a bunch of retards hanging over there. We're about to touch the bean. Jimmy, do you know what the bean is? Why is changing? It's street. I don't know. They got a bunch of oil. Nothing. 34. Dude, that's crime and drugs. All I ever did was crime and drugs. That's all I ever did. I'm saying, dude, you know what? I even thought to myself, I was like, I can buy this. I would never do it.
so fast. When I was in the West Side, I was like, I can't believe I'm walking away from the spot that I threw away my cell phone. No, I'm not gonna do it here. But again, I'm saying, well, what did it feel like filming that inside right there? Dude, it was so bad. It was so weird. There were so many emotions. There were so many emotions going on. It was hard to like talk to each other, like process it, to say, hey, I should have came by myself on camera, so I'm posting a lot. There was a lot to like, there was a lot to like, but I don't know. Experience of a real marriage. Well, yeah, we're just about that. Like the way it's falling out. Like, in her and how. What does he like to eat? It's beautiful meat. My career in jacket and jeans. How's it going, sir? Please feel free to share anything that you would like to share. Yes. We're just wandering through the street tonight. Perhaps, maybe somebody in the crew would like to speak with you regarding this. Hey, come record me. Well, I'm just saying, the city is hard good. Here, Jimmy, found your club. These are 8%, so 2 of these are 16. They're going to be fun. Yeah, we're going to get you one. Sure. Please enjoy all the gifts that we've shared with you today. Hopefully, these gifts really enrich you and follow you everywhere and just keep you in like a really high state of mind. So you're really high state of being constantly. I need to really care about you. We need you in this world. We need people like you in this world, man. Just struggling for human life. Yeah, I feel really awesome. Thank you. Really awesome. Like if I were to raise a family, they would receive the utmost love from me. As much as capable of loving as I can be.
each other's presences. I just want to thank you so much. And again, I hope every dollar just fortifies you. Godspeed, sir. See you around. You need help carrying anything? Okay. Farewell, mister. Excuse me, sir, may I have something off the books? You should settle, baby. Sounds good. Sit down, sir. Excuse me. Is that Pulmoner a German beer? Yeah. All right. Then I have one off the books. May I have one of those off the books? It's off the books. He's already served me up. All right, I'm gonna check it off the books. Cancel. This is off the books, right? I mean, like, it's just gonna be off the books. This is my grandma used to say. It's just the same my grandma used to say. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna need to get some help before grabbing that one off the books.
I got
sitting as a word. Because the camera is rude shit. That's why I can afford a nice little camera like that. That kills people. What do you do that? Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. You're kind of giving it away. It's not reality. Tower? Oh, shit. Hey, wait till I hear it. Hold on, turn. River on the boat, guys. Shit. Where's the boat? We got the boat winds boat, Chad. Do we need to put it on? Shit. I think everybody always look elite. I don't know about 50K. Look, keep me elite. I keep five. I'm 50K tonight. But I'm saying, bro, we need to see the potential. If you give me that thing and it works, I'll give you $15,000. I'll literally give you $15,000. ETA. But then again, he just summoned it over. I just feel like 15,000, you own it. You have to give me the technology. Yes, you own it. I have to test it on OBS on a burner account. Yes. There's no way, no one, how does no one has, but tell me this, how does no one want to do this yet? That would change the whole industry. That would change it. Take off, JJ. Get on, get. You're free, boy. You ain't locked to the camera no more. I don't know. I don't make it look good. All I ever do is shoot. There's a way to do it dangerous, like actually do something. Then there's a safe way to fucking do it. I gotta fucking chill, like, honestly, bro, if y'all want smoke tomorrow, I'm saying, oh, we smoke, bro. Not smoke, bro. I'm saying, like, wait, no, you're gonna show them how to do it. Yeah. That's what it is. It's, you're gonna show them, look, bro, this is the real. And low key, you guys don't ever get involved in this shit. Dude, Jay, listen to the gang. No, bro, listen, fuck. Holy shit. What the fuck? We never know, bro. You're in the city where motherfuckers are blood. What the fuck? Bro, you're gonna wear that socks ass phone trade and you're gonna get Charge that gang. You're just throwing up like, what does it take to get in your game? You guys slow down like half a step. On the Robbie right now, if you guys want to be a great slow down half a step. It's really exclusive to good Is that the fucking Batman symbol in the sky? What kind of stupid? And then he's back in Chicago. There's no way they count every vote, bro. I don't believe it for a second. There's no way the voting system is like this. I mean, maybe this is a corrupt thought process, but I think the total is not true. That's probably the worst thing to say. Like every time I say that, it's already pretty big chat. No, my vote's not going to matter. You're right. I thought we were paying this with look at it. see the city so everywhere. Trying to be here. I like it like this. There you go. Give you the camera. Fuck yeah, guys. Say hi. Say in California, Roosevelt. I was there on the house arrest there. Hey, is Butter Jones still there? Yeah. Yeah, wait, is Butter Jones still there? The half white dude? Yeah, Sid. I know, wait. Sid? Sid. Cool as fuck. Funny guy. Darcy. Yeah, Sid. Oh, wait, he's still there. I remember that motherfucker. Wait, he was there 20, like 30 years. We can't hear you. Over this fucking train. I need to get my state ID. I got $15. Sorry. I'm showing this list. Sorry. This is a sad city. This thing is going good. It's just not a good place. No, bro, he don't own this. He don't own this. I just understand. Get your dog shit and eat this pizza, you birds. You don't have to hey, man, get over the camera,
Guess why my idea got lost? If you want to be honest, guys, I'm glad he brought the subject matter up. I'm handing it to other people the entire time. That's your realty. We side characters, man. I ain't supposed to hold your shit. Like, I don't know. They won't accept it. No, they accept it. They accept my help. No, they accept it. My help photo of my help. They accept it. They accept the photo ID. I don't know. Listen. No, he's changing. Wait, shut your drunk ass up. You just said no to the photo, man. It's the photo ID, man. Yeah. All right, let's get it here. Excuse me, sir. Hey, no. What you mean, no, man? Wait, you want to get drunk, right? You want to get drunk with me? Okay, exactly. You want to feel groovy right here? At his finest? Right here, we're going to be some shit. Look. This right here is 8% alcohol. You're going to get fucked up. Now you both are about to be chug it. Hey, right now for the street, they're about to chug it. Let them enjoy the street. Yeah, you can enjoy that. Oh, he's savage. We went for it. A little too strong, right? Cheers, though. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you fucked up. How you feel after that? Fucked up. I don't get it. Back to it. How do you feel? Is it really your birthday? What's your birthday at the top of your head? Right here. May 29th, 1960. Okay, today is May 28th. Come on. May 29th. Hey, come on. New 400 here. New 400 Metro. 400 Metro. Yeah. The dude just keeps waving us off. You're not like this in life. Where's that buddy, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, we will circle back if we find some cigarettes. Is that okay? We gotta get up anyways early. What time is it? It's already pushed more than 40. We're not sitting out here doing this shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. I know, but I'm saying by the time you get to 30 minutes, you're good to Oh, we're off from there.
Yes, that's why I'm saying. Yes, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's not for tomorrow. I know you are. I know. Don't say that. Bro, this guy's. You guys are my restraints. He wants a cigarette. I said this. Understand what you're saying. For some reason, society deemed it okay. I got the move. That was our tour guide. We'll be there. I'll be back in the corner, man. So, who slept in the hotel last night? Because I get it tonight. What do you mean you get it tonight? So I slept in the RV. Like 10 months ago. Let's all shit. Let's all do a sleep together. Let's all sleep in the same bed. Wait. Once again here, knowing the amount of money I have, why do we book one hotel room? Do I have to? I'm saying I don't understand. When I make a comment that's perceived as condescending, it's because I don't understand why we would do that. Look at them. It's just. Just trying to book another room, I guess. I didn't do that, right? That's up to them now. That'd be right. All I do is book another room. Shit, do that. What? I'm gonna get bum crest in a day off. No, we're not. This is why I'm glad we're calling this right now, because we're doing. I'm saying, look, dude, at the end of the day, I can sleep 3 hours, 8 p.m. tomorrow. You're ready to go. I know you guys need 8 to 12 hours of sleep for whatever reason. So it's like, that's why I'm doing this. You know what I'm saying?
that's in the city, Chicago. Newport Blondes, how much are yeah, like kilo. I asked that fucking question. Shit. I'm assuming like fucking $14 for a pack.
Actually, trust me, guys.
Last time I paid for a pack of spirits, it was fucking $11. Fucking kids. I got a bit.
She'll get like the whole river walk in their movie. And there's the upper part where you like off the city. She's like, this is the river walk, but it's the lower part. You go to the lower part of the river walk. There's like more stuff, there's like little stuff to the bars. I think it's like you can hop on a boat over there. You've been on our boat on the river walk and like pull up. And his cousin, they like live out of the city, like all over the area. So he was just down here with his friends, pulled up with a boat.
What, though? What you want to do, though? I got this. You too. Like that.
It's in this alley. Yeah, left.
Yeah, badass rat, you missed it. They're fucking huge out here.
Right here. Let me hold the chair for you.
No, man.
Here. Let the chat see what they're about to get on. Right here.
Here, hold this. I'm going to take this.
Here,
This is like first. Here.
Shit, are you sure? Hey, chat. Please go follow me. Ayo Chapo. Kick.com.
Tear.
No. He's pissing. Alright. Hey, chat.
Yeah, bro, this guy's the worst drunk ever, man. Fuck, I hate this guy. But he has a car, he's on this right now. And I hate this fucking retard when he drinks. Oh shit, I bet it. Let's fill a little bit.
This is what I'm telling right here.
No.
Yes.
Why would you say that? Yeah, I want to kill you, bro. You're the worst. Bro, no, bro, I focus, bro. Stop, bro. Stop. No, bro, it's actual phone, bro. Bro, you're fucking, bro, chill, bro.
I'm not chilling.
Bro, you're chilling, bro.
I'm chill.
Bro, you're good, dog. Bro, so you drunk? Bro, I'm drunk. I'm drunk too, bro. You're drunk as shit, dog. No, you are. Suck his drunken retard dick. Yeah.
Hey, Victor. Hey.
High five, bro. Tell me this. Alright, here, wait, JJ, film this shit. We need you now.
Right now, this is beating the shit out of me.
What is that?
You want to send nicotine powder?
Oh, nothing here.
6 milligrams. Hey, Everybody, right now. JJ turned to her after her house. I'm strong, dog. Bro, you are a fucking brutal strong dog. What do you mean? How many bloods do you have? Is your backpack full of blunts just piled up there, Phil?
No, I think I like maybe rolled like 5 blunts, and then I still have dough, and I still have some blunts to roll. I like 2 blunts to roll. So yeah, I was come prepared.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out all day. Earlier this morning, I was like, we were talking about hanging out all day, and you're still here, so this is great. It's really great how things have aligned this way.
Yeah, whether we're gonna help them out or help you out, we're down. Yeah.
My fucking homie used to take the thing. I'm not what the fuck you're doing. J. Cole, KOD, but in my head, I'm weird. J. Cole, hard as fuck. Hard as fuck. And I fucking went through that shit. Tell me that shit. I'm sorry, bro. Look. You went through the same shit, so I appreciate what the fuck you're doing. Of course, bro.
Yeah, on FaceTime, I'll be like overdosing, and I was
At the hospital.
about to go to Europe, and I couldn't fucking do shit. So I was like, I'm 4 hours away, and he's like, you're dying in front of me, and I fucking feel this stuff.
Can we go see the hunting dog? Where is the hunting dog? Oh, maybe the call. There's buildings for that whole area.
Did I get home? I had dog.
Am I faded, Jack? I'm faded, Jack.
Oh, wait, let's walk for me.
Look up Texas Rabbi. Take this guy, take his girlfriend, and Jimmy, you're coming with me, bro. What the fuck? I need you back there with me. I'm not worried about me, bro. No. I can't be left alone. Action. No. Action. You're about to turn the fuck up. Yeah, bro. No. You say, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm taking my medication 4 or 5 days in a row. I'm melting. It's fun. I'd be the first person to say I don't want to do that shit. But I think everybody, I don't think those are. Yeah, I don't know where to go crazy. I mean, actually, if I could, $5 a bill. Wow. Opening the door for. Hold up. $5? But you're talking about if I get $20 worth, I get 5. Seriously. That's a deal. Would you fucking take 5, right? Hell yeah, bro. I'm saying, but don't do it yet. This is like outreach. Like, this is just showing you guys. When's the last time you drank? I don't drink much. Oh, yeah, that's fucked up. Because I like respect my streams. I like to pick. I respect pick, so I don't drink much, right? This fucked up, Jay. You guys have seen me for all this. Yeah, I don't drink much. I drink it because I get fucking lit. Like, all I want to do is fucking turn up. I feel you, bro. I got the same problem. No. I can turn you the fuck up. I mean, you know what I mean? Probably, yeah. Let's get a speaker. Let's get a speaker. Tomorrow, man. I'm about to let my bitch ass down for the day, man. We live right now. First, like you said, drink before the teacher. Look, Friars first, they get fucked up after. Yeah. Jack, remember, Friars first, then what? Jack, wait. Where you at, Jack? Where you at, Jack? Bro, let's go. Just glad we're walking. It's really nice to walk around. It's a beautiful night. It's a little chilly. We're not used to it during this trip. I must say, the geography is so beautiful. I'm so excited to learn more from this place. This year right now. This place feels good. Like the weather and everything. It felt like a good vibe. Not gonna lie. So fast, bro. I'm fucked up. I cannot. Chad, I got fucked up too much with this homeless guy, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I made it though. I made it though. I kind of need like some water or some Powerade, Chad. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, everybody in the fucking crew needs some Powerade right now. Sorry that I'm fucking. But you guys agree? Actually, no, it really is.
Rails like work is where they end up giving you utility.
Shit! I have to space out constantly. There's just a lot of pressure. My chat is supposed to be entertaining 24/7. They want me to be like the old Fusi arc, but you just stay with it. Just no paper. You don't want them me about this tricky thing. Chicago or no?
Evil sprinkler.
Record shit, man. All the way from Toronto, man. Who's that? Some homies from Toronto. Come on.
How drunk do dipshit retards get pissed off? I don't want to know for smoke. Ask him about Mark. What's up with Mark, dude? Tell me about Mark. I want to know anything about it. Mark's he's drunk all day. Wait a second. Now I'm about to really, no savings right now. I'm about to really turn up. I knew it. I felt the energy. But there was another, that's why I kept saying, that's why I kept saying, that's what it is. That's what it was. It's what we turn. Whatever the fuck you get to that. Whatever you get. Hey, I'm gonna break your fucking ear. Wait, how do I get in? Just get in, motherfucker. Like how? What's going on in there? Listen, where'd you get that hat? Yes, copyright.
it's fucking hard. This shit is different. This shit is way different. Like, way. I can't believe we're a date fit. That's why we're like, you can see we're all getting short each other, all hard each other. That's just because we're those flat 20% constantly for each other. Everyone's under pressure to be their team. Constantly. Everyone's feeling the pressure. Like, it's just a different level of burden. It never goes away too much. I'm nervous about the sleep. I'm nervous about going to sleep. Yo, he's sleeping hard as fuck. This shit is not. Yo, all I've done is sleep. Sleep 4 to 5 hours a day tops. was like, I fucking hate this dog. Why do I gotta worry about this piece of shit?
We are not alone. Yes, it's confronting. It's an extraordinary allegation. I too have.
The conversation with Dan Carlin, host of Hardcore History and Common Sense podcast. To me, Hardcore History is one of, if not the greatest podcast ever made. Dan and Joe Rogan are probably the two main people who got me to fall in love with the medium of podcasting as a fan and eventually as a podcaster myself. Meeting Dan was surreal. To me, he was not just a mere human like the rest of us, since his voice has been a guide through some of the darkest moments of human history for me. Meeting him was like meeting Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, and all of the most powerful leaders in history all at once in a crappy hotel room in the middle of Oregon. It turns out that he is in fact just a human, and truly one of the good ones. This was a pleasure and an honor for me. Quick mention of each sponsor, followed by some thoughts related to the episode. First is Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Second is Simply Safe, a home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Third is Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. As a side note, let me say that I think we're living through one of the most challenging moments in American history. To me, the way out is through reason and love. Both require a deep understanding of human nature and of human history. This conversation is about both. I am, perhaps hopelessly, optimistic about our future. But if indeed we stand at the precipice of the great filter, watching our world consumed by fire, think of this little podcast conversation as the appetizer to the final meal before the apocalypse. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, finally, here's my conversation with the great Dan Carlin. Let's start with the highest philosophical question. Do you think human beings are fundamentally good, or are all of us capable of both good and evil, and it's the environment that molds how we, the trajectory that we take through life?
How do we define evil? Evil seems to be a situational eye of the beholder kind of question. So if we define evil, maybe I can get a better idea. And that could be a whole show, couldn't it? Defining evil. But when we say evil, what do we mean?
That's a slippery one, but I think there's some way in which your existence, your presence in the world leads to pain and suffering and destruction for many others in the rest of the world. So you steal the resources and you use them to create more suffering than there was before in the world. So I suppose it's somehow deeply connected to this other slippery word, which is suffering. Is you create suffering in the world. You bring suffering to the world.
But here's the problem, I think, with it, because
Yes.
I fully see where you're going with that, and I understand it. The problem is the question of the reason for inflicting suffering. So sometimes one might inflict suffering upon one group of individuals in order to maximize a lack of suffering with another group of individuals, or one who might not be considered evil at all might make the seemingly rational choice of inflicting pain and suffering on a smaller group of people in order to maximize the opposite of that for a larger group of people.
Yeah, that's one of the dark things about. I've spoken and read the work of Stephen Kotkin. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the historian, and he's basically a Stalin, Joseph Stalin scholar. And one of the things I realized, I'm not sure where to put Hitler, but with Stalin, it really seems that he was sane and he thought he was doing good for the world. I really believe from everything I've read about Stalin that he believed that communism is good for the world. And if you have to kill a few people along the way, it's like you said, the small groups, if you have to sort of remove the people that stand in the way of this utopian system of communism, then that's actually good for the world. And it didn't seem to me that he could even consider the possibility that he was evil. He really thought he was doing good for the world. And that stuck with me because he's one of the most, to our definition of evil, he seems to have brought more evil onto this world than almost any human in history. And I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I'm fascinated with the concept, so fascinated by it that the very first Hardcore History show we ever did, which was a full 15 or 16 minutes, was called Alexander versus Hitler. And the entire question about it was the motivation, right? So if you go to a court of law because you killed somebody, one of the things they're going to consider is why did you kill them, right? And if you killed somebody, for example, in self-defense, you're going to be treated differently than if you killed somebody maliciously to take their wallet, right? And in the show, we wondered, because, I don't really make pronouncements, but we wondered about if you believe Hitler's writings, for example, Mein Kampf, which, is written by a guy who's a political figure who wants to get on. So, it's about as believable as any other political track would be. But in his mind, the things that he had to do were designed for the betterment of the German people, right? Whereas Alexander the Great, once again, this is somebody from more than 2,000 years ago, so with lots of propaganda in the intervening years. Right. But one of the views of Alexander the Great is that the reason he did what he did was to, for lack of a better word, write his name in a more permanent graffiti on the pages of history, right? In other words, to glorify himself. And if that's the case, does that make Alexander a worse person than Hitler because Hitler thought he was doing good, whereas Alexander, if you believe the interpretation, was simply trying to exalt Alexander? So the motivations of the people doing these things, it seems to me, matter. I don't think you can just sit there and go, the only thing that matters is the end result, because that might have been an unintentional byproduct, in which case that person, had you been able to show them the future, might have changed what they were doing. So were they evil or misguided or wrong or made the wrong, so, and I hate to do that because there's certain people like Hitler that I don't feel deserve the benefit of the doubt. Right. At the same time, if you're fascinated by the concept of evil and you delve into it deeply enough, you're going to want to understand why these evil people did what they did. And sometimes it can confuse the hell out of you. Who wants to sit there and try to see things from Hitler's point of view? You get a better understanding and sort of commiserate with it. So, but obviously, first history show, I'm fascinated with the concept.
So do you think it's possible, if we put ourselves in the mindset of some of the people that have created so much suffering in the world, that all of them had their motivations had good intentions underlying them?
No, I don't. It's simply because there's so many. The law of averages would suggest that that's not true.
I guess it is pure evil possible, meaning you again, it's slippery, but the suffering is the goal.
Suffering, intentional suffering.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that, and I think that there's historical figures that one could point in, but that gets to the deeper question of: are these people sane? Do they have something wrong with them? Are they twisted from something in their youth? These are the kinds of things where you start to delve into the psychological makeup of these people. In other words, is anybody born evil? And I actually believe that some people are. I think the DNA can get scrambled up in ways. I think the question of evil is important too, because I think it's an eye of the beholder thing. I mean, if Hitler, for example, had been successful, and we were today on the 6th or 7th leader of the Third Reich, since I think his entire history would be viewed through a different lens, because that's the way we do things, right? Genghis Khan looks different to the Mongolians than he does to the residents of Baghdad, right? And I think so an eye of the beholder question, I think, comes into all these sorts of things. As you said, it's a very slippery question.
Where do you put, as somebody who's fascinated by military history, where do you put violence as in terms of as a human condition? Is it core to being human, or is it just a little tool that we use every once in a while?
So I'm going to respond to your question with a question. What do you see the difference being between violence and force? Let me go far. I'm not sure that violence is something that we have to put up with as human beings forever, and we must resign ourselves to violence forever. But I have a much harder time seeing us able to abolish force. And there's going to be some ground where if those two things are not the same, and I don't know, maybe they are, where there's certainly some crossovers. And I think force, you're an engineer, you'll understand this better than I do, but think about it as a physical law. If you can't stop something from moving in a certain direction without pushing back in that same direction, I'm not sure that you can have a society or a civilization without the ability to use a counterforce when things are going wrong, whether it's on an individual level, right? A person attacks another person, so you step in to save that person, or on, even at the highest levels of politics or anything else, a counterforce to stop the inertia or the impetus of another movement. So I think that force is a simple, almost law of physics in human interaction, especially at the civilizational level. I think civilization requires a certain amount of, if not violence, then force. So, and again, they've talked, I mean, it goes back into St. Augustine, all kinds of Christian beliefs about the proper use of force, and people have philosophically tried to decide between, can you have a sort of an ahimsa, Buddhist sort of, we will be nonviolent toward everything and exert no force, or there's a reason to have force in order to create the space for good. I think force is inevitable. Now, we can talk, and I've not come up to the conclusion myself, if there is a distinction to be made between force and violence. I mean, is a non-violent force enough, or is violence when done for the cause of good a different thing than violence done either for the cause of evil, as you would say, or simply for random reasons? I mean, we humans lack control sometimes. We can be violent for no apparent reason or goal. And that's, I mean, listen, you look at the criminal justice system alone, the way we interact with people who are acting out in ways that we as a society have decided is intolerable. Can you deal with that without force and at some level of violence? I don't know. Can you maintain peacefulness without force? I don't know.
Just to be a little bit more specific about the idea of force, do you put force as general enough to include force in the space of ideas? So you mentioned Buddhism or religion or just Twitter.
I can think of no things farther apart than that.
Okay. Is the battles we do in the space of ideas, of the great debates throughout history, do you put force into that? Or do you, in this conversation, are we trying to right now keep it to just physical force? In saying that you have an intuition that force might be with us much longer than violence.
I think the two bleed together. So because it's always my go-to example. I'm afraid, and I'm sure that the listeners all hate it, but take Germany during the 1920s, early 1930s, before the Nazis came to power. And they were always involved in some level of force, beating up in the streets or whatever it might be. But think about it more like an intellectual discussion until a certain point. is that it would be difficult, I imagine, to keep the intellectual counterforce of ideas from at some point degenerating into something that's more coercion, counterforce, if we want to use the phrases we were just talking about. So I think the two are intimately connected. I mean, actions follow thought, right? And at a certain point, I think especially when one is not achieving the goals that they want to achieve through peaceful discussion or argumentation or trying to convince the other side, that sometimes the next level of operations is something a little bit more physically imposing, if that makes sense. We go from the intellectual to the physical.
Yeah, so it too easily spills over into violence.
Yes, and one leads to the other.
But you kind of implied perhaps a hopeful message. Let me ask it in the form of a question. Do you think we'll always have war?
I think it goes to the force question too. So, for example, what do you do? I mean, let's play with nation states now. Although I don't know that nation states are something we should think of as a permanent construct forever. But how is one nation state supposed to prevent another nation state from acting in ways that it would see as either detrimental to the global community or detrimental to the interests of their own nation state? You know, and I think we've had this question of going back to ancient times, but certainly in the 20th century, this has come up quite a bit. I mean, the whole Second World War argument sometimes revolves around the idea of what the proper counterforce should be. Can you create an entity, a League of Nations, a United Nations, a one world entity maybe even, that alleviates the need for counterforce involving mass violence and armies and navies and those things? I think that's an open discussion we're still having.
It's good to think through that, because having like a United Nation, there's usually a centralized control, so there's humans at the top, there's committees, and usually like leaders emerge as singular figures that then can become corrupted by power. And it's just it feels like a really important thought experiment and something to really rigorously think through. How can you construct systems of government that are stable enough to push us towards less and less war and less unstable and another tough word, which is unfair, of application of force? You know, that's really at the core of the question that we're trying to figure out as humans. As our weapons get better and better and better at destroying ourselves, it feels like it's important to think about how we minimize the over application or unfair application of force.
There's other elements that come into play too. You and I are discussing this at the very high intellectual level of things, but there's also a tail wagging the dog element to this. So think of a society of warriors, a tribal society from a long time ago. How much do the fact that you have warriors in your society and that their reason for existing, what they take pride in, what they train for, what their status in their own civilization, how much does that itself drive the responses of that society, right? How much do you need war to legitimize warriors? You know, that's the old argument that you get to, and we've had this in the 20th century too, that the creation of arms and armies creates an incentive to use them, right? And that they themselves can drive that incentive as a justification for their reasons for existence, you know? That's where we start to talk about the interactivity of all these different elements of society upon one another. So when we talk about, you know, governments and war, well, you need to take into account the various things those governments have put into place in terms of systems and armies and things like that to protect themselves, right? For reasons we can all understand. But they exert a force on your range of choices, don't they?
It's true. You're making me realize that in my upbringing, and I think upbringing of many, warriors are heroes. You know, to me, I don't know where that feeling comes from, but the sort of die fighting is an honorable way to die. It feels like that.
I've always had a problem with this because as a person interested in military history, the distinction is important. And I try to make it at different levels. So at base level, the people who are out there on the front lines doing the fighting, to me, those people can be compared with police officers and firemen and people that fire persons. But I mean, people that are involved in an ethical attempt to perform a task, which ultimately one can see in many situations as being a saving sort of task, right? Or if nothing else, a self-sacrifice for what they see as the greater good. Now, I draw a distinction between the individual and the entity that they're a part of, a military. And I certainly draw a distinction between the military and then the entire, for lack of a better word, military-industrial complex that service is a part of. I feel a lot less moral attachment to those upper echelons than I do the people on the ground. The people on the ground can be any of us, and have been in a lot of, we have very professional sort of military now. It's a very, a subset of the population, but in other periods of time, we've had conscription and drafts, and it hasn't been a subset of the population. It's been the population, right? And so it is the society oftentimes going to war. And I make a distinction between those warriors and the entities either in the system that they're part of, the military, or the people that control the military at the highest political level. I feel a lot less moral attachment to them, and I have a much harsher about how I feel about them. I do not consider the military itself to be heroic, and I do not consider the military-industrial complex to be heroic. I do think that is a tail wagging the dog situation. I do think that draws us into looking at military endeavors as a solution to the problem much more quickly than we otherwise might. And to be honest, to tie it all together, I actually look at the victims of this as the soldiers we were talking about. If you set a fire to send firemen into to fight, then I feel bad for the firemen. I feel like you've abused the trust that you give those people, right? So when people talk about war, I always think that the people that we have to make sure that a war is really necessary in order to protect are the people that you're going to send over there to fight them. The greatest victims in our society of war are often the warriors. So in my mind, when we see these people coming home from places like Iraq, a place where I would have made the argument and did at the time that we didn't belong. To me, those people are victims, and I know they don't like to think about themselves that way because it runs totally counter to the ethos. But if you're sending people to protect this country's shores, those are heroes. If you're sending people to go do something that they otherwise probably don't need to do, but they're there for political reasons or anything else you want to put in that's not defense related, well, then you've made victims of our heroes. And so I feel like we do a lot of talk about our troops and our soldiers and stuff, but we don't treat them as valuable as the rhetoric makes them sound. Otherwise, we would be much more careful about where we put them. If you're going to send my son, and I don't have a son, I have daughters, but if you're going to send my son into harm's way, I'm going to demand that you really need to be sending him into harm's way, and I'm going to be angry at you if you put him into harm's way if it doesn't warrant it. And so I have much more suspicion about the system that sends these people into these situations where they're required to be heroic than I do the people on the ground that I look at as either the people that are defending us, in situations like this, the Second World War, for example, or the people that turn out to be the individual victims of a system where they're just a cog in a machine, and the machine doesn't really care as much about them as the rhetoric and the propaganda would insinuate.
Yeah, and as my own family history, it would be nice if we could talk about, there's a gray area in the places that you're talking about.
There's a gray area in
everything. But when that gray area is part of your own blood, as it is for me, it's worth shining a light on somehow. So you did a program of 4 episodes of Ghosts of the Ostfront.
Yeah.
So I was born in the Soviet Union. I was raised in Moscow. My dad was born and raised in Kiev. My grandmother, who just recently passed away, was raised in Ukraine. It's a small city on the border between Russia and Ukraine.
I have a grandfather born in Kiev.
In Kiev. The interesting thing about the timing of everything, as you might be able to connect, as she survived. She's the most badass woman I've ever encountered in my life, and most of the warrior spirit I carry is probably from her. She survived Holodomor, the Ukrainian starvation of the 30s. She was a beautiful teenage girl during the Nazi occupation. So she survived all of that. And of course, family, that everybody, and so many people died for that whole process. So, and one of the things you talk about in your program is that the gray area is, even with the warriors, it happened to them, just like as you're saying now. They didn't have a choice. So my grandfather on the other side, he was a machine gunner. That was in Ukraine. That
in the Red Army.
In the Red Army, yeah. And they threw, like the statement was that there's, I don't know if it's obvious or not, but the rule was there's no surrender. So you better die. So you're basically, the goal was when he was fighting, and he was lucky enough, one of the only to survive by being wounded early on, is there was a march of Nazis towards, I guess, Moscow. And the whole goal in Ukraine was to slow, to slow them into the winter. I mean, I view him as such a hero, and he believed that he's indestructible, which is survival bias, and that bullets can't hurt him, and that's what everybody believed. And of course, basically everyone that he quickly rose to the ranks. Let's just put it this way, because everybody died. It was just bodies dragging these heavy machine guns, like always slowly retreating, shooting and retreating. And I don't know, he was a hero to me. Like, I grew up thinking that he was the one that sort of defeated the Nazis, right? But the reality, there could be another perspective, which is all of this happened to him by the incompetence of Stalin, the incompetence, and men of the Soviet Union being used like pawns in a shittily played game of chess, right? So, like, one narrative is him as a victim, as you're kind of describing, and then somehow that's more paralyzing, and that's more, I don't know, it feels better to think of him as a hero and as Russia, Soviet Union saving the world. I mean, that narrative also is in the United States, that the United States was key in saving the world from the Nazis. It feels like that narrative is powerful for people. I'm not sure, and I carry it still with me. But when I think about the right way to think about that war, I'm not sure if that's the correct narrative.
Let me suggest something. There's a line that a Marine named Eugene Sledge had said once, and I keep it on my phone because it makes a real distinction. And he said, the front line is really where the war is. And anybody, even 100 yards behind the front line, doesn't know what it's really like. Now, the difference is there are lots of people miles behind the front line that are in danger, right? You could be in a medical unit in the rear, and artillery could strike you, planes could strike you, you could be in danger. But at the front line, there are two different things. One is that and at least, and I'm doing a lot of reading on this right now, I'm reading a lot of veterans' accounts. James Jones, who wrote books like From Here to Eternity, fictional accounts of the Second World War, but he based them on his own service. He was at Guadalcanal, for example, in 1942. And Jones had said that the evolution of a soldier in frontline action requires an almost surrendering to the idea that you're going to live, that you become accustomed to the idea that you're going to die. And he said, you're a different person simply for considering that thought seriously, because most of us don't. But what that allows you to do is to do that job at the front line, right? If you're too concerned about your own life, you become less of a good guy at your job, right? The other thing that the people in the 100 yards of the front line do that the people in the rear medical unit really don't is you kill, and you kill a lot, right? You don't just, oh, there's a sniper back here, so I shot him. If we go from one position to another and we kill lots of people, those things will change you. And what that tends to do, not universally, because I've read accounts from Red Army soldiers, and they're very patriotic, right? But a lot of that patriotism comes through years later as part of the nostalgia and the remembering. When you're down at that front 100 yards, it is often boiled down to a very small world. So your grandfather, is it your grandfather?
Your grandfather.
At the machine gun, he's concerned about his position and his comrades and the people who he owes a responsibility to. And those, it's a very small world at that point. And to me, that's where the heroism is, right? He's not fighting for some giant world civilizational thing. He's fighting to save the people next to him and his own life at the same time, because they're saving him too. And that there is a huge amount of heroism to that. And that gets to our question about force earlier. Why would you use force? Well, how about to protect these people on either side of me, right? Their lives. Now, is there hatred? And I hated the Germans for what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I got a note from a Pole not that long ago, and I have this tendency to refer to the Nazis, right? The regime that was, and he said, why do you keep calling them Nazis? He says, say what they were. They were Germans. And this guy wanted me to not absolve Germany by saying, oh, it was this awful group of people that took over your country. He said the Germans did this. And there's that bitterness where he says, let's not forget, what they did to us and why, and what we had to do back, right? So for me, when we talk about these combat situations, the reason I call these people heroic is because of they're fighting to defend things we could all understand. I mean, if you come after my brother and I take a machine gun and shoot you, and you're going to overrun me, and you're going to, that becomes a situation when we talked about counterforce earlier. Much easier to call yourself a hero when you're saving people, or you're saving this town right behind you. You know, if they get through your machine gun, they're going to burn these villages. They're going to throw these people out in the middle of winter, these families. That to me is a very different sort of heroism than this amorphous idea of patriotism. And patriotism is a thing that we often get used with, right? People manipulate us through love of country and all this, because they understand that this is something we feel very strongly, but they use it against us sometimes in order to whip up a war fever or to get people. I mean, there's a great line, and I wish I could remember it in its entirety, that Herman Goering had said about how easy it was to get the people into a war. He said, you just appeal to patriotism. I mean, there's buttons that you can push, and they take advantage of things like love of country and the way we have a loyalty and an admiration to the warriors who put their lives on the line. These are manipulatable things in the human species that reliably can be counted on to move us in directions that, in a more sober, reflective state of mind, we would consider differently. It gets you get this war fever up, and people wave flags and they start denouncing the enemy and they start signing. We've seen it over and over and over again. In ancient times, this happened.
But the love of country is also beautiful. So I haven't seen it in America as much. So people in America love their country. Like, this patriotism is strong in America. But it's not as strong as I remember, even with my sort of being younger, the love of the Soviet Union.
Now, was it the Soviet Union? This requires a distinction, or was it Mother Russia?
What it really was the Communist Party.
Okay, so it was the system in place. Okay.
The system in place, like loving. I haven't quite deeply psychoanalyzed exactly what you love. I think you love that like populist message of the worker, of the common man.
So let me draw the comparison. And I often say this, that the United States, like the Soviet Union, is an ideological-based society, right? So you take a country like France. It doesn't matter which French government you're in now. The French have been the French for a long time, right? It's not based on an ideology, right? Whereas what unites the United States is an ideology: freedom, liberty, the Constitution. This is what draws, the e pluribus unum kind of the idea, right? That out of many one. Well, what binds all these unique different people? These shared beliefs, this ideology. The Soviet Union was the same way, because as you know, the Soviet Union, Russia was merely one part of the Soviet Union. And if you believe the rhetoric until Stalin's time, everybody was going to be united under this ideological banner someday, right? It was just a global revolution. So ideological societies are different, and to be a fan of the ideological framework and goal, I mean, I'm a liberty person, right? I would like to see everybody in the world have my system of government, which is part of a bias, right? Because they might not want that, but I think it's better for everyone because I think it's better for me. At the same time, when the ideology, if you consider, and this stems from ideas of Enlightenment, and there's a bias there. So my bias are toward this, but you feel, and this is why you say we're going to bring freedom to Iraq, we're going to bring freedom to you, we're going to bring freedom, because we think we're spreading to you something that is just undeniably positive. We're going to free you and give you this. It's hard for me to wipe my own bias away from there, right? Because if I were in Iraq, for example, I would want freedom, right? But if you then leave and let the Iraqis vote for whomever they want, are they going to vote for somebody that will, you look at Russia now, and I hear from Russians quite a bit because so much of my my views on Russia and the Soviet Union were formed in my formative years. And we were not hearing from many people in the Soviet Union back then, but now you do. You hear from Russians today who will say your views on Stalin are archaic and cold. So you try to reorient your beliefs a little bit, but it goes to this idea of if you gave the people in Russia a free and fair vote, will they vote for somebody who promises them a free and open society based on Enlightenment democratic principles? Or will they vote for somebody we in the U.S. would go, what are they doing? They're voting for some strong man who's just good. I think it's very hard to throw away our own biases and preconceptions, and it's an all eye of the beholder kind of thing. But when you're talking about ideological societies, it is very difficult to throw off all the years of indoctrination into the superiority of your system. I mean, listen, in the Soviet Union, Marxism, one way or another, was part of every classroom. You could be studying geometry, and they'll throw Marxism in there somehow, because that's what united the society, and that's what gave it a higher purpose. And that's what made it, in the minds of the people who were its defenders, a superior, morally superior system. And we do the same thing here. In fact, most people do. But see, you're still French, no matter what the ideology or the government might be. So in that sense, it's funny that there would be a Cold War with these two systems, because they're both ideologically based systems involving people of many different backgrounds who are united under the umbrella of the ideology.
First of all, that's brilliantly put. I'm in a funny position that in my formative years, I think when I was 13, is when I, teenage is your first love or whatever, because I fell in love with the American set of ideas of freedom and individual.
Telling, right there.
Yeah.
Telling. Yeah.
But I also remember, it's like you remember like maybe an ex-girlfriend or something like that. I also remember loving, as a very different human, the Soviet idea. Like we had the national anthem, which is I think the most badass national anthem, which is the Soviet Union. Like saying we're the indestructible. I mean, just the words are so, like, American words are like, oh, we're nice, like, we're freedom. But like a Russian Soviet Union national anthem was like, we're bad motherfuckers. Nobody will destroy us. I just remember feeling pride in the nation as a kid, like dumb, not knowing anything. We all had to recite the stuff. There was a uniformity to everything. There was pride underlying everything. I didn't think about all the destructive nature of the bureaucracy, the incompetence, all the things that come with the implementation of communism, especially around the 80s and 90s. But I remember what it's like to love that type of idea. So I'm in a funny place of like, remember like switching the love, because I kind of joke around about being Russian, but my long-term monogamous relationship is now with the American ideal. Like I'm stuck with it in my mind. But I remember what it was like to love it, and I think about that too when people criticize China or they criticize the current state of affairs with how Stalin is remembered and how Putin is. To know that you can't always wear the American ideal of individualism, radical individualism, and freedom in analyzing the ways of the world elsewhere. Like in China, in Russia, that it does, if you don't take yourself too seriously, as Americans all do, as I do, it's kind of a beautiful love to have for your government, to believe in the nation, to let go of yourself and your rights and your freedoms, to believe in something bigger than yourself. That's actually, that's a kind of freedom. You're actually liberating yourself. If you think like life is suffering, you're giving into the flow of the water, the way of the world, by giving away more power from yourself and giving it to what you would conceive as the power of the people. Together we'll do great things, and really believing in the ideals of what in this case, I don't even know what you would call Russia, but whatever the heck that is, authoritarian, powerful state, powerful leader, believing that can be as beautiful as believing the American ideal.
Not just that, let me add to what you're saying. I spend a lot of time trying to get out of my own biases. It is a fruitless endeavor long term, but you try to be better than you normally are. One of the critiques that China, and I always, as an American, I tend to think about this as their government, like this is a rationale that their government puts forward. But what you just said, is actually, if you can make that viewpoint beautiful, is kind of a beautiful way of approaching it. The Chinese would say that what we call human rights in the United States and what we consider to be everybody's birthright around the world is instead Western rights, like the word they use, Western rights. It's a fundamentally Western-oriented, and I'll go back to the Enlightenment-based ideas on what constitutes the rights of man. And they would suggest that that's not internationally and always applicable, right? That you can make a case, and again, I don't believe this runs against my own personal views, but that you could make a case that the collective well-being of a very large group of people outweighs the individual needs of any single person, especially if those things are in conflict with each other, right? If you cannot provide for the greater good because everyone's so individualistic, well then really what is the better thing to do, right? To suppress individualism so everybody's better off? I think trying to recognize how someone else might see that is important if we want to, you had talked about eliminating war, you talked about eliminating conflict. The first need to do that is to try to understand how someone else might view something differently than yourself. I'm famously one of those people who buys in to the ideas of traditional Americanism, right? And look, what a lot of people who live today, they would seem to think that things like patriotism requires a belief in the strong military and all these things we have today, but that is a corruption of traditional Americanism, which viewed all those things with suspicion in the first 100 years of the Republic, because they saw it as an enemy to the very things that Americans celebrated, right? How could you have freedom and liberty and individualistic expression if you had an overriding military that was always fighting wars, and the founders of this country looked to other examples, like Europe, for example, and saw that standing militaries, for example, standing armies, were the enemy of liberty. Well, we have a standing army now, and one that is totally interwoven in our entire society. If you could go back in time and talk to John Quincy Adams, right, early president of the United States, and show him what we have now, he would think it was awful and horrible, and if somewhere along the line the Americans had lost their way and forgotten what they were all about. But we have so successfully interwoven this modern military industrial complex with the traditional benefits of the American system and ideology, so that they've become intertwined in our thinking, whereas 150 years ago, they were actually considered to be at opposite polarities and a threat to one another. So when you talk about the love of the nation, I tend to be suspicious of those things. I tend to be suspicious of government. I tend to try very hard to not be manipulated, and I feel like a large part of what they do is manipulation and propaganda. And so I think a healthy skepticism of the nation state is actually 100% Americanism in the traditional sense of the word. But I also have to recognize, as you so eloquently stated, Americanism is not necessarily universal at all. And so I think we have to try to be more understanding. See, the traditional American viewpoint is that if a place like China does not allow their people individual human rights, then they're being denied something. They're being denied, and 100 years ago they would have said they're God-given, right? Man is born free, and if he's not free, it's because of something done to him, right? The government has taken away his God-given rights.
I'm getting excited just listening to that.
Well, but I mean, I think the idea that this is universal is in and of itself a bias. Now, do I want freedom for everybody else? I sure do. The people in the Soviet Union who really bought into that wanted the workers of the world to unite and not be exploited by, the greedy, blood-sucking people who worked them to death and pocketed all of the fruits of their labor. If you frame it that way, that sounds like justice as well, So it is an eye of the beholder sort of thing.
I'd love to talk to you about Vladimir Putin. Sort of while we're on this healing wave of empathy and trying to understand others that are not like us. One of the reasons I started this podcast is because I believe that there's a few people I could talk to. Some of it is ego, some of it is stupidity. Is there some people I could talk to that not many others can talk to? The one person I was thinking about was Vladimir Putin.
You still speak the language?
I speak the language very well.
That makes it even easier. I mean, you might be appointed for that, Jeff.
That's the context in which I'm asking you this question. What are your thoughts about Vladimir Putin from a historical context? Have you studied him? Have you thought about him?
Yes, studied is a loaded word. Here's, and again, I find it hard sometimes to not filter things through an American lens. So as an American, I would say that the Russians should be allowed to have any leader that they want to have. But what an American would say is, but there should be elections, right? So if the Russians choose Vladimir Putin and they keep choosing him, that's their business. Where as an American, I would have a problem is when that leader stops letting the Russians make that decision. And we would say, well, now you're no longer ruling by the consent of the governed. You've become the equivalent of a person who may be oppressing your people. You might as well be a dictator, right? Now, there's a difference between a freely elected and re-elected and re-elected and re-elected dictator, right? If that's what they want. And look, it would be silly to broad brush the Russians like it would be silly to broad brush anyone, right? Millions of people with different opinions amongst them all. But they seem to like a strong person at the helm. And listen, there's a giant chunk of Americans who do too, in their own country. But an American would say, as long as the freedom of choice is given to the Russians to decide this, and not taken away from them, right? It's one thing to say he was freely elected, but a long time ago, and we've done away with elections since then, is a different story too. So my attitude on Vladimir Putin is that that's who the Russian people are. And you give them the choice, right? If he's only there because they keep electing him, that's a very different story. When he stops offering them the option of choosing him or not choosing him, that's when it begins to look nefarious to someone born and raised with the mindset and the ideology that is an integral part of yours truly, and that I can't, you can see gray areas and nuance all you like, but it's hard to escape. And you alluded to this too. It's hard to escape what was indoctrinated into your bones in your formative years. It's like, your bones are growing, right?
Yeah.
And you can't go back. So to me, this is so much a part of who I am that I have a hard time jettisoning that and saying, oh no, Vladimir Putin not being elected anymore is just fine. I'm too much of a product of my upbringing to go there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, there's, like I was saying, there's gray areas, which is, I believe, I have to think through this, but I think there is a point at which Adolf Hitler became the popular choice in Nazi Germany in the 30s. There is in the same way, from an American perspective, you could start to criticize some in a shallow way, some in a deep way. The way that Putin has maintained power is by controlling the press, so limiting one other freedom that we Americans value, which is the freedom of the press, the freedom of speech. That it is very possible. Now things are changing now, but for most of his presidency, he was the popular choice, and sometimes by far. And I actually don't have real family in Russia who don't love Putin. The only people who write to me about Putin and not liking him are like sort of activists who are young, right? So like, to me, they're strangers. I don't know anything about them. But people I do know who have a big family in Russia, they love Putin.
Do they miss election? Would they want the choice to prove it at the ballot box, or are they so in love with him that they wouldn't want to take a chance that someone might vote him out?
No, they don't think of it this way, and they are aware of the incredible bureaucracy and corruption that is lurking in the shadows, which is true in Russia.
Right.
Everywhere. But like, there's something about the Russians. It's the remnants. Corruption is so deeply part of the Soviet system that even the overthrow of the breaking apart of the Soviet Union, and Putin coming and reforming a lot of the system, it's still deeply in there, and they're aware of that. That's part of the love for Putin is partially grounded in the fear of what happens when the corrupt take over, the greedy take over. And they see Putin as the stabilizer, as like a hard force that says counterforce that get your shit together. Like, basically, from the Western perspective, Putin is terrible, but from the Russian perspective, Putin is the only thing holding this thing together before it collapses. Now, Garrett Kasparov has been loud on this. A lot of people from the Western perspective say, well, if it has to collapse, let it collapse.
That's easier said than done when you don't have to live with it.
Exactly. And so anyone worrying about their family, and they also remember the inflation and the economic instability and the suffering and the starvation that happened in the 90s with the collapse of the Soviet Union. And they saw the kind of reform and the economic vibrancy that happened when Putin took power. Or that they think, like, this guy's holding it together. And they see elections as potentially being mechanisms by which the corrupt people can manipulate the system unfairly, as opposed to letting the people speak with their voice. They somehow figure out a way to manipulate the elections to elect somebody like one of them Western revolutionaries. And so I think one of the beliefs that's important to the American system is the belief in the electoral system that the voice of the people can be heard in the various systems of government, whether it's judicial, whether it's, basically the assumption is that the system works well enough for you to be able to elect the popular choice.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that come to mind on that. The first one has to do with the idea of oligarchs. There's a belief in political science, it's not the overall belief, but that every society is sort of an oligarchy, really, if you break it down, right? So what you're talking about are some of the people who would form an oligarchic class in Russia, and that Putin is the guy who can harness the power of the state to keep those people in check. The problem, of course, in a system like that, a strongman system, right, where you have somebody who can hold the reins and steer the ship when the ship is violently in a storm, is the succession. So if you're not creating a system that can operate without you, then that terrible instability and that terrible future that you justify the strongman for is just awaiting your future, right? I mean, unless he's actively building the system that will outlive him and allow successors to do what he's doing, then what you've done here is created temporary, I would think, a temporary stability here, because it's the same problem you have in a monarchy, right? Where you have this one king and he's particularly good, or you think he's particularly good, but he's going to turn that job over to somebody else down the road, and the system doesn't guarantee, because no one's really worked on it. And again, you would tell me if Putin is putting into place, I know he's talked about it over the years, putting into place a system that can outlive him and that will create the stability that the people in Russia like him for when he's gone. Because if the oligarchs just take over afterwards, then one might argue, well, we had 20 good years, of stability. But I mean, I would say that if we're talking about a ship of state here, the guy steering the ship, maybe, if you want to look at it from the Russian point of view, has done a great job, maybe. Just saying. But the rocks are still out there, and he's not going to be at the helm forever. So one would think that his job is to make sure that there's going to be someone who can continue to steer the ship for the people of Russia after he's gone. Now, let me ask, because I'm curious, do you, and ignorant. So is he doing that, do you think? Is he setting it up so that when there is no Putin, the state is safe?
From the beginning, that was the idea. Whether one of the fascinating things, I read every biography, English written biography on Putin, so I need to think more deeply. But one of the fascinating things is, how did power change Vladimir Putin? He was a different man when he took power than he is today. I actually, in many ways, admire the man that took power. I think he's very different than Stalin and then Hitler at the moment they took power. I think Hitler and Stalin were both, in our previous discussion, already on the trajectory of evil. I think Putin was a humble, loyal, honest man when he took power. The man he is today is worth thinking about and studying. I'm not sure. That's
an old line, though, about absolute power corrupting absolutely.
But it's kind of a line. It's a beautiful quote. You have to really think about it. Like, what does that actually mean? And like one of the things I still have to do. I've been focusing on securing the conversation, right? So I haven't gone through the dark place yet, because I feel like I can't do the dark thing for too long. So I really have to put myself in the mind of Putin leading up to the conversation. But for now, my sense is he took power when Yeltsin gave him one of the big sort of acts of the new Russia was, for the first time in its history, a leader could have continued being in power. He chose to give away power. That was the George Washington.
Right. You in the United States look at that as absolute power. Yeah. A sign of good things.
Yeah. And so that was this huge act, and Putin said that was the defining thing that will define Russia for the 21st century, that act, and he will carry that flag forward. That's why in rhetoric, after 2 terms, he gave away power.
Yeah, but it was a puppet, right?
Yeah. Yes, but still the story was being told. I think he believed it early on. I believe he still believes it, but I think he's deeply suspicious of the corruption that lurks in the shadows. And I do believe that, like, as somebody who thinks clickbait journalism is broken, journalists annoy the hell out of me.
Clickbait journalism is perfectly. Journalism's broken.
Journalists
Clickbait things work great.
Exactly. So I understand from Putin's perspective that journalists can be seen as the enemy of the state, because people think journalists write these deep, beautiful philosophical pieces about criticizing the structure of government and the proper policy, the steps that we need to take to make a greater nation. No, they're unfairly take stuff out of context. They're critical in ways that's like shallow and not interesting. They call you a racist or a sexist, or they make up stuff all the time. So I can put myself in the mindset of a person that thinks that it is okay to remove that kind of shallow fake news voice from the system. The problem is, of course, that is a slippery slope to then you remove all the annoying people from the system, and then you change what annoying means, which annoying starts becoming a thing that, like, anyone who opposes the system. I mean, I get the slippery. It's obvious that it's becoming slippery slope. But I can also put myself in the mindset of the people that see it's okay to remove the liars from the system, as long as it's good for Russia.
And so herein lies, and this again, in traditional American perspective, because we've had so-called yellow journalism since the founding of the republic. That's nothing new. But the problem then comes into play when you remove journalists. Even, it's broad brushing, because you remove both the crappy ones who are lying and the ones who are telling the truth too. You're left with simply the approved government journalists, right? The ones who are towing the government's line. In which case, the truth as you see it is a different kind of fake news, right? It's the fake news from the government instead of the clickbait news. And oh yeah, maybe truth mixed into all that too in some of the outlets. The problem I always have with our system here in the United States right now is trying to tease the truth out from all the falsehoods. And look, I got 30 years in journalism. My job used to be to go through, before the internet, all the newspapers and find that. I used to know all the journalists by name, and I could pick out who they were, and I have a hard time picking out the truth from the falsehood. So I think constantly, how are people who don't have all this background, who have lives or who are trained in other specialties, how do they do it? But if the government is the only approved outlet for truth, a traditional American and a lot of other traditional societies based on these ideas of the Enlightenment that I talked about earlier would see that as a disaster waiting to happen, or a tyranny in progress. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And I would agree with you. I still agree with you. But it is clear that something about the freedom of the press and freedom of speech in today, like literally the last few years with the internet, is changing. And the argument, you could say that the American system of freedom of speech is broken, because here's the belief I grew up on, and I still hold, but I'm starting to be sort of trying to see multiple views on it. My belief was that freedom of speech results in a stable trajectory towards truth always. So, like, truth will emerge. That was my sort of faith and belief that yeah, there's going to be lies all over the place, but there will be like a stable thing that is true, that's carried forward to the public. Now it feels like it's possible to go towards a world where nothing is true, or truth is something that groups of people convince themselves of, and there's multiple groups of people, and the idea of some universal truth, I suppose is a better thing, is something that we can no longer exist under. Like, some people believe that the Green Bay Packers is the best football team, and some people could think the Patriots, and they deeply believe it to where they call the other groups liars. Now that's fun for sports, that's fun for favorite flavors of ice cream, but they might believe that about science, about various aspects of politics, various aspects of sort of different policies within the function of our government. And like, that's not just like some weird thing we complain about, but that'll be the nature of things. Like truth is something we can no longer have.
Well, let me de-romanticize the American history of this too, because the American press was often just as biased, I always look to the 1970s as the high watermark of the American journalistic, in the post-Watergate era, where it was actively going after the abuses of the government and all these things. But there was a famous speech, very quiet, given by Catherine Graham, who was a Washington Post editor, I believe. And somebody sent it to me. We had to get it off of a journalism, like a JSTOR kind of thing. And she, at a luncheon, assured that to the government people at the luncheon, don't worry, this is not going to be something that we make a trend. Because the position of the government is still something that was carried, the newspapers were the water, and the newspapers were the big thing up until certainly the late 60s, early 70s. The newspapers were still the water carrier of the government, right? And they were the water carriers of the owners of the newspaper. So let's not pretend there was some angelic, wonderful time, and I'm saying to me, because I was the one who brought it up, let's not pretend there was any super age of truthful journalism and all that. And then you go to the revolutionary period in American history, and it looks every bit as bad as today, right?
That's a hopeful message, actually. So things may not be as bad as they look.
Well, let's look at it more like a stock market, and that you have fluctuations in the truthfulness or believability of the press, and there are periods where it was higher than other periods. The funny thing about the so-called clickbait era, and I do think it's terrible, but I mean, it resembles earlier eras to me. So I always compare it to when I was a kid growing up, when I thought journalism was as good as it's ever gotten. It was never perfect, but it's also something that you see very rarely in other governments around the world. And there's a reason that journalists are often killed regularly in a lot of countries, and it's because they report on things that the authorities do not want reported on. And I've always thought that was what journalism should do. But it's got to be truthful. Otherwise, it's just a different kind of propaganda, right?
Can we talk about Genghis Khan? Genghis Khan?
Sure.
By the way, is it Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan?
It's not Genghis Khan. It's either Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan.
So let's go with Genghis Khan.
The only thing I'll be able to say within the last certain thing I'll say.
It's like, I don't know, GIF versus GIF. I don't know
how it ever got started the wrong way.
Yeah. So first of all, your episodes on Genghis Khan, for many people, are the favorite. It's fascinating to think about events that had so much, like their ripples had so much impact on so much of human civilization. In your view, was he an evil man? Let's go start a discussion of evil. Another way to put it is, I've read he's much loved in many parts of the world, like Mongolia. And I've also read arguments that say that he was quite a progressive for the times. So where do you put him? Is he a progressive, or is he an evil destroyer of humans?
As I often say, I'm not a historian, which is why what I try to bring to the Hardcore History podcast are these sub-themes. So each show has it, and they're not, I try to kind of soft pedal them, so they're not always like really right in front of your face. In that episode, the soft pedaling sub-theme had to do with what we refer to as a historical arsonist. And it's because some historians have taken the position that sometimes, and most of this is earlier, so historians don't do this very much anymore, but these were the wonderful questions I grew up with that blend, it's almost the intersection between history and philosophy. Mm-hmm. And the idea was that sometimes the world has become so overwhelmed with bureaucracy or corruption or just stagnation that somebody has to come in, or some group of people or some force has to come in and do the equivalent of a forest fire to clear out all the dead wood so that the forest itself can be rejuvenated and society can then move forward. And there's a lot of these periods where the historians of the past will portray these figures who come in and do horrific things as creating an almost service for mankind, right? Creating the foundations for a new world that will be better than the old. And it's a recurring theme. And so this was the sub-theme of the Khan's podcast, because otherwise you don't need me to tell you the story of the Mongols, but I'm going to bring up the historical arsonist element. But this gets to how the Khan has been portrayed, right? If you want to say, oh yes, he cleared out the dead wood and made for it, well then it's a positive thing. If you say, my family was in the forest fire that he set, you're not going to see it that way. Much of what Genghis Khan is credited with on the upside, right? So things like religious toleration. And you'll say, well, he was religiously, the Mongols were religiously tolerant. And so this makes them almost like a liberal reformer kind of thing. But this needs to be seen within the context of their empire, which was very much like the Roman viewpoint, which is the Romans didn't care a lot of time what your local people worshipped. They wanted stability. And if that kept stability and kept you paying taxes and didn't require the legionaries to come in and then they didn't care, right? And the Khans were the same way. Like, they don't care what you're practicing as long as it doesn't disrupt their empire and cause them trouble. But what I always like to point out is, yes, but the Khan could still come in with his representative to your town, decide your daughter was a beautiful woman that they wanted as the Khan's concubine, and they would take them. So how liberal an empire is this, right? So many of the things that they get credit for as though they're some kind of nice guys may, in another way of looking at it, just be a simple mechanism of control, right? A way to keep the empire stable. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They have decided that this is the best. And I love, because the Mongols were what we would call a pagan people now, I love the fact that I think we call it, the term we used, it had to do with, like they were hedging their bets religiously, right? They didn't know which god was the right one, so as long as you're all praying for the health of the Khan, we're maximizing the chances that whoever the gods are, they get the message, right? So I think it's been portrayed as something like a liberal empire, and the idea of Mongol universality is more about conquering the world. And it's like saying, we're going to bring stability to the world by conquering it. Well, what if that's Hitler, right? He could make the same case. Or Hitler wasn't really the world conqueror like that, because he wouldn't have been trying to make it equal for all people. But my point being that it kind of takes the positive moral slant out of it if their motivation wasn't a positive moral slant to the motivation. And the Mongols didn't see it that way. And I think the way that it's portrayed is like, and I always like to use this analogy, it's like shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it afterwards, right? How do we justify and make them look good in the way that they themselves probably, and listen, we don't have the Mongol point of view per se. I mean, there's something called the secret history of the Mongols, and there's things written down by Mongolian overlords through people like Persian and Chinese scribes later. We don't have their point of view, but it sure doesn't look like this was an attempt to create some wonderful place where everybody was living a better life than they were before. I think that's later people putting a nice rosy spin on it.
So, but there's an aspect to it, maybe you can correct me, because I'm projecting sort of my idea of what it would take to conquer so much land, is the ideology is emergent. So if I were to guess, the Mongols started out as exceptionally, as warriors who valued excellence in skill of killing, not even killing, but like the actual practice of war. And you can start out small and you can grow and grow and grow. And then in order to maintain the stability of the things over which, of the conquered lands, you develop a set of ideas with which you can, like you said, establish control. But it was emergent. And it seems like the core first principle idea of the Mongols is just to be excellent warriors that felt that felt to me like the starting point. It wasn't some ideology. Like with Hitler and Stalin, with Hitler, there was an ideology that didn't have anything to do with war underneath it. It was more about conquering. It feels like the Mongols started out more organically, I would say. It's like this phenomenon started emergently, and they were just like similar to the Native Americans with like the Comanches, like the different warrior tribes that Joe Rogan's currently obsessed with. That led me to look into it more. They seem to just start out just valuing the skill of fighting, whatever the tools of war they had, which were pretty primitive, but just to be the best warriors they could possibly be. You make a science out of it. Is that crazy to think that there's no ideology behind it in the beginning?
I'm going to back up a second. I'm reminded of the line said about the Romans that they create a wasteland and call it peace. That is
wow.
But there's a lot of conquering like that, right? Where you will sit there and listen. Historians forever have it's the famous trade-offs of empire, and they'll say, well, look at the trade that they facilitated, and look at the religion, all those kinds of things, but they come at the cost of all those peoples that they conquered forcibly and by force integrated into their empire. The one thing we need to remember about the Mongols that makes them different than, say, the Romans, and this is complex stuff and way above my pay grade, but I'm fascinated with it, and it's more like the Comanches that you just brought up, is that the Mongols are not a settled society. Okay, they come from a nomadic tradition. Now, several generations later, you have Kublai Khan as the emperor of China. It's beginning to be a different thing, right? And the Mongols, when their empire broke up, the ones that were in the so-called settled societies, right, Iran, places like that, they will become more like, over time, the rulers of those places were traditionally. And the Mongols, in say like the Khaganate of the Golden Horde, which is still in their traditional nomadic territories, will remain traditionally more Mongol. But when you start talking about who the Mongols were, I try to make a distinction. They're not some really super special people. They're just the latest confederacy in an area that saw nomadic confederacies going back to the beginning of recorded history. The Scythians, the Sarmatians, the Avars, the Huns, the Magyars. I mean, these are all the nomadic. The nomads of the Eurasian steppe were huge, huge players in the history of the world until gunpowder nullified their traditional weapons system, which I've been fascinated with because their traditional weapons system is not one you could copy. Because you were talking about being the greatest warriors you could be. Every warrior society I've ever seen values that. What the nomads had of the Eurasian steppe was this relationship between human beings and animals that changed the equation. It was how they rode horses. And societies like the Byzantines, which would form one flank of the steppe, and then all the way on the other side you had China, and below that you had Persia. These societies would all attempt to create mounted horsemen who used archery. And they did a good job, but they were never the equals of the nomads because those people were literally raised in the saddle. They compared them to centaurs. The Comanches, great example, considered to be the best horse riding warriors in North America. The Comanches, I always loved watching, there's paintings. George Catlin, the famous painter who painted the Comanches, illustrated it, but the Mongols and the Scythians and the Avars and all these people did it too, where they would shoot from underneath the horse's neck, hiding behind the horse the whole way. You look at a picture of somebody doing that, and it's insane. This is what the Byzantines couldn't do, and the Chinese couldn't do. It was a different level of harnessing a human-animal relationship that gave them a military advantage that could not be copied, right? It could be emulated, but they were never as good, right? That's why they always hired these people. They hired mercenaries from these areas because they were incomparable. right? It's the combination of people who were shooting bows and arrows from the time they were toddlers, who were riding from the time they were, who rode all the time. I mean, the Huns were bow-legged, the Romans said, because they were never out. They ate, slept, everything in the saddle. That creates something that is difficult to copy. And it gave them a military advantage. I enjoyed reading actually about when that military advantage ended. So 17th and 18th century, when the Chinese on one flank and the Russians on the other are beginning to use firearms and stuff to break this military power of these various khans. The Mongols were simply the most dominating and most successful of the confederacies, but if you break it down, they really formed the nucleus at the top of the pyramid, of the apex of the food chain, and a lot of the people that were known as Mongols were really lots of other tribes, non-Mongolian tribes, that when the Mongols conquer you, after they killed a lot of you, they incorporated you into their confederacy, and often made you go first. You're going to fight somebody, we're going to make these people go out in front and suck up all the arrows before we go in and finish the job. So to me, and I guess a fan of the Mongols would say that the difference, and what made the Mongols different, wasn't the weapon system or the fighting or the warriors or the armor or anything. It was Genghis Khan. And if you go look at the other really dangerous, from the outside world's perspective, dangerous step, nomadic confederacies from past history, was always when some great leader emerged that could unite the tribes. And you see the same thing in Native American history to a degree. You had people like Attila, right? Or there's one called Truman. You go back in history, and these people make the history books because they caused an enormous amount of trouble for their settled neighbors. That normally, I mean, Chinese, Byzantine, and Persian approaches to the steppe people were always the same. They would pick out tribes to be friendly with. They would give them money, gifts, hire them, and they would use them against the other tribes. Generally, Byzantine, especially in Chinese diplomatic history, was all about keeping these tribes separated. Don't let them form confederations of large numbers of them, because then they're unstoppable. Attila was a perfect example. The Huns were the Turks, another large confederacy of these people, and they were devastating when they could unite. So the diplomatic policy was don't let them. That's what made the Mongols different, is Genghis Khan united them, and then unlike most of the tribal confederacies, they were able to hold it together for a few generations.
To linger on the little thread that you started pulling on this man, Genghis Khan, that was a leader.
Yeah.
What do you think makes a great leader? Maybe if you have other examples throughout history. And great, again, let's use that term loosely.
Now I was going to ask for a definition.
Great uniter of whether it's evil or good, it doesn't matter. Is there somebody who stands out to you, Alexander the Great, or we're talking about military or ideologies? Some people bring up FDR, or I mean, it could be the founding fathers of this country, or we can go to was he man of the century up there, Hitler of the 20th century, and Stalin, and these people had really amassed the amount of power that probably has never been seen in the history of the world. Is there somebody who stands out to you by way of trying to define what makes a great uniter, great leader in one man or woman maybe in the future?
It's an interesting question, and one I've thought a lot about, because let's take Alexander the Great as an example, because Alexander fascinated the world of his time, fascinated ever since. People have been fascinated with the guy. But Alexander was a hereditary monarch, right?
Yeah.
He was handed the kingdom.
It's fascinating.
Right, but he did not need to rise from nothing to get that job. In fact, he reminds me of a lot of other leaders, Frederick the Great, for example, in Prussia. These are people who inherited the greatest army of their day. Alexander, unless he was an imbecile, was going to be great no matter what, because if you inherit the Wehrmacht, you're going to be able to do something with it, right? Alexander's father may have been great. Philip. Philip II was the guy who who literally did create a strong kingdom from a disjointed group of people that were continually beset by their neighbors. He's the one that reformed that army, took things that he had learned from other Greek leaders like the Theban leader Epaminondas, and then laboriously over his lifetime stabilized the frontiers, built this system. He lost an eye doing it. His leg was made lame. This was a man who looked like he built the empire and led from the front ranks. I mean, and then who may have been killed by his son. We don't know who assassinated Philip, but then handed the greatest army the world had ever seen to his son, who then did great things with it. You see this pattern many times. So in my mind, I'm not sure Alexander really can be that great when you compare him to people who arose from nothing. So the difference between what we would call in the United States the self-made man or the one who inherits a fortune. There's an old line that, it's a slur, but it's about rich people. It's like he was born on third base and thought he hit a triple, right? Philip was born at home plate and he had to hit. Alexander started on third base. And so I try to draw a distinction between them. Genghis Khan is tough because there's two traditions. The tradition that we grew up with here in the United States and that I grew up learning was that he was a self-made man. But there is a tradition, and it may be one of those things that's put after the fact because a long time ago, whether or not you had blue blood in your veins was an important distinction. And so the distinction that you'll often hear from Mongolian history is that this was a nobleman who had been deprived of his inheritance, so he was a blue blood anyway. I don't know which is true. There's certainly, when you look at a Genghis Khan, though, you have to go, that is a wicked amount of things to have achieved. He's very impressive as a figure. Attila's very impressive as a figure. Hitler's an interesting figure. He's one of those people, the more you study about Hitler, the more you wonder where the defining moment was. Because if you look at his life, Hitler was a relatively common soldier in the First World War. He was brave. He got some decorations. In fact, the highest decoration he got in the First World War was given to him by a Jewish officer. And it was he often didn't talk about that decoration, even though it was the more prestigious one because it would open up a whole can of worms you didn't want to get into. But Hitler's, if you said who was Hitler today, one of the top things you're going to say is he was an anti-Semite. Well, then you have to draw a distinction between general, regular anti-Semitism that was pretty common in the era and something that was a rabid level of anti-Semitism. But Hitler didn't seem to show a rabid level of anti-Semitism until after or at the very end of the First World War. So if this is a defining part of this person's character, and much of what we consider to be his evil stems from that, what happened to this guy when he's an adult, right? He's already fought in the war to change him so. It's almost like there was always a movie theme. Somebody gets hit by something on the head and their whole personality changes, right? It almost seems something like that. So I don't think I call that necessarily a great leader. To me, the interesting thing about Hitler is what the hell happened to a nondescript person who didn't really impress anybody with his skills? And then in the 1920s is all of a sudden, as you said, sort of the man of the hour, right? So that to me is kind of fascinating. I have this feeling that Genghis Khan, and we don't really know, was an impressive human being from the get-go. And then he was raised in this environment with pressure on all sides. You start with this diamond and then you polish it and you harden it his whole life. Hitler seems to be a very unimpressive gemstone most of his life, and then all of a sudden. So, I don't think I can label great leaders. And I'm always fascinated by that idea that, and I'm trying to remember who the quote was by, that great men, Lord Acton, so great men are often not good men. And that in order to be great, you would have to jettison many of the moral qualities that we normally would consider a Jesus or a Gandhi, or these qualities that one looks at as the good, upstanding moral qualities that we should all aspire to as examples, right? The Buddha, whatever it might be. Those people wouldn't make good leaders because what you need to be a good leader often requires the kind of choices that a true philosophical Diogenes moral man wouldn't make. So So I don't have an answer to your question. How about that? That's a very long way of saying I don't know.
Just linger a little bit. It does feel like, from my study of Hitler, that the time molded the man versus Genghis Khan, where it feels like the man molded his time.
Yes, and I feel that way about a lot of those nomadic Confederacy builders, that they really seem to be these figures that stand out as extraordinary for in one way or another. And remembering, by the way, that almost all the history of them were written by the enemies that they so mistreated that they were probably never going to get any good press. They didn't write themselves.
That's a caveat we should always
Yes.
have to basically.
Nomadic or Native American peoples or tribal peoples anywhere generally do not get the advantage of being able to write the history of their heroes.
Okay, I've recently almost done with The Rise and the Fall of the Third Reich. It's one of the historical descriptions of Hitler's rise to power, Nazis' rise to power. There's a few philosophical things I'd like to ask you to see if you can help. Like, one of the things I think about is how does one be a hero in 1930s Nazi Germany? What does it mean to be a hero? What do heroic actions look like? I think about that because I think about how I move about in this world today. You know, that we live in really chaotic, intense times where I don't think you want to draw any parallels between Nazi Germany and modern day in any of the nations you can think about. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that authoritarian governments take hold, authoritarian companies take hold, and I'd like to think that I could be, in my little small way, and inspire others to take the heroic action before things get bad. And I kind of try to place myself in what would 1930s Germany look like. Is it possible to stop a Hitler? Is it even the right way to think about it? And how does one be a hero in it? I mean, you often talk about that living through a moment in history is very different than looking at that history, when you look back. I also think about would it be possible to understand what's happening, that the bells of war are ringing. It seems that most people didn't seem to understand, late into the 30s, that war is coming. That's fascinating. On the United States side, inside Germany, like the opposing figures, the German military didn't seem to understand this. Maybe off the other countries, certainly France and England didn't seem to understand this. So I kind of tried to put myself into 1930s Germany, as I'm Jewish, which is another little twist on the whole. Like, what would I do? What should one do? Do you have interesting answers?
So earlier we had talked about Putin, and we had talked about patriotism and love of country and those sorts of things. In order to be a hero in Nazi Germany, by our views here, you would have had to have been anti-patriotic to the average German's viewpoint in the 1930s, right? You would have to have opposed your own government and your own country. And it would be a very weird thing to go to people in Germany and say, listen, the only way you're going to be seen as a good German and a hero to the country that will be your enemies is we think you should oppose your own government. It's a strange position to put the people in a government in, saying you need to be against your leader, you need to oppose your government's policies, you need to oppose your government, you need to hope and work for its downfall. That doesn't sound patriotic. It wouldn't sound patriotic here in this country if you made a similar argument. I will go away from the 1930s and go to the 1940s to answer your question. So there's movements like the White Rose movement in Germany, which involved young people, really, and from various backgrounds, religious backgrounds often, who worked openly against the Nazi government at a time when power was already consolidated, the Gestapo was in full force, and they execute people who are against the government. And these young people would go out and distribute pamphlets. And many of them got their heads cut off with guillotines for their trouble. And they knew that that was going to be the penalty. That is a remarkable amount of bravery and sacrifice and willingness to die, and almost not even willingness, because they were so open about it, it's almost a certainty, right? That's incredibly moving to me. So when we talk, and we had talked earlier about sort of the human spirit and all that kind of thing, there are people in the German military who opposed and worked against Hitler, for example. But to me, that's almost cowardly compared to what these young people did in the White Rose movement, because those people in the Wehrmacht, for example, who were secretly trying to undermine Hitler, they're not really putting their lives on the line to the same degree. And so I think when I look at heroes, and listen, I remember once saying there were no conscientious objectors in Germany as a way to point out to people that you didn't have a choice. You were going to serve in it. And I got letters from Jehovah's Witnesses who said, yes, there were, and we got sent to the concentration camps. Those are remarkably brave things. It's one thing to have your own set of standards and values. It's another thing to say, oh no, I'm going to display them in a way that with this regime, that's a death sentence. And not just for me, for my family, right? In these regimes, there was not a lot of distinction made between father and son and wives. That's a remarkable sacrifice to make, and far beyond what I think I would even be capable of. And so the admiration comes from seeing people who appear to be more morally profound than you are yourself. So when I look at this, I look at that kind of thing, and I just say, wow. And the funny thing is, if you'd have gone to most average Germans on the street in 1942, and said, what do you think of these people? They're going to think of them as traitors who probably got what they deserved. So that's the eye of the beholder thing. It's the power of the state to so propagandize values and morality in a way that favors the state, that you can turn people who today we look at as unbelievably brave and moral and crusading for righteousness, and turn them into enemies of the people. So, I mean, in my mind, it would be people like that.
See, I think, so hero is a funny word, and we romanticize the notion. But if I could drag you back to 1930s Germany from 1940s,
sure.
I feel like the heroic actions that doesn't accomplish much is not what I'm referring to. So there's many heroes I look up to that, like David Goggins, for example, the guy who runs crazy distances. He runs for no purpose except for the suffering in itself. And I think his willingness to challenge the limits of his mind is heroic. I guess I'm looking for a different term, which is, how could Hitler have been stopped? My sense is that he could have been stopped in the battle of ideas, where people, millions of people, were suffering economically, were suffering because of the betrayal of World War I, in terms of the love of country and how they felt they were being treated. And a charismatic leader that inspired love and unity that's not destructive could have emerged, and that's where the battle should have been fought.
I would suggest that we need to take into account the context of the times that led to Hitler's rise of power and created the conditions where his message resonated. That is not a message that resonates at all times, right? It is impossible to understand the rise of Hitler without dealing with the First World War and the aftermath of the First World War and the inflationary, terrible depression in Germany and all these things, and the dissatisfaction with the Weimar Republic's government, which was often seen as something put into place by the victorious powers. Hitler referred to the people that signed those agreements, that signed the armistice, as the November criminals. And he used that as a phrase which resonated with the population. This was a population that was embittered. And even if they weren't embittered, the times were so terrible, and the options for operating within the system in a non-radical way seemed totally discredited, right? You could work through the Weimar Republic, but they tried and it wasn't working anyway. And then the alternative to the Nazis, who were bully boys in the street, were communist agitators that to the average conservative German seemed no better. So you have three options if you're an average German person. You can go with the discredited government put in power by your enemies that wasn't working anyway. You could go with the Nazis, who seemed like a bunch of super patriots calling for the restoration of German authority, or you could go with the communists. The entire thing seemed like a litany of poor options, right? And in this realm, Hitler was able to triangulate, if you will. He came off as a person who was going to restore German greatness at a time when this was a powerful message. But if you don't need German greatness restored, it doesn't resonate, right? So the reason that your love idea and all this stuff, I don't think would have worked in the time period is because that was not a commodity that the average German was in search of then.
Well, it's interesting to think about whether greatness could be restored through mechanisms, through ideas that are not so, from our perspective today, so evil. I don't know what the right term is.
But the war continued in a way. So remember that when Hitler is rising to power, the French are in control of parts of Germany, right? The Ruhr, one of the main industrial heartlands of Germany, was occupied by the French. So there's never this point where you're allowed to let the hate dissipate, right? Every time maybe things were calming down, something else would happen to stick the knife in and twist it a little bit more, from the average German's perspective, right? The reparations, right? So if you say, okay, well, we're going to get back on our feet, the reparations were crushing. These things prevented the idea of love or brotherhood and all these things from taking hold. And even if there were Germans who felt that way, and there most certainly were, it is hard to overcome the power of everyone else. You know, what I always say when people talk to me about humanity is I believe on individual levels we're capable of everything and anything, good, bad, or indifferent. But collectively, it's different, right? And in the time period that we're talking about here, messages of peace on earth and love your enemies and all these sorts of things were absolutely deluged and overwhelmed and drowned out by the bitterness, the hatred, and let's be honest, the sense that you were continually being abused by your former enemies. There were a lot of people on the Allied side that realized this and said, we're setting up the next war. They understood that you can only do certain things to collective human populations for a certain period of time before it is natural for them to want to. And you can see German posters from the region, Nazi propaganda posters that show them breaking off the chains of their enemies. And I mean, Germany away, right? That was the great slogan. So I think love is always a difficult option. And in the context of those times, it was even more disempowered than normal.
Well, this goes to just to linger on it for a little longer, the question of the inevitability of history. Do you think Hitler could have been stopped? Do you think this kind of force that you're saying that there was a pain and it was building, there was a hatred that was building, do you think there was a way to avert? I mean, there's two questions. Could it have been a lot worse? And could it have been better in the trajectory of history in the 30s and 40s?
The most logical, we had started this conversation, brings a wonderful bow tie into the discussion and buttons it up nicely. We had talked about force and counterforce earlier. The most obvious and much discussed way that Hitler could have been stopped has nothing to do with Germany. When he remilitarized the Rhineland, everyone talks about what a couple of French divisions would have done had they simply gone in and contested it. And this was something Hitler was extremely, I mean, it might have been the most nervous time in his entire career because he was afraid that they would have responded with force, and he was in no position to do anything about it if they did. So this is where you get the people who say, and Churchill's one of these people too, where they talk about that he should have been stopped militarily right at the very beginning when he was weak. I don't think. Listen, there were candidates in the Catholic Center Party and others in the Weimar Republic that maybe could have done things, and it's beyond my understanding of specific German history to talk about it intelligently. But I do think that had the French responded militarily to Hitler's initial moves into that area, that he would have been thwarted. And I think he himself believed, if I'm remembering my reading, that this would have led to his downfall. So the potential, what I don't like about this is that it almost legitimizes military intervention at a very early stage to prevent worse things from happening. But it might be a pretty clear-cut case. But it shows, we pointed out, that there was a lot of sympathy on the part of the Allies for the fact that, the Germans probably should have Germany back, and this is traditional German land. And, I mean, they were trying, in a funny way, it's almost like the love and the sense of justice on the Allies' part may have actually stayed their hand in a way that would have prevented much, much, much worse things later. But if the times were such that the message of a Hitler resonated, then simply removing Hitler from the equation would not have removed the context of the times. And that means one of two things. Either you could have had another one, or you could have ended up in a situation equally bad in a different direction. I don't know what that means, because it's hard to imagine anything could be worse than what actually occurred, but history's funny that way. And that Hitler's always everyone's favorite example of the difference between the great man theory of history and the trends and forces theories of history, right? The times made a Hitler possible, and maybe even desirable to some. If you took him out of the equation, those trends and forces are still in place, right? So what does that mean? If you take him out and the door is still open, does somebody else walk through it?
Yeah, it's mathematically speaking, the probability of charismatic leaders emerge. I'm so torn on that. I'm at this point.
Here's another way to look at it. The institutional stability of Germany in that time period was not enough to push back. And there are other periods in German history. I mean, if Hitler arisen in 1913, he doesn't get anywhere, because Germany's institutional power is enough to simply quash that. It's the fact that Germany was unstable anyway that prevented a united front that would have kept radicalism from getting out of hand. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. A tricky question on this, just to stay on this a little longer, because I'm not sure how to think about it, is the World War II versus the Holocaust. We were talking just now about the way that history unrolls itself, and could Hitler have been stopped? And I don't quite know what to think about Hitler without the Holocaust, and perhaps in his thinking how essential the anti-Semitism and the hatred of Jews was. It feels to me that, I don't, we were just talking about where did he pick up his hatred of the Jewish people. There's stories in Vienna and so on that it almost is picking up the idea of anti-Semitism as a really useful tool, as opposed to actually believing it in its core. Do you think World War II, as it turned out, and Hitler as he turned out, would be possible without anti-Semitism? Could we have avoided the Holocaust? Or was it an integral part of the ideology of fascism and the Nazis?
Not an integral part of fascism, because Mussolini Mussolini did it to please Hitler, but it wasn't an integral part. What's interesting to me is that that's the big anomaly in the whole question, because anti-Semitism didn't need to be a part of this at all, right? Hitler had a conspiratorial view of the world. He was a believer that the Jews controlled things, right? The Jews were responsible for both Bolshevism on one side and capitalism on the other. They ruled the banks. The United States was a Jewified country, right? Bolshevism was a Jewified sort of a political. In other words, he saw Jews everywhere. He had that line about if the Jews of Europe force another war to Germany, they'll pay the price or whatever. But then you have to believe that they're capable of that. The Holocaust is a weird sidebar to the whole thing. And here's what I've always found interesting. It's a sidebar that weakened Germany. Because look at the First World War. Jews fought for Germany, right? Who was the most important? And this is a very arguable point, but it's just the first one that pops into my head. Who was the most important Jewish figure that would have maybe been on the German side had the Germans had a non-anti-Semitic? Well, listen, that whole part.
Einstein.
Yes, it's Einstein. But the whole, I should point out that to say Germany or Europe or Russia or any of those things were not anti-Semitic is to do injustice to history, right? Pogroms, that is it's standard operating procedure. What you see in the Hitlerian era is an absolute huge spike, right? Because the government has a conspiracy theory that the Jews have. It's funny because Hitler both thought of them as weak and super powerful at the same time, right? And as an outsider people that weaken Germany, the whole idea of the blood and how that connects to Darwinism and all that sort of stuff is just weird, right? A real outlier. But Einstein, let's just play with Einstein. If there's no anti-Semitism in Germany, or none above the normal level, right? The baseline level. Does Einstein leave along with all the other Jewish scientists? And what does Germany have as increased technological and intellectual capacity if they stay? Right? It's something that actually weakened that state. It's a tragic flaw in the Hitlerian worldview. But it was so, you had mentioned earlier, like maybe it was not integral to his character, maybe it was a wonderful tool for power. I don't think so. Somewhere along the line, and really not at the beginning, this guy became absolutely obsessed with this.
With a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and Jews. And he surrounded himself with people and theorists. I'm going to use that word really sort of loosely. Who believe this too. And so you have a cabal of people who are reinforcing this idea that the Jews control the world. He called it international Jewry was a huge part of the problem, and that because of that they deserve to be punished, they were an enemy within, all these kinds of things. It's a nutty conspiracy theory that the government of one of the most, the big thing with Germany was culture, right? They were a leading figure in culture and philosophy and all these kinds of things, and that they could be overtaken with this wildly, wickedly weird conspiracy theory, and that it would actually determine things. I mean, Hitler was taking vast amounts of German resources and using it to wipe out this race when he needed them for all kinds of other things to fight a war of annihilation. So that is the weirdest part of the whole Nazi phenomenon.
It's the darkest possible silver lining to think about is that the Holocaust may have been, and the hatred of the Jewish people may have been the thing that avoided Germany getting the nuclear weapons first. And
isn't that a wonderful historical ironic twist that if it weren't so overlaid with tragedy, 1,000 years from now we'll be seeing there's something really funny.
Well, that's true. It's fascinating to think, as you've talked about.
The seeds of his own destruction, right? The tragic flaw.
And my hope is, this is a discussion I have with my dad, who's a physicist, is that evil inherently contains with it that kind of incompetence. So my dad's discussion, so he's a physicist and an engineer, his belief is that at this time in our history, the reason we haven't had nuclear, terrorist blow up a nuclear weapon somewhere in the world, is that the kind of people that would be terrorists are simply not competent enough at their job of being destructive. So like there's a kind of, if you plot it, the more evil you are, the less able you are. And by evil, I mean purely just, like we said, if we were to consider the hatred of Jewish people as evil, because it's sort of detached from reality. It's like just this pure hatred of something that's grounded on things, conspiracy theories. If that's evil, then the more you sell yourself, the more you give into these conspiracy theories, the less capable you are at actually engineering, which is very difficult, engineering nuclear weapons and effectively deploying them. So that's a hopeful message that the destructive people in this world are, by their worldview, incompetent in creating the ultimate destruction.
I don't agree with that.
Oh boy.
I straight up don't agree with that.
So why are we still here? Why haven't we destroyed ourselves? Why haven't the terrorists blown? It's been many decades. Why haven't we destroyed ourselves to this point?
Well, when you say it's been many decades, that's like saying in the life of a 150-year-old person, we've been doing well for a year. The problem with all these kinds of equations, and it was Bertrand Russell, right, the philosopher who said so. He said it's unreasonable to expect a man to walk on a tightrope for 50 years. I mean, the problem is that this is a long game. And let's remember that up until relatively recently, what would you say, 30 years ago, the nuclear weapons in the world were really tightly controlled. That was one of the real dangers in the fall of the Soviet Union. Remember the worry that all of a sudden you were going to have bankrupt former Soviet republics selling nuclear weapons to terrorists and whatnot. I would suggest, and here's another. The problem is that when we call these terrorists evil, it's easy for an American, for example, to say that Osama bin Laden is evil. Easy for me to say that.
I agree.
But one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, as the saying goes. And to other people, he's not. What Osama bin Laden did, and the people that worked with him, we would call evil genius. The idea of hijacking planes and flying them into the buildings like that, and that you could pull that off, and that still boggles my mind. It's funny, I'm still stunned by that. And yet, the idea, here's the funny part, and I hesitate to talk about this because I don't want to give anyone ideas, right? But you don't need nuclear weapons to do incredibly grave amounts of danger. What one can of gasoline and a Bic lighter can do in the right place and the right time, and over and over and over again, can bring down society. This is the argument behind the importance of the stability that a nation state provides. So, when we went in and took out Saddam Hussein, one of the great counter arguments from some of the people who said this is a really stupid thing to do is that Saddam Hussein was the greatest anti-terror weapon in that region that you could have because they were a threat to him. So he took that, and he did it in a way that was much more repressive than we would ever be, right? And this is the old line about why we supported right-wing death squad countries, because they were taking out people that would inevitably be a problem for us if they didn't. And they were able to do it in a way we would never be able to do, supposedly. It was pretty good at that stuff, just like the Soviet Union was behind the scenes and underneath the radar. But the idea that the stability created by powerful and strong centralized leadership allowed them, it's almost like outsourced anti-terror activity, allowed them to, for their own reasons. I mean, you see the same thing in the Syria situation with the Assads. I mean, you can't have an ISIS in that area because that's a threat to the Assad government, who will take care of that for you, and then that helps us by not having an ISIS. So I would suggest, one, that the game is still on whether or not these people get nuclear weapons in their hands. I would suggest they don't need them to achieve their goals, really. The crazy thing is if you start thinking like the Joker in Batman, the terrorist idea, it's funny, I guess I would be a great terrorist because I'm just full of those ideas. Oh, you can do this. It's scary to think of how vulnerable we are.
But the whole point is that you, as the Joker, wouldn't do the terrorist actions. That's the theory that's so hopeful to me with my dad, is that all the ideas, your ability to generate good ideas, like again, nuclear weapons, how you can disrupt the power grid, how you can disrupt attack our psychology, attack like with a can of gasoline, like you said, somehow disrupt the American system of ideas, like that, coming up with good ideas there.
Are we saying evil people can't come up with evil genius ideas?
That's what I'm saying. We have this Hollywood story.
I don't think history does. I mean, I think you could say with the nuclear weapons it does, but only because they're so recent.
Yes.
But I mean, evil genius, I mean, that's almost proverbial.
But that's okay. So to push back for the fun of it, or
I don't want you to leave this in a terrible mood because I push back on every hopeful idea you have, but I tend to be a little cynical about that stuff.
But that goes to the definition of evil, I think, because I'm not so sure human history has a lot of evil people being competent. I do believe that they mostly, like, in order to be good at doing what may be perceived as evil, you have to be able to construct an ideology around which you truly believe when you look in the mirror by yourself that you're doing good for the world. And it's difficult to construct an ideology where destroying the lives of millions or disrupting the American system. I'm already contradicting myself as I was saying.
I was just going to say, people have done this already.
Yeah. So, but then it's the question of like about aliens, the idea that if the aliens are all out there, why haven't they visited us? The same question. If it's so easy to be evil, not easy, if it's possible to be evil, why haven't we destroyed ourselves? And your statement is, from the context of history, the game is still on. And it's just been a few years since we found the tools to destroy ourselves. And one of the challenges of our modern time, we don't often think about this pandemic, kind of revealed, is how soft we've gotten in terms of our deep dependence on the system. So somebody mentioned to me, what happens if power goes out for a day? What happens if power goes out for a month? Oh, for example, the person that mentioned this was a Berkeley faculty that I was talking with. He's an astronomer who's observing solar flares. And it's very possible that a solar flare, they happen all the time to different degrees. Yeah, to knock out the power grid for months. So, like, just as a thought experiment, what happens if the power goes out for a week in this country?
Like the electromagnetic pulses of the nuclear weapons and all those kinds of things.
But maybe that's an act of nature.
Yeah.
And even just the act of nature will reveal like a little
fragility
of it all. And then the evil can emerge. I mean, the kind of things that might happen when power goes out, especially during a divisive time.
Well, you won't have food. At baseline level, that would mean that the entire supply chain begins to break down, and then you have desperation, and desperation opens the door.
Can I ask a dark question?
As opposed to the other things we've been talking about?
There's always a thread, a hopeful message. I think there will be a hopeful message in this one too.
They have the wrong direction.
If you were to bet money on the way that human civilization destroys itself, or it collapses in some way that where the result would be unrecognizable to us as anything akin to progress, what would you say? Is it nuclear weapons? Is it some societal breakdown through just more traditional kinds of war? Is it engineered pandemics, nanotechnology? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it something we can't even expect yet? Do you have a sense of how we humans will destroy ourselves? Or might we live forever?
I think what governs my view of this thing is the ability for us to focus ourselves collectively, right? And that gives me the choice of looking at this and saying, what are the odds we will do X versus Y, right? So go look at the 62 Cuban Missile Crisis, where we looked at the potential of nuclear war and we stared right in the face of that. To me, I consider that to be, you want to talk about a hopeful moment? That's one of the rare times in our history where I think the odds were overwhelmingly that there would be a nuclear war. And I'm not the super Kennedy worshiper that, I grew up in an era where he was, especially amongst people in the Democratic Party, he was almost worshipped, and I was never that guy. But I will say something. John F. Kennedy, by himself, probably made decisions that saved 100 million or more lives, because everyone around him thought he should be taking the road that would have led to those deaths. And to push back against that is, when you look at it now, I mean, again, if you were a betting person, you would have bet against that. And that's rare, right? So when we talk about how the world will end, the fact that one person actually had that in their hands meant that it wasn't a collective decision. It gave, remember I said I trust people on an individual level, but when we get together, we're more like a herd, and we devolve down to the lowest common denominator. That was something where the higher ethical ideas of a single human being could come into play and make the decisions that influence the events. But when we have to act collectively, I get a lot more pessimistic. So take what we're doing to the planet. And we talk about it always now in terms of climate change, which I think is far too narrow. Look at, and I always get very frustrated when we talk about these arguments. Is it happening? Is it human? Just look at the trash. Forget climate for a second. We are destroying the planet because we're not taking care of it. And because what it would do to take care of it would require collective sacrifices that would require enough of us to say, okay, and we can't get enough of us to say, okay. Because too many people have to be on board. It's not John F. Kennedy making one decision from one man. We have to have 85% of us or something around the world. Not just, you can't say we're going to stop doing damage to the world here in the United States if China does it, right? So the amount of people that have to get on board that train is hard. You get pessimistic hoping for those kinds of shifts, unless it's right, Krypton's about to explode. We have, and so I think if you're talking about, again, humbling man's view of this, that's got to be the odds-on favorite, because it requires such a unanimous, and the systems maybe aren't even in place, right? The fact that we would need intergovernmental bodies that are completely discredited now on board, and you would have to subvert the national interests of nation states. I mean, the amount of things that have to go right in a short period of time. We don't have 600 years to figure this out, right? So to me, that looked like the most likely, just because the things we would have to do to avoid it seem the most unlikely. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I believe, call me naive, in just like you said with the individual, I believe that charismatic leaders, individual leaders, will save us. Like this.
What if you don't get them all at the same time? What if you get a charismatic leader in one country, or what if you get a charismatic leader in a country that doesn't really matter that much?
Well, it's a ripple effect. So it starts with one leader, and their charisma inspires other leaders. It's like one ant queen steps up, and then the rest of the ants starts behaving, and then there's like little other spikes of leaders that emerge. And then that's where collaboration emerges. I tend to believe that, like, when you heat up the system and shit starts getting really chaotic, then the leader, whatever this collective intelligence that we've developed, the leader will emerge. Like,
Do you think there's just as much of a chance, though, that the leader would emerge and say, the Jews are the people who did all this?
That's right.
We're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Is that the idea that they would come up, you have a charismatic leader and he's going to come up with the right, or she is going to come up with the right solution as opposed to totally coming up with the wrong solution. I guess what I'm saying is, you could be right, but a lot of things have to go the right way.
But my intuition about the evolutionary process that led to the creation of human intelligence and consciousness on Earth results in the power of, like, if we think of it, just the love in the system versus the hate in the system. That the love is greater. The human kindness potential in the system is greater than the human hatred potential. And so the leader that is in the time when it's needed, the leader that inspires love and kindness is more likely to emerge and will have more power. So you have the Hitlers of the world that emerge, but they're actually in a grand and scheme of history are not that impactful. So it's weird to say, but not that many people died in World War II. If you look at the full range of human history, it's up to 100 million, whatever that is. With natural pandemics too, you can have those kinds of numbers, but it's still a percentage. I forget what the percentage is, maybe 3-5% of the human population on Earth. Maybe it's a little bit focused on a different region, but it's not destructive to the entirety of human civilization. So I believe that the charismatic leaders, when time is needed, that do good for the world in the broader sense of good, are more likely to emerge than the ones that say kill all the Jews.
It's possible, though, and this is just, I've thought about this all of 30 seconds, but I mean,
we're betting money here on the 21st century. Who's going to win?
I think maybe you've divided this into too much of a black and white dichotomy. This love and good on one side and this evil on another. Let me throw something that might be more in the center of that linear balancing act. Self-interest, which may or may not be good. The good version of it we call enlightened self-interest, right? The bad version of it we call selfishness. But self-interest to me seems like something more likely to impact the outcome than either love on one side or evil on the other. Simply a question of what's good for me, or what's good for my country, or what's good from my point of view, or what's good for my business. I mean, if you tell me, and maybe I'm a coal miner, or maybe I own a coal mine. If you say to me, we have to stop using coal because it's hurting the earth, I have a hard time disentangling that greater good question from my right now good feeding my family question, right? So I think maybe it's going to be a much more banal thing than good and evil, much more a question of we're not all going to decide at the same time that the interests that we have are aligned. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. But I mean, I've looked at Ayn Rand and objectivism and kind of really thought, like, how bad or good can things go when everybody's acting selfishly? But I think we're just talking two ants here with microphones talking about stuff. But like the question is when they spread. So what do I mean by love and kindness? I think it's humans flourishing on Earth and throughout the cosmos. It feels like whatever the engine that drives human beings is more likely to result in human flourishing. And people like Hitler are not good for human flourishing. So that's what I mean by good, maybe it's an intuition that kindness is an evolutionary advantage. I hate those terms. I hate to reduce stuff to evolutionary biology always, but it just seems like for us to multiply throughout the universe, it's good to be kind to each other. and those leaders will always emerge to save us from the Hitlers of the world that want to kind of burn the thing down with a flamethrower. That's the intuition.
But let's talk about, you brought up evolution several times. Let me play with that for a minute. I think going back to animal times, we are conditioned to deal with overwhelming threats right in front of us. So I have quite a bit of faith in humanity when it comes to impending doom right outside our door. If Krypton's about to explode, I think humanity can rouse themselves to great, and would give power to the people who needed it and be willing to make the sacrifices. But that's what makes, I think, the pollution / climate change / screwing up your environment threat so particularly insidious, is it happens slowly, right? It defies fight and flight mechanisms. It defies the natural ability we have to deal with the threat that's right on top of us. And it requires an amount of foresight that while some people would be fine with that, most people are too worried, and understandably, I think, too worried about today's threat rather than next generation's threat or whatever it might be. So, I mean, when we talk about, when you said, what do you think the greatest threat is? I think with nuclear weapons, I think could we have a nuclear war? We darn right could. But I think that there's enough of an inertia we're against that, because people understand instinctively, if I decide to launch this attack against China and I'm India, we're going to have 50 million dead people tomorrow. Whereas if you say, we're going to have a whole planet of dead people in 3 generations if we don't start now, I think the evolutionary way that we have evolved mitigates maybe against that. In other words, I think I would be pleasantly surprised if we could pull that off. Does that make sense?
Totally.
I don't mean to be like I'm the scientist predicting doom.
Well, it's fun that way. I think we're both. Maybe I'm over the top on the love thing.
Maybe I'm over the top on the too.
So it makes for a fun chat, I think. So one guy that I've talked to several times, who's slowly becoming a friend, is a guy named Elon Musk. He's a big fan of hardcore history, and especially Genghis Khan series of episodes, but really all of it. Him and his girlfriend Grimes listen to it.
I know you.
Yeah, you know Elon? Okay, awesome. So that's like relationship goals. Like listen to hardcore history on the weekend with your loved one. Okay. So if I were to look at the guy from a perspective of human history, it feels like he will be a little speck that's remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
You think about like the people, what will we remember from our time? Who are the people we'll remember? Whether it's the Hitlers or the Einsteins, who's going to be? It's hard to predict when you're in it, but it seems like Elon would be one of those people remembered. And if I were to guess what he's remembered for, it's the work he's doing with SpaceX and potentially being the person, like we don't know, but being the person who launched a new era of space exploration. If we look, centuries from now, if we're successful as human beings, survive being long enough to venture out into the, toward the stars. It's weird to ask you this. I don't know what your opinions are, but do you think humans will be a multiplanetary species in the long arc of history? Do you think Elon will be successful in his dream? And he doesn't shy away from saying it this way, right? He really wants us to colonize Mars first, and then colonize other Earth-like planets in other solar systems throughout the galaxy. Do you have a hope that we humans will venture out towards the stars?
So here's the thing, and this actually, again, dovetails to what we were talking about earlier. I actually, first of all, I toured SpaceX, and it is, it's hard to get your mind around because he's doing what it took governments to do before.
Yes.
Okay, so it's incredible that we're watching individual companies and stuff doing this.
Doing it faster and cheaper.
Yeah, well, and pushing the envelope, right? Faster than the governments at the time were moving. It really is. I mean, there's a lot of people who I think who think Elon is overrated, and you have no idea, right? When you go see it, you have no idea. But that's actually not what I'm most impressed with. It's Tesla. I'm most impressed with. And the reason why is because in my mind, we just talked about what I think is the greatest threat, the environmental stuff. And I talked about our inability, maybe all at the same time, to be willing to sacrifice our self-interest in order for the goal. And I don't want to put words in Elon's mouth, so you can talk to him if you want to. But in my mind, what he's done is recognize that problem. And instead of building a car that's a piece of crap, but it's good for the environment, so you should drive it, he's trying to create a car that if you're only motivated by your self-interest, you'll buy it anyway. Yeah. And it will help the environment and help us transition away from one of the main causes of damage. I mean, one of the things this pandemic and the shutdown around the world has done is show us how amazingly quickly the Earth can actually rejuvenate. We're seeing clear skies in places, species come, and you would have thought it would have taken decades for some of this stuff. So what if, to name just one major pollution source, we didn't have the pollution caused by automobiles, right? And if you had said to me, Dan, what do you think the odds of us transitioning away from that were 10 years ago? I would have said, well, people aren't going to do it because it's inefficient, it's this, that, nobody wants to. But what if you created a vehicle that was superior in every way so that if you were just a self-oriented consumer, you'd buy it because you wanted that car? That's the best way to get around that problem of people not wanting to. I think he's identified that. And as he's told me before, when the last time a car company was created that actually, blah, blah, blah. He's right. And so I happen to feel that even though he's pushing the envelope on the space thing, I think somebody else would have done that someday. I'm not sure, because of the various things he's mentioned, how difficult it is to start there. I'm not sure that the industries that create vehicles for us would have gone where he's going to lead them if he didn't force them there through consumer demand by making a better car that people wanted anyway. They'll follow, they'll copy, they'll do all those things. And yet, who was going to do that? So I hope he doesn't hate me for saying this, but I happen to think the Tesla idea may alleviate some of the need to get off this planet because the planet's being destroyed, right? And we're going to colonize Mars probably anyway if we live long enough. And I think the Tesla idea, not just Elon's version, but ones that follow from other people, is the best chance of making sure we're around long enough to see Mars colonized. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And one other thing from my perspective, because I'm now starting a company, I think the interesting thing about Elon is he serves as a beacon of hope, like pragmatically speaking, for people that, sort of to push back on our doom conversation from earlier, that a single individual could build something that allows us as self-interested individuals to gather together in a collective way to actually alleviate some of the dangers that face our world. So like it gives me hope as an individual that I can build something that can actually have impact that counteracts the Stalins and the Hitlers and all the threats that face that human civilization faces. That an individual has that power. I didn't believe that the individual has that power in the halls of government. Like I don't feel like any one presidential candidate they can rise up and help the world, unite the world. It feels like from everything I've seen, and you're right with Tesla, it can bring the world together to do good. That's a really powerful mechanism of, whatever you say about capitalism, that you can build companies that start with a single individual. Of course, there's a collective that grows around that, but the leadership of a single individual, their ideas, their dreams, their vision can catalyze something that takes over the world and does good for the entire world.
But I think the genius of the idea is that it doesn't require us to go head to head with human nature, right? He's actually built human nature into the idea by basically saying, I'm not asking you to be an environmental activist. I'm not asking you to sacrifice to make it. I'm going to sell you a car you're going to like better, and by buying it, you'll help the environment. That takes into account our foibles as a species and actually leverages that to work for the greater good. And that's the sort of thing that does turn off my little doomcaster cynicism thing a little bit, because you're actually hitting us where we live, right? You're not. You can take somebody who doesn't even believe the environment's a problem, but they want a Tesla, so they're inadvertently helping anyway. I think that's the genius of the idea.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's one way to make love a much more efficient mechanism of change than hate.
Making it in your self-interest.
You can make your self-interest, creating a product that leads to more love than hate.
You're going to want to love your neighbor because you're going to make a fortune.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. Yeah, there you go.
That's why he
right,
said.
I'm on board.
That's why Elon said, "Love is the answer." That's, I think, exactly what he meant. Okay, let's try something difficult. You've recorded an episode of Steering into the Iceberg on your Common Sense program.
Yeah.
That has started a lot of conversations. It was quite moving. It was quite haunting.
Got me a lot of angry emails.
Really?
Of course. I did something I haven't done in 30 years. I endorsed a political candidate from one of the two main parties, and there were a lot of disillusioned people because of that.
I guess I didn't hear it as an endorsement. I just heard it as the similar flavor of conversation as you have in hardcore history. It's almost the speaking about modern times in the same voice as you speak about when you talk about history. So it was just a little bit of a haunting view of the world today. I know we were just wearing our Doomcaster.
I mean, put that right back on, are you?
No, I like the term Doomcaster. Is there how do we get love to win? What's the way out of this? Is there some hopeful line that we can walk to avoid something, and I hate to use the terminology, but something that looks like a civil war? Not necessarily a war of force, but a division to a level where it doesn't any longer feel like a united States of America, with the emphasis on united. Is there a way out?
I read a book a while back. I want to say George Friedman, the Stratfor guy wrote it. It was something called The Next 100 Years, I think it was called. And I remember thinking, I didn't agree with any of it. And one of the things I think he said in the book was that, the United States was going to break up. I'm going from memory here. He might not have said that at all, but something was stuck in my memory about that. And I remember thinking, but I think some of the arguments were connected to the differences that we had and the fact that those differences are being exploited. So we talked about media earlier and the lack of truth and everything. We have a media climate that is incentivized to take the wedges in our society and make them wider. And there's no countervailing force to do the opposite or to help. So there was a famous memo from a group called Project for a New American Century, and they took it down, but the Wayback Machine online still has it, and it happened before 9/11, spawned all kinds of conspiracy theories, because it was saying something to the effect of, and I'm really paraphrasing here, but that the United States needs another Pearl Harbor type event, because those galvanize a country that without those kinds of events periodically is naturally geared towards pulling itself apart. And it's those periodic events that act as the prevailing force that otherwise is not there. If that's true, then we are naturally inclined towards pulling ourselves apart. So to have a media environment that makes money off widening those divisions, which we do. I mean, I was in talk radio, and it has those people, the people that used to scream at me because I wouldn't do it. But I mean, we would have these terrible conversations after every broadcast where I'd be in there with the program director, and they're yelling at me about heat. Heat was the word. They create more heat. Well, what is heat, right? Heat is division, right? And they want the heat not because they're political. They're not Republicans, or or Democrats either. We want listeners and we want engagement and involvement. And because of the constructs of the format, you don't have a lot of time to get it. So you can't have me giving you, like on a podcast, an hour and a half or 2 hours where we build a logical argument and you're with me the whole way. Your audience is changing every 15 minutes. So whatever points you make to create interest and intrigue and engagement have to be knee-jerk, right now. They told me once, the audience has to know where you stand on every single issue within 5 minutes of turning on your show. In other words, you have to be part of a linear set of political beliefs so that if you feel A about subject A, then you must feel D about subject D, and I don't even need to hear your opinion on it, because if you feel that way about A, you're going to feel that way about D. This is a system that is designed to pull us apart for profit, but not because they want to pull us apart, right? It's a byproduct of the profit. That's one little example of 50 examples in our society that work in that same fashion. So what that Project for a New American Century document was saying is that we're naturally inclined towards disunity, and without things to occasionally ratchet the unity back up again so that we can start from the baseline again and then pull ourselves apart till the next Pearl Harbor, that you'll pull yourself apart, which I think that's what the George Friedman book was saying that I disagreed with so much at the time. So in answer to your question about civil wars, we can't have the same kind of civil war because we don't have a geographical division that's as clear-cut as the one we had before, right? You had a basically north-south line and some border states. It was set up for that kind of split. Now we're divided within communities, within families, within gerrymandered voting districts and precincts, right? So you can't disengage. We're stuck with each other. So if there's a civil war now, for lack of a better word, what it might seem like is the late 1960s, early 1970s, where you had the bombings and, let's call it domestic terrorism and things like that, because that would seem to be something that, once again, you don't even need a large chunk of the country pulling apart. 10% of people who think it's the end times can do the damage. Just like we talked about terrorism before, and a can of gas and a Bic lighter. I've lived in a bunch of places, and I won't give anybody ideas, where a can of gas and a Bic lighter would take 1,000 houses down before you could blink, right? That terrorist doesn't have to be from the Middle East, doesn't have to have some sort of a fundamentalist religious agenda. It could just be somebody really pissed off about the election results. So once again, if we're playing an odds game here, everybody has to behave for this to work right. Only a few people have to misbehave for this thing to go sideways. And remember, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So you don't even have to have those people doing all these things. All they have to do is start a tit-for-tat retribution cycle.
And there's an escalation.
Yes, and it creates a momentum of its own, which leads fundamentally, if you follow the chain of events down there, to some form of dictatorial government as the only way to create stability. Right? You want to destroy the republic and have a dictator? That's how you do it. And there are parallels to Nazi Germany, the burning of the Reichstag, blah, blah, blah.
And
I'm the Doomcaster again. All right.
Well, and some of it could be manufactured by those seeking authoritarian power.
Absolutely, like the Reichstag fire was, or the Polish soldiers that fired over the border before the invasion in 1939.
To fight the devil's advocate with an angel's advocate, I would say, just as our conversation about Elon, it feels like individuals have power to unite us, to be that force of unity. So you mentioned the media. I think you're one of the great podcasters in history. Joe Rogan is like a long form, whatever. It's not podcasting. It's actually whatever
very infrequent is what it is, no matter what it is.
But the basic process of it is you go deep and you stay deep, and the listener stays with you for a long time. So I'm just looking at the numbers, like we're almost 3 hours in, and from previous episodes, I can tell you that about 300,000 people are still listening to the sound of our voice 3 hours in. So usually 300 to 500,000 people listen, and they tune out.
Congratulations, by the way. That's wonderful.
And Joe Rogan is more like 10 times that. And so he has power to unite. You have power to unite. There's a few people with voices that it feels like they have power to unite. Even if you quote unquote endorse a candidate and so on, there still feels to me that speaking of, I don't want to keep saying love, but it's love and maybe unity more practically speaking, that like sanity, that like respect for those you don't agree with or don't understand. So empathy, well, just a few voices of those can help us avoid really importantly, not avoid the singular events, like you said, of somebody starting a fire and so on, but avoid the escalation of it, the preparedness of the populace to escalate those events, to turn a singular event and a single riot or a shooting or like even something much more dramatic than that, to turn that into something that creates like ripples that grow as opposed to ripples that fade away. And so like I would like to put responsibility on somebody like you and on me in some small way, and Joe being cognizant of the fact that a lot of very destructive things might happen in November. And a few voices can save us, is the feeling I have. Not by saying who you should vote for or any of that kind of stuff, but really by being the voice of calm that like calms the seas from, or whatever the analogy is, from boiling up. Because I truly am worried about, this is the first time this year when I somehow have felt that the American project will go on forever. When I came to this country, I just believed, and I think I'm young, but like, you know, I have a dream of creating a company that will do a lot of good for the world. And I thought that America is the beacon of hope for the world, and the ideas of freedom, but also the idea of empowering companies that can do some good for the world. And I'm just worried about this America that filled me, a kid who came from, a family came from nothing, and from, you know, Russia as it was, Soviet Union as it was, to be able to do anything in this new country. I'm just worried about it. And it feels like a few people can still keep this project going. Like people like Elon, people like Joe. Is there, do you have a bit of that hope?
I'm watching this experiment with social media right now. And I don't even mean social media, really expand that out to, I feel like we're all guinea pigs right now watching, you know, I have 2 kids and just watching, and there's a 3-year space between the 2 of them. One's 18, the other's 15. And just, you know, when I was a kid, a person who was 18 and 15 would not be that different. Just 3 years difference, more maturity, but their life experiences, you would easily classify those 2 people as being in the same generation. Now, because of the speed of technological change, there is a vast difference between my 18-year-old and my 15-year-old, and not in the maturity question, just in what apps they use, how they relate to each other, how they deal with their peers, their social skills, all those kinds of things where you turn around and go, this is uncharted territory. We've never been here, so it's going to be interesting to see what effect that has on society. Now, as that relates to your question, the most upsetting part about all that is reading how people treat each other online. And, you know, there's lots of theories about this. The fact that some of it is just for trolling laughs, that some of it is just people are not interacting face-to-face, so they feel free to treat each other that way. And I, of course, am trying to figure out how if this is how we have always been as people, right? We've always been this way, but we've never had the means to post our feelings publicly about it, or if the environment and the social media and everything else has provided a change and changed us into something else. Either way, when one reads how we treat one another and the horrible things we say about one another online, which seems like it shouldn't be that big a deal. They're just words, but they have a cumulative effect. I mean, when you, I was reading Meghan Markle, although I don't know a lot about this, it's too much of the pop side of culture for me to pay attention. But I read a story the other day where she was talking about the abuse she took online and how incredibly overwhelming it was and how many people were doing it. And you think to yourself, okay, this is something that people who are in positions of what you were discussing earlier never had to deal with. Let me ask you something, and boy, this is the ultimate doomcaster thing of all time to say. When you think of historical figures that push things like love and peace and creating bridges between enemies, when you think of what happened to those people, first of all, they're very dangerous. Every society in the world has a better time, easier time dealing with violence and things like that than they do nonviolence. Nonviolence is really difficult for governments to deal with, for example. What happens to Gandhi and Jesus and Martin Luther King? You think about all those people, right? When they're that, it's ironic, isn't it, that these people who push for peaceful solutions are so often killed, but it's because they're effective. And when they're killed, the effectiveness is diminished. Why are they killed? Because they're effective. And the only way to stop them is to eliminate them, because they're charismatic leaders who don't come around every day. And if you eliminate them from the scene, the odds are you're not going to get another one for a while. I guess what I'm saying is the very things you're talking about, which would have the effect you think it would, right? They would destabilize systems in a way that most of us would consider positive. But those systems have a way of protecting themselves, right? And so I feel like history shows, history is pretty pessimistic, I think, by and large. If only because we can find so many examples that just sound pessimistic. But I feel like people who are dangerous to the way things are tend to be removed.
Yes, but there's two things to say. I feel like you're right that history, I feel like the ripples that love leaves in history are less obvious to detect, but are actually more transformational. Like,
one could make a case about, if you want to talk about the long-term value of Jesus, a Gandhi, yes, those people's ripples are still affecting people today. I agree.
And you feel those ripples through the general improvement of the quality of life that we see throughout the generations. Like, you feel the ripples through
I'll go along with you on that. Okay.
But even if that's not true, I tend to believe that, and by the way, the company that I'm working on is a competitor, is exactly attacking this, which is a competitor to Twitter. I think I can build a better Twitter as a first step. There's a long story in there.
I think a 3-year-old child could build a better. And this is not to denigrate you. I'm sure yours would be better than a 3-year-old. But Twitter is so. And listen, Facebook, they're really awful platforms for intellectual discussion and meaningful discussion. And I'm on it. So let me just say I'm part of the problem.
We're new to this, so it wasn't obvious at the time how to do it. It's now and now a 3-year-old can do it. I tend to believe that we live in a time where the tools that people that are interested in providing love, like the weapons of love, are much more powerful. So like, the one nice thing about technology is it allows anyone to build a company that's more powerful than any government. So that could be very destructive, but it could be also very positive. And I tend to believe that somebody like Elon that wants to do good for the world, somebody like me and many like me, could have more power than any one government. And by power, I mean the power to affect change, which is different from God.
With government, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll forget my train of thought. I'm getting old. I mean, how do you deal with the fact that already governments who are afraid of this are walling off their own internet systems as a way to create firewalls simply to prevent you from doing what you're talking about? In other words, if there's an old line that if voting really changed anything, they'd never allow it. If love, through a modern day successor to Twitter, would really do what you want it to do, and this would destabilize governments, do you think that governments would take countermeasures to squash that love before it got too dangerous?
There's several answers. One, first of all, I don't actually, to push back on something you said earlier, I don't think love is as much of an enemy of the state as one would think.
Different states have different views.
I think the states want power, and I don't always think that love is in tension with power. Like, I think, and I think it's not just about love, it's about rationality, it's reason, it's empathy, all of those things. I don't necessarily think they're always have to be, by definition, in conflict with each other. So that's one sense, is I feel like basically you could Trojan horse love into it behind, but you have to be good at it. This is the thing, is you have to be conscious of the way these states think. So the fact that China banned certain services and so on, that means the companies weren't eloquent, whoever the companies are, weren't actually good at infiltrating. Like, I think, isn't that a song, like Love is a Battlefield? I think it's all like, yeah, it's all a game, and you have to be good at the game. And just like Elon, who said, with Tesla and saving the environment, I mean, that's not just by getting on a stage and saying it's important to save the environment. It's by building a product that people can't help but love, and then convincing Hollywood stars to love it. Like, there's a game to be played.
Okay, so let me build on that, because I think there's a way to see this. I think you're right. And so it has to do with a story about the 1960s. In the vast scheme of things, the 1960s looks like a revival of neo-romantic ideas, right? I had a buddy of mine several years, 2 decades, it's older than I was, who was in the 60s, went to the protest, did all those kind of things. And we were talking about it, and I was romanticizing it. He said, don't romanticize. He goes, let me tell you, most of the people that went to those protests and did all those things, all they were there was to meet girls and have a good time. And, it wasn't so, but it became in vogue to have all, in other words, let's talk about your empathy and love. You're never going to, in my opinion, grab that great mass of people that are only in it for their interest in whatever way. But if meeting girls for a young teenage guy requires you to feign empathy, requires you to read deeper subjects because that's what people are into, you can almost, as a silly way to be trendy, you could make maybe empathy trendy, love trendy, solutions that are the opposite of that, the kind of things that people inherently will not put up with. In other words, the possibility exists to change the zeitgeist, and reorient it in a way that even if most of the people aren't serious about it, the results are the same. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So we've found a meeting of the mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. creating incentives that encourage the best and the most beautiful aspects of human nature.
Our will.
It all boils down to meeting girls and boys.
Listen, once again, you're getting to the bottom of the evolutionary motivations, and you're always on safe ground when you do that.
Yeah. It's a little difficult for me and I'm sure it's actually difficult for you to listen to me say complimenting you, but it's
not good with that.
It's difficult for both of us. Okay. So, but you and I, as I mentioned to you, I think off mic, have been friends for a long time. It's just been one way. So like
it's two-way now.
It's two-way now. So like that's the beauty of podcasting. Now just been fortunate enough with this particular podcast that I see it in people's eyes when they meet me that they've been friends with me for a few years now, and we become fast friends actually after we start talking. Yeah, but it's one way in that first moment. There's something about especially hardcore history that I do some crazy challenges and running and stuff. I remember in particular probably don't have time. One of my favorite episodes is the painful tainment one
Some people hate them.
because it's too real.
Yeah, they can't listen. It's my darkest one. We wanted to set a baseline. That's the baseline.
But I remember listening to that when I ran 22 miles. For me, that was a long distance.
Holy
And
cow, that's payment right there.
yeah, and it just pulls you in, and there's something so powerful about this particular creation that's bigger than you, actually, that you've created. It's kind of interesting.
I think anything that is successful like that, like Elon stuff too, it becomes bigger than you, and that's what you're hoping for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
I guess a question I have, if you like look in the mirror, but you also look at me, what advice would you give to yourself and to me and to other podcasters, maybe to Joe Rogan, about this journey that we're on? I feel like it's something special. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but it feels like podcasting is special. What advice, and I'm relatively new to it, what advice do you have for people that are carrying this flame and traveling this journey?
Well, I'm often asked for advice by new podcasters, people just starting out. And so I have sort of a tried and true list of do's and don'ts, but I don't have advice or suggestions for you or for Joe. Joe doesn't need anything from me. Joe's figured it out, right? I mean,
He hasn't yet. He's still a confused kid, curious about the world.
but that's the genius of it. That's what makes it work, right? That's what Joe's brand is, right? I guess what I'm saying is by the time you reach the stage that you're at, or Joe's at, or they don't need it. They have figured this out. The people that sometimes need help are brand new people trying to figure out, what do I do with my first show, and how do I talk to them? And I have standard answers for that. But you found your niche. I mean, you don't need me to tell you what to do. As a matter of fact, I might ask you questions about how you do what you do, right?
Well, there's I guess there's specific things like we were talking offline about monetization. That's a fascinating one.
Very difficult as an independent, yeah.
And one of the things that Joe is facing with, I don't know if you're paying attention, but he joined Spotify with a $100 million deal before going exclusive on their platform. The idea of exclusivity, that one, I don't give a damn about money personally, but I'm single, so and I like living in a shitty place, so I enjoy. So I guess it makes it easy.
You get the freedom, right? To not care, yeah.
Freedom. Materials is slave.
Not saving for anybody's college.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that point, but I also, okay, maybe it's romanticization, but I feel like podcasting is pirate radio. And when I first heard about Spotify partnering up with Joe, I was like, fuck the man. I said, I drafted a few tweets and so on, just like attacking Spotify. Then I calmed myself down that you can't lock up this special thing we have. But then I realized that maybe that these are vehicles for just reaching more people and actually respecting podcasters more and so on. So that's what I mean by it's unclear what the journey is, because you also serve as beacon for, now there's like millions, 1 million plus podcasters. I wonder what the journey is. Do you have a sense? Are you romantic in the same kind of way in feeling that, because you have a roots in radio too, do you feel that podcasting is pirate radio, or is this Spotify thing one possible avenue? Are you nervous about Joe as a fan, as a friend of Joe, or is this a good thing for us?
So my history of how I got involved in podcasting is interesting.
Yes.
I was in radio, and then I started a company back in the era where the .com boom was happening and everybody was being bought up, and it just seemed like a great idea, right? I did it with 6 other people, and the whole goal of the company was we had to invent the term. I'm sure there's other places that invented it at the same time. But what we were pitching to investors was something called amateur content. So this is before YouTube, before podcasting, before all this stuff. And my job was to be the evangelist. And I would go to these people and talk and sing the praises of all the ways that amateur content was going to be great. And I never got a bite. And they all told me the same thing. This isn't going to take off because anybody who's good is already going to be making money at this. And I kept saying, forget that. We're talking about scale here. If you have millions of pieces of content being made every week, a small percentage is going to be good no matter what, right? 16-year-olds will know what other 16-year-olds like. I kept pushing this, nobody did. But the podcast grew out of that because if you're talking about amateur content in 1999, well, then you're already you're ahead of the game in terms of not seeing where it's going to go financially, but seeing where it's going to go technologically. And so when we started the podcast in 2005, and it was the political one, not Hardcore History, which was an outgrowth of the old radio show, we didn't have any financial ideas. We were simply trying to get our handle on the technology and how you distribute it to people and all that. And it was years later that we tried to figure out, okay, how can we get enough money to just support us while we're doing this? And the cheap and the easy way was just to ask listeners to donate, like a PBS kind of model. And that was the original model. So then once we started down that, we figured out other models and the advertising thing, and we sell the old shows. And so all these became ways for us to support ourselves. But as podcasting matured and as more operating systems developed and phones were developed and all these kinds of things, every one of those developments, which actually made it easier for people to get the podcast, actually made it more complex to make money off of them. Yes. So while our audience was building, the amount of time and effort we had to put into the monetization side began to skyrocket. So to get back to your Spotify question, to use just one example, there's a lot of people who are doing similar things. In this day and age, we used to just sell MP3 files. And all you had to have was an MP3 player. It's cheap and dirty. Now, every time there's an OS upgrade, something breaks for us. So we're having, my choices are at this point to start hiring staff, more staff, people and then be a human resources manager. The pirate radio side of this was the pirate radio side of this because you didn't need anybody but you and another. You could just do this lean and mean, and it's becoming hard to do it lean and mean now. So if somebody like a Spotify comes in and says, hey, we'll handle that stuff for you. In the past, I would just say, F off, we don't need you. Yeah. I don't mind. And I definitely not making what we could make on this, but what we would have to do to make that is onerous to me. But it's becoming onerous to me day to day anyway. And so if somebody were to come in and say, hey, we'll pick that up for you. We will not interfere with your content at all. We won't. And in my case, you can't say we need a show a month because that ain't happening, right? So, everybody's design is different, right? So it doesn't, there's not one size fits all. But I guess as a longtime pirate podcaster, there are, we've been looking to partner with people, but nobody's right for us to partner with. So I'm always looking for ways to take that side of it off my plate because I'm not interested in that side. All I want to do is the shows, and it's really at this point, you shouldn't call yourself an artist because that's something to be decided by other people. But we're trying to do art, and there's something very satisfying in that. But the part that I can't stand is the increasing amount of time the monetization question takes upon us. And so there's a case to be made, I guess is what I'm saying, that if a partnership with some outside firm enhances your ability to do the art without disenhancing your ability to do the art, it's the word I'm looking for here is it's enticing.
Yes.
I don't like big companies. So I'm afraid of whatever strings might come with that. Yeah. And if I'm Joe Rogan and I'm talking about subjects that can make public companies, a little nervous, I would certainly be careful. But at the same time, people who are not in this game don't understand the problems that literally, just all the operating systems, all the podcatchers. Every time some new podcatcher comes out, makes it easier to get the podcast. That's something we have to account for on the back end. And I'm not exactly the technological wizard of all time. So I think it is maybe the short answer is that as the medium develops, it's becoming something that you have to consider, not because you want to sell out, but because you want to keep going.
Yeah.
And it's becoming harder and harder to be pirate-like in this environment.
Well, the thing that convinced me, especially inside Spotify, is that they understand. So if you walk into this whole thing with some skepticism, as you're saying, of big companies, then it works, because Spotify understands the magic that makes podcasting, or they appear to in part. At least they understand enough to respect Joe Rogan. And despite what, I don't know if you, so there's the internet, and there's people with opinions on the internet.
Really?
Yes.
I got to about it.
And they have opinions about Joe and Spotify. But the reality is two things. In private conversation with Joe, and in general, there's just two important things. One, Spotify literally doesn't tell Joe anything. Like all the people that think that Spotify somehow pushing Joe in this direction or
It's a
that.
contractual. Did he insist upon that?
It's in the contract, but
Yeah.
also, companies have a way of, even with the contract,
They sure do.
to be, marketing people. Hey, I know we're not forcing you.
Yeah. I hate that. Yeah.
But Joe,
with you.
You and Joe are the same, and Spotify is smart enough not to send a single email of that kind.
That's really smart.
And they leave them be. There is meetings inside Spotify that people
I've read about them.
People complain, but those meetings never reach Joe. That's like company stuff. And the idea that Spotify is different than pirate radio. The difficult thing about podcasting is nobody gives a damn about your podcast. You're alone in this. I mean, there's fans and stuff, but nobody's
looking out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about Spotify is they want Joe's podcast to succeed even more. That's what Joe talked about. That's the difference between YouTube and Spotify. Spotify wants to be the Netflix of podcasting, and what Netflix does is they don't want to control you in any way, but they want to create a platform where you can flourish.
Because your interests are aligned.
The interests are aligned.
So let me bring up something that let's make a distinction, because not all companies who do this are the same. You brought up YouTube and Spotify, but to me, YouTube is at least more like Spotify than some of these smaller. The term is walled garden, right? You've heard the term walled garden? Okay. So I've been around podcasting so long now that I've seen rounds of consolidation over the years, and they come in waves, and all of a sudden, so you'll get, and I'm not going to mention any names, but up until recently, the consolidation was happening with relatively small firms compared to people like Spotify. And the problem is that by deciding to consolidate your materials in a walled garden, you are walling yourself off from audience, right? So your choice is, I'm going to accept this amount of money from this company, but the loss is going to be a large chunk of my audience. And that's a catch-22, because your negotiating power with that company is based on your audience size. So signing up with them diminishes your audience size, you lose negotiating power. But when you get to the level of the Spotify, to just pick them out, there's other players, but you brought up Spotify specifically. These are people who can potentially enhance your audience over time. And so the risk to you is lower, because if you decide in a year or two, whatever the licensing agreement term is, that you're done with them and you want to leave, instead of how you would have been with some of these smaller walled gardens where you're walking away with a fraction of the audience you walked in with, you have the potential to walk out with whatever you got in the original deal, plus the larger audience, because their algorithms and everything are designed to push people to your content if they think you like. So it takes away some of the downside risk, which alleviates. And if you can write an agreement like Joe Rogan, I mean, where you've protected your freedom to put the content out the way you want. So, and if some of the downside risk is mitigated, and if you eliminate the problem of trying to monetize and stay up with the latest tech, then it might be worth it. I'm scared of things like that, but at the same time, I'm trying to not be an idiot about it.
Yes.
And I can be an idiot about it. And when you've been doing it as independently for as long as I have, the inertia of that has a force all its own. But I'm inhibited enough in what I'm trying to do on this other end that it's opened me at least to listening to people.
Yeah.
But listen, at the same time, I love my audience, and it sounds like a cliche, but they're literally the reason I'm here. So I want to make sure that whatever I do, if I can, is in keeping with a relationship that I've developed with these people over 15 years. But like you said, no matter what you do, you are good. Because see, here's the thing. If you don't sign up with one of those companies to make it easier for them to get your stuff on this hand, they might yell at you for how difficult it is because the new operating system just updated and you just, I can't get your. So either way, you're opening yourself up to ridicule at this point. All of that makes it easier to go, well, if the right deal came along, they weren't screwing me and they weren't screwing my audience, and blah, blah. Again, in this business, when you're talking about cutting edge technology that is ever changing, and as you said, 1 million podcasts and growing, I think you have to try to maintain flexibility, and especially if they can mitigate the downside risk. I think you'd be an idiot to not at least try to stay up on the current trends. And look, I'm watching Joe. I'm going, let's see how it goes. If he's like, this is terrible, I'm getting out of this, you go, yeah, those people are right. So Joe's put himself out as a guinea pig, and the rest of us, the guinea pigs, appreciate it.
As a fan of your show, and as a fan of Netflix, the people there, I think I can speak for like millions of people in hope that Hardcore History comes to Netflix, or if Spotify becomes the Netflix of podcasting, then to Spotify. There's something at its best that they bring out you said artists, so I could say it. That they bring out the best out of the artists. They remove some of the headache, and somehow like they put at their best. Netflix, for example, is able to enforce and find the beauty and the power in the creations that you make, even better than you. Like they don't interfere with the creations, but they somehow it's a branding thing probably too.
Yeah, interfering would be a no-go for me.
That's right, absolutely.
That can't happen.
But that's why Netflix is masterful. They seem to not interfere with the talent, as opposed to I could throw other people under the bus. Like
there's a lot of places under the bus that could be thrown. Absolutely.
So I know there's probably people screaming yes right now. In terms of Hardcore History on Netflix would be awesome. And I don't love asking this question, but it's asked probably the most popular question that's unanswerable. So let me try to ask it in a way that you would actually answer it. Which is, of course, you said you don't release shows very often. And the question is, or the requests and the questions is, well, can you tell Dan to do one on the Civil War? Can you tell Dan to do one on Napoleon Bonaparte? Can you tell him to do one, every topic? And you've spoken to this. Actually, your answer about the Civil War is quite interesting.
I didn't know you knew what my answer about the Civil War was.
That you, as a military historian, you enjoy in particular when there is differences in the armies as opposed to contrasts. As with the Civil War, which like blew my mind when I heard you say there's not an interesting, a deep, intricate contrast between the two opposing sides.
It's like the Roman Civil Wars was legionary against legionary. Yeah.
And you've also said that the shows you work on are ones where you have some roots of fundamental understanding about that period, and so like when you work on a show, it's basically like pulling at those strings further and like refreshing your mind and learning
what's really done the research. Wow, these are like words out of my mouth. Yeah. You're right.
But is there something like shower thoughts on Reddit? Is there some ideas that are like lingering in your head about possible future episodes? Is there things that, whether you not committing to anything, but whether you're going to do it or not, is there something that's like makes you think, that would be interesting to pull at that thread a little bit?
Oh yeah, we have things we keep in our back pocket for later. So. Blueprint for Armageddon, the First World War series we did, that was in my back pocket the whole time. And when the centennial of the war happened, it just seemed to be the likely time to bring out what was...
That was a hell of a series. That's probably one of my favorite series.
My rear end, man. I have to think.
Psychologically, you mean?
Well, just, when you get to these, I'm guessing here, I think it's 26 hours, all pieces together. Think about, and we don't do scripts. It's improvised.
Yeah.
So think about what 20, I had somebody write on Twitter just yesterday saying, he said something like, I'm not seeing the dedication here. You're only getting 2.5 shows out a year. And I wanted to say, man, you have no idea what. The only people who understand really are other history podcasters. And even they don't generally do 26 hours. Yes. That was a 2-year endeavor. As I said, the first show we ever did was like 15 minutes. I could crank out one of those a month. But when you're doing, the last show we did on the fall of the Roman Republic was 5.5 hours. That's a book, right? And it was part 6 or something. So, you just do the math.
And it felt like you were, sorry to interrupt, on World War I, it felt like you were emotionally pulled in to it. Like, it felt taxing.
I was going to say, that's a good thing, though, because that, and I think we said during the show, that was the feeling that the people at the time have. And I think at one point we said, this is starting to seem gruesomely repetitive. Now you know how the people at the time felt. So in other words, that had sort of inadvertently, because when you improvise a show, some of these things are inadvertent, but it had inadvertently created the right climate for having a sense of empathy with the storyline. And to me, those are the serendipitous moments that make this art and not some sort of paint by the numbers kind of endeavor, And that's, to me, that wouldn't have happened had we scripted it out.
So it's mostly, you just bring the tools of knowledge to the table and then in large part improvise, like the actual wording.
I always say we make it like they made things like Spinal Tap and some of those other things where the material, so I do have notes about things like on page 427 of this book, you have this quote, so that I know, I'm at the point where I can drop that in. And sometimes I'll write notes saying, here's where you left off yesterday, so I remember. But in the improvisation, you end up throwing a lot out. And so, but it allows us to go off on tangents. Like, we'll try things. Like, I'll sit there and go, I wonder what this would sound like. And I'll spend 2 days going down that road, and then I'll listen to it and go, it doesn't work. But that's, like writers do this all the time. It's called killing your babies, right? But people go, so this guy goes, I'm not seeing the dedication. He has no idea how many things we're throwing out. I did an hour and a half. I had an hour and a half into the current show about 2 months ago. And I listened to it and I just went, you know what? It's not right. Boom, out the window. There goes 6 weeks of work, right? But here's the problem.
Sorry to interrupt. You trust your judgment in that?
No. No. But here's the thing. Our show is a little different than other people's. Joe Rogan called it evergreen content. In other words, my political show is like a car you buy. And the minute you drive it off the lot, it loses half its value, right? Because it's not current anymore. These shows are just as good or just as bad 5 years from now as they are when we do them. Although the standards on the internet change. So when I listen to my old shows, I cringe sometimes because the standards are so much higher now. But when you're creating evergreen content, you have 2 audiences to worry about. You have the audience that's waiting for the next show, and they've already heard the other ones, and they're impatient, and they're telling you on Twitter, where is it? But you have the show's also for people 5 years from now who haven't discovered it yet, and who don't care a whit for how long it took, because they're going to be able to download the whole, and all they care about is quality. And so what I always tell new podcasters is, they always say, I read all these things, it's very important you have a release schedule. Well, it's not more important than putting out a good piece of work. And the audience will forgive me if it takes too long, but it's really good when you get it. They will not forgive me if I rush it to get it out on time and it's a piece of crap. So for us, and this is why when you brought up a Spotify deal or anything else, they can't interfere with this at all, because my job here, as far as I'm concerned, is quality. And everything else goes by the wayside. Because the only thing people care about long term, the only thing that gives you longevity is how good is it, right? How good is that book? If you read J.R.R. Tolkien's work tomorrow, you don't care how long it took him to write it. All you care is how good is it today. And that's what we try to think too. And I feel like if it's good, if it's really good, everything else falls into place and takes care of itself.
Although sometimes to push back, sorry to interrupt,
I've done it to you 1,000 times, so you can get me back. Please.
Sometimes the deadline, some of the greatest like movies and books have been, you think about like Dostoevsky, I forget which one, Notes from Underground or something. He needed the money, so he had to write it real quick. sometimes the deadline creates is powerful at taking a creative mind of an artist and just like slapping it around to force some of the good stuff out. Now the problem with history, of course, is there's different definitions of good. That like it's not just about what you talk about, which is the storytelling, the richness of the storytelling. And I'm sure you're, again, not to compliment you too much, but you're one of the great storytellers of our time. That I'm sure if you put in a jail cell and forced at a like somebody pointed a gun at you, you could tell one hell of a good story. But you still need the facts of history, or not necessarily the facts, but like making sure you're painting the right full picture, not perfectly right.
That's what I meant about the audience doesn't understand what a history podcast.
Yeah.
You can't just rip and be wrong. So let me both oppose what you just said and back up what you just said.
Excellent.
So I have a book that I wrote, right? And in a book, you have a hard deadline, right? So HarperCollins had a hard deadline on that book. So when I released it, I was mad because I would have worked on it a lot longer, which is my style, right? Get it right. But we had a chapter in that book entitled Pandemic Prologue, ? And it was the book about the part about the Black Death and the 1918 flu and all that kind of stuff. And I was just doing an interview with a Spanish journalist this morning who said, did you ever think how lucky you got on that, and first of all, lucky on a pandemic, it strikes you. But had I had my druthers, I would have kept that book working in my study for months more. And the pandemic would have happened. Yeah. And that episode, and that would have looked like a chapter I wrote after the fact. Yeah. I would have had to rewrite the whole thing. It would have been so. That argues for what you said. At the same time, I would have spent months more working on it because to me it didn't look the way I wanted it to look yet.
Can you drop a hint of the things you're keeping on the shelves?
Oh, the Alexander the Great. Yes, I've talked around it. I talked to somebody the other day. He said, "Do you know that the very first word in your very first podcast, in the title, the very first thing that anybody ever saw with hardcore history is the word Alexander, and because the show is entitled Alexander versus Hitler." I have talked around the career. I've done show after. I talked about his mother in one episode. I talked about the funeral games after his death. I've talked around this. I've specifically left this giant Alexandrian-sized hole in the middle because we're going to do that show one day, and I'm going to lovingly enjoy talking about this crazily interesting figure of Alexander the Great. So that's one of the ones that's on the back pocket list. And what we try to do is whenever we're doing Second World War in Asia and the Pacific now, I'm on part 5. Whenever the heck we finish this, the tendency is to then pick a very different period. We've had it, and the audience has had it. So I will eventually get to the Alexander saga.
What about just one last time little part of this is what about the other half of that first 10-minute, 15-minute episode, which is, so you've done quite a bit about the World War, you've done quite a bit about Germany. Will you ever think about doing Hitler the Man?
It's funny because I talked earlier about how I don't like to go back to the old shows because our standards have changed so much. Well, a long time ago, one of my standards for not getting 5-hour podcasts done or not getting too deeply into them was to flit around the interesting points. We didn't realize we were going to get an audience that wanted the actual history. We thought we could just assume the audience knew the details and just talk about the weird stuff that only makes up one part of the show now. So we did a show called Nazi Tidbits, and it was just little things about, it's totally out of date now. Like, you can still buy them, but they're out of date. Where we dealt a little with it. It would be interesting, but I'll give you another example. I mean, history is not stagnant, as you know. And we had talked about Stalin earlier. And Ghosts of the Ostend was done years ago. And people will write me from Russia now and say, the portrayal of Stalin is totally it's outdated because there's all this new stuff from the former Soviet Union. And you turn around and you go, okay, they're right. And so when you talk about Hitler, it's very interesting to think about how I would do a Hitler show today versus how I did one 10 years ago. And you would think, well, what's new? I mean, it happened so long, but there's lots of new stuff, and there's lots of new scholarship. And And so, yeah, I would think that would be an interesting one to do someday. I haven't thought about that. That's not in the back pocket. But yeah, that'd be interesting.
I have a disproportionate amount of power because I trapped you somehow in a room and thereby
During a pandemic.
During a pandemic. So like my hope will be stuck in your head, but after Alexander the Great, which would be an amazing podcast, I hope you do give a return to Hitler, the rise and fall of the Third Reich, which to me, I
It's a
really
contemporary book, basically.
Yeah. And exactly, it's by a person who was there.
Shire, yeah.
I really love that study of the man of Hitler, and I would love to hear your study of certain aspects of it, and perhaps even an episode that's like more focused on a very particular period. I just feel like you can tell a story that it's funny. Hitler is one of the most studied people, and I still feel like all the stories, or most of the stories, haven't been told.
Oh, and listen, I've got 3 books at home. I'm on all the publishers lists now. And there's just like young Hitler. There's this Hitler. There's that. I mean, I've been reading these books, and I've read about Hitler. I read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. My mother thought I needed to go to a psychologist because I read it when I was 6. And she said there's something wrong with the boy. And but
she was right.
She was absolutely right. But you would think that something like that is pretty established fact, and yet there's new stuff coming out all the time. So needless to say, Germany's been investigating this guy forever. And sometimes it takes years to get the translations. I took 5 years. German in school. I can't read any of it. So and he is, when we talk about fascinating figures, he's so, the whole thing is so twistedly weird. There was it came out a couple of years ago. Somebody found a tape of him talking to I want to say it was General the Finnish General Mannerheim, right? And he's just in a very normal conversation of the sort we're having now. And you know, the Hitler tape, when you hear him normally, he's but this is a very sedate, and I wish I'd understood the German well enough to really get a feel, because I was reading what Germans said, and I said, wow, you can really hear the southern accent, you know, little things that only a native speaker would hear. And I remember thinking, this is such a different side of this twisted character, and you would think you would think that this was information that was out in the rise and fall of the Third Reich, but it wasn't. And so this is goes along with that stuff about new stuff coming out all the time. Alexander, new stuff coming out all the time.
Really?
Well, at least interpretations rather than factual data.
And those those give depth to your understanding.
Yes, and you want that because of the historiography. People love that. And that was a byproduct of my lack of credentials, where we thought we're going to bring in the historians, we call them audio footnotes, right away for me to say, listen, I'm not a historian, but I'll quote this guy who is, so you can trust him. But then we would quote other people who had different views, and people didn't realize that you know, if they're not history majors, that historians don't always agree on this stuff, and that they have disagreements, and they love that. So I love the fact that there's more stuff out there, because it allows us to then bring in other points of view and sort of maybe three-dimensionalize it, flesh out the story a little bit more.
2 last questions, one really simple, one absurdly ridiculous, and perhaps also simple. First, who's Ben and is he real?
I didn't know you got
Very well.
How's that for an answer? It has to be, is Harvey the White Rabbit real? I don't know. There's carrots all around the production room, but I don't know what that means.
Well, a lot of people demanded that I somehow figure out a way to prove the existence.
If I said he was real, people would say, no, he's not. And if I said he was, if he wasn't real, they would say, yes, he is. So it's a Santa Claus, Easter Bunny kind of vibe there.
Yeah. I mean, what is real anyway?
That's exactly what I told him.
Okay, the most absurd question. I'm very sorry, but then again, I'm not. What's the meaning of it all? You study history, human history. Have you been able to make sense of why the hell we're here on this spinning rock? What does any of it even make sense? What's the meaning of life?
What I look at sometimes that I find interesting is certain consistencies that we have over time. History doesn't repeat, but it has a constant, and the constant is us. Now we change. I mentioned earlier the wickedly weird time we live in with what social media is doing to us as guinea pigs, and that's a new element. But we're still people who are motivated by love, hate, greed, envy, sex. I mean, all these things that would have connected us with the ancients, right? That's the part that always makes history sound like it rhymes, you know? And when you put the constant, the human element, and you mix it with systems that are similar. So one of the reasons that the ancient Roman Republic is something that people point to all the time as something that seems like we're repeating history is because you have you have humans, just like you had then, and you have a system that resembles the one we have here. So you throw the constant in with a system that is somewhat similar, and you begin to see things that look like they rhyme a little. So for me, I'm always trying to figure out more about us. And when you show us in 500 years ago in Asia and 800 years ago in Africa, and you look at all these different places that you put the guinea pig in, and you watch how the guinea pig responds to the different stimuli and challenges, I feel like it helps me flesh out a little bit more who we are in the long timeline, not who we are today specifically, but who we've always been. It's a personal quest. It's not meant to educate anybody else. It's something that fascinates me.
Do you think there's in that common humanity throughout history of the guinea pig, is there a why underneath it all? Or is it somehow, like, it feels like it's an experiment of some sort?
Well, now you're into Elon Musk and I talked about this, the simulation thing, right? Nick Bostrom's,
sure.
Yeah, the idea that there's some kid and we're the equivalent of an alien's ant farm, you know?
Yeah.
And we hope he doesn't throw a tarantula in just to see what happens. I think the whys elude us. And I think that what makes philosophy and religion and those sorts of things so interesting is that they grapple with the whys. But I'm not wise enough to propose a theory myself, but I'm interested enough to read all the other ones out there. So let's put it this way. I don't think there's any definitive why that's been agreed upon, but the various theories are fascinating.
Yeah, whatever it is, whoever the kid is that created this thing, the ant farm is kind of interesting.
It's so far a little bit twisted and perverted and sadistic, maybe.
That's what makes it fun, I think. But then again, that's the Russian perspective.
I was just going to say, it is the Russian perspective.
A little bit.
That's what makes the Russian. So Russian history. One day I'll do some Russian history.
Yeah,
I took it in college. Oh, that's the ant farm, baby. That's an ant farm with a very, very frustrated young teenage alien kid.
Dan, I can't say I've already complimented you way too much. I'm a huge fan. This has been an incredible conversation. It's a huge gift. Your gift of humanity. I hope you.
Let me cut you off and just say you've done a wonderful job. This has been fun for me. The questions, and more importantly, the questions can come from anybody. The counter statements, your responses have been wonderful. You made this a very fun intellectual discussion for me. Thank you.
Well, let me have the last word and say I agree with Elon, and despite the Doomcaster say that I think we've concluded definitively, and you don't get a chance to respond, that love is in fact the answer and the way forward. So thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan Carlin, and thank you to our sponsors. Athletic Greens, the all-in-one drink that I start every day with to cover all my nutritional bases. Simply Safe, a home security company I use to monitor and protect my apartment. Magic Spoon, low-carb, keto-friendly cereal that I think is delicious. And finally, Cash App, the app I use to send money to friends for food and drinks. Please check out these sponsors in the description to get a discount and support this podcast. If you enjoy this thing,
subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter, Alex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dan Carlin. Wisdom requires a flexible mind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Joe Rogan that we recorded after my recent appearance on his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. Joe has been an inspiration to me, and I think to millions of people, for just being somebody who puts love out there in the world and being genuinely curious about wild ideas, from chimps and psychedelics to quantum mechanics and artificial intelligence. Like many of you, I've been a fan of his podcast for over a decade, and now, somehow, miraculously, am humbled to be able to call him a friend. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter, Alex Friedman. Today's sponsors are Neuro, 8 Sleep, Dollar Shave Club, and Olive Garden, home of the unlimited breadsticks and Brian Radband's favorite restaurant. Check out the first 3 of the sponsors in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. I usually do full ad reads here and never ads in the middle, but this time, let's go straight to the conversation with a bit of guitar first. Do you ponder your mortality? Are you afraid of death?
I do think about it sometimes. I mean, it does pop into my head sometimes. Just the fact that, I'm 53. So, if everything goes great, I have less than 50 years left. You know, if everything goes great. Like no car accidents, no injuries.
But it could happen today. Be your last day.
Could be.
That's kind of a stoic thing to meditate on death. There's a bunch of philosophers, Ernest Becker and Sheldon Solomon. They believe that death is at the core of everything. Wrote this book, Warm at the Core. So does that come into play in the way you see the world?
I think having a sense of urgency is very beneficial. And understanding that your time is limited can aid you greatly. I think knowing that this is a temporary time, that we have finite lifespans, I think there's great power in that, because it motivates you, it gets you going. I think being an immortal, living forever, would be one of the most depressing things, particularly if everybody else was dying around you. And I think one of the things that makes life so interesting and fascinating is that it doesn't last. You know, that you really get a brief amount of time here. And really by the time you're just starting to kind of figure yourself out and who you are and how not to screw things up so bad, like time's up.
The ride's over. What about from your daughter's perspective? Do you think about the world we're in now and what kind of world you're going to leave them?
I do.
And do you worry about it?
I do. Yeah, I do. I do when I see these protests and riots and chaos and so much
so much anger in the world today. And then particularly today, I think because of the pandemic and the fact that so many folks are out of work and through no fault of their own and can't make ends meet, and these people feel so helpless and angry. It's a particularly divisive time. It's a particularly turmoil-filled time. And it just doesn't seem like the world of a year ago even. It feels very chaotic and dangerous. And it's a small thing, like in terms of the possibilities of things that could happen to the world, like a pandemic, like the one we've experienced. It really just doubles the amount of deaths on a bad flu year. So it, relatively speaking, is a small thing in comparison to super volcano eruptions, asteroid impact, a real horrific pandemic, or one that really wipes out millions and millions of people. It's stunning how fragile civility is. It's stunning how fragile our society really is. That something like this can come along, some unprecedented thing can come along, and all of a sudden everybody's out of work for 6 months, and then everybody's at each other's throats, and then politically everyone's at each other's throats, and then with the advent of social media and the images that you can see, the videos of police abuse and just racial tensions are at an all-time high. To a point where, like, if you asked me just 5 or 6 years ago, like, have racial problems in this country largely been alleviated, I'd probably say, yeah, it's way better than it's ever been before. But now you could argue that it's not. Now you could argue it's way worse in just a small amount of time. Way worse than it's ever been during my lifetime, while I'm aware of it. Obviously when I was a young boy in the 60s, they were still going through the civil rights movement. But now it just seems very fever-pitched. And I think a lot of that is because of the pandemic and is because of all the heightened just tension. What I liken it to is road rage. Because, people have road rage, not just because they're in the car and no one can get to them, but also because you're at a heightened state because you're driving fast. And you're driving fast. You have to make split-second movements. And so anybody doing something, you're like, what the? People go crazy because they're already at an 8 because they're in the car and they're moving very quickly. That's what it feels like with today, with the pandemic. It feels like everybody is already at an 8. So anything that comes along, it's like, light it all on fire. Burn it down. Like, that's part of what I think is part of the reason for a lot of the looting and the riots and all the chaos. It's not just the people out of work, but it's also that everyone feels so tense already, and everyone feels so helpless. And it's like, doing something like that makes people it gives people a whole new motivation for chaos, a whole new motivation for doing destructive things that I've never experienced in my life.
In your better days, when you see a positive future, what do you think is the way out of this chaos of 2020? Like, if you visualize in 2025, that's a better world than today. What is that? How do we get there, and what does that look like?
It's a good question. I can honestly say I don't know. And I wouldn't have said I don't know a year ago. A year ago, I would have said we're going to be okay. As much as people hate Trump, the economy's doing great. I think we're going to be fine. That's not how I feel today. Today, I don't think there's a clear solution politically, because I think if Trump wins, people are going to be furious. And I think if Biden wins, people are going to be furious. Particularly, like, if things get more woke, if people continue to enforce this forced compliance and make people behave a certain way and act a certain way, which seems to be a part of what this whole woke thing is. That is the most disturbing for me, is that I see what's going on. I see there's a lot of losers that have hopped on this, and they shove it in people's faces, and it doesn't have to make sense. Like, there was a Black Lives Matter protest that stopped this woman at a restaurant. They were surrounding her outside a restaurant. They were forcing her to raise her fist in compliance. This is a woman who's marched for Black Lives multiple times, Black Lives Matter multiple times, and the people all around her doing this were all white.
Yeah.
It's all weird. My friend Coach T, he's a wrestling coach, is also on a podcast. My friend Brian Moses, his take on it is that he's a black guy. He says Black Lives Matter is a white cult. And I'm like, when you see that picture, it's hard to argue that he's got a point. It's clearly not all about that, but there's a lot of people that have jumped on board that are very much like cult members. Because the thing about Black Lives Matter or any movement is you can't control who joins. There's no entrance examination. So you don't go, okay, how do you feel about this? What's your perceptions on that? Like, like the man who shot the Trump supporter in Portland, that guy who murdered the Trump supporter and the cop shot him. That guy was walking around with his hand on his gun looking for Trump supporters. Yeah. He's a known violent guy who was walking around looking for Trump supporters, found one and shot one. That has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. He's a white guy, he shot another white guy. It's just madness, and that kind of madness is it's disturbing to see it ramp up so quickly. I mean, there's been riots in Portland every night. Demonstrations for 101 days now. 101 days in a row of them lighting things on fire, breaking into federal buildings. It's like, whoever saw that coming? Nobody saw that coming. So I don't know what the solution is, and I don't know what it looks like in 5 years. So 2025, to answer your question, like, it could be anything. I mean, we could be looking at Mad Max. We could be looking at the apocalypse. We could also be looking at an invasion from another country. We could be looking at a war, like a real hot war.
To put a little bit of responsibility on you, like for me, I've listened to you since the Red Band Olive Garden days. That's the very beginning. And there was something in the way you communicate about the world. Maybe there was others, but you're the one I was aware of. Is you're open-minded and like loving towards the world, especially as the podcast developed. Like you just demonstrated and lived this kind of just kindness, or maybe even like lack of jealousy in your own little profession of comedy. It was clear that you didn't succumb to the weaker aspects of human nature, and thereby inspire like people like me, who I was naturally, probably especially in like the 20s, early 20s, kind of jealous of the success of others. And you're really the primary person that taught me to truly celebrate the success of others. And so, by way of question, you kind of have a role in this of making a better 2025. You have such a big megaphone. Is there something you think you can do on this podcast with the words, the way you talk, the things you discuss that could create a better 2025?
I think if anything, I could help in leading by example, but that's only going to help the people that are listening. I don't know what else I can do in terms of like make the world a better place, other than express my hopes and wishes for that, and just try to be as nice as I can to people as often as I can. But I also think that I've fallen into this weird category, particularly with the Spotify deal, where I'm one of them now. I'm not a regular person anymore. Now I'm like some famous rich guy.
Yeah.
So you go from being a regular person to a famous rich guy that's out of touch, and that's a real issue whenever you're talking about the economy, about just real life problems.
It's interesting. It kind of hurts my heart to hear people say about Elon Musk, he's just a billionaire.
Yeah.
It's an interesting statement. But I think if you just continue being you and he continue being him, I think people are just voicing their worry you become some rich guy.
I don't even know if they're doing that. I think they're just finding, the way he describes it, an attack vector.
Right.
Yeah, and I think he's right. I think they just they could dismiss you by just saying, "Oh, you're just a that." You're easily definable.
Right. But there's truth to that. If you're not careful, you can become out of touch. But that's an interesting thing. Like, why haven't you become out of touch? Like, as a human off the podcast, you don't act like you talk to somebody like me.
You don't talk like a famous person, or you don't act rich. Like you're better than others. There's a certain. Listen, I've talked to quite a few. You have too, but I've talked to especially kind of group of people that are like Nobel Prize winners. Let's say they sometimes have an air to them that's of arrogance.
Yeah.
And you don't. What's that about?
Well, you got to know what that is, right? Like that air of arrogance comes from drinking your own Kool-Aid. You start believing that somehow or another, just because you're getting praise from all these people, that you really are something different. Usually, it exemplifies there's something there. Where there's a lack of struggle, and I think struggle is probably